Chapter 1: The Consequences of Wandering. Ryan is out. A serious voice sounded on the naval headquarters training ground, and Ryan, as the protagonist, was stunned. It wasn't until a dark shadow enveloped him that Ryan realized that something was wrong. "Ryan, did you run a small run during training again?" Zephyr, dressed in General Marine's clothes, looked at the Marine soldier in front of him with a serious face, and the wound on his arm began to aching. A year ago, he not only lost his arm, but also the lives of his students. The reason for this was because he was too kind and too indulgent of the students. If he had been strict with the students at the time, maybe the students would be able to escape, instead of just surviving Anne and Binns. So, in order to make up for your own fault, in order to prevent the tragedy from happening again, he must train the students more rigorously. And the student in front of him actually took a short run during training, which may plant a fatal hidden danger in the future. Ryan is finished, and he dared to distract himself during the training of Zephyr instructor. Now he can feel it. The silent voices of other soldiers came from the standing Marine soldiers. Originally, Zephyr instructor was extremely severe during training. Ryan was probably punished even more severely when he was distracted. Ryan was even more depressed when he heard the words of his companion behind him. "I just slept at home, why did I come to the pirate world in a blink of an eye, and also appeared in places like naval headquarters? The most terrible thing is myself, actually in training. And this kind of training is not ordinary military training, but the kind of training that you may have to face the pirates after you finish the training. But this is not important. What is important is that he was in a daze while receiving the original memory of this body, and he was caught. From the memory of the original owner, he knew that Zephyr's training has become more rigorous since he broke an arm. And he happened to hit the muzzle at this moment, and one can imagine how severe he would be punished later." "Don't speak? Then I'll take you to admit it." Zephyr looked at Ryan with his head down and said, "Run 10 laps along the training ground, and when will you finish running? Don't think about being lazy. If you let me find out, you will run 20 laps for me." When Ryan heard this, his face suddenly became bitter. He knew that he must not explain anything. Once he explained it, it was likely that the time would immediately become 20 laps. "Yes, instructor." Ryan nodded kind, then turned around and started running along the training ground. As Naval Headquarters Marineford's training ground, the area here is not so big. And Zephyr asked him to run 10 laps, it was to let him run along the outermost track of the training ground. This runway of at least 10 kilometers can make him run stupidly. "What are you doing? It looks pretty, isn't it? Would you like to go running with you?" Just as the standing soldiers turned to look at Ryan's leaving back, Zephyr's voice rang again. In an instant, all the soldiers turned their heads and stared straight ahead. "Run with Ryan? Wouldn't it mean that both legs are not their own after running? They are not going to run. Stand at attention!" Zephyr shouted. The soldiers straightened up their chests and looked straight ahead. Looking straight like a flagpole. "Why is it always me who is unlucky?" Ryan complained as he ran. Sure enough, this year he was in bad luck. The blind man at the bridge was right. He would have heard the other party give 100 yuan for sesame oil. Maybe he won't appear in this ghost place anymore. I think he has a house and a field at home, and his life is endless. Dad also plans to give him a beautiful wife during the Hyuxia New Year. As a result, I woke up with nothing. Not only did he become a soldier, but he also became a soldier in the pirate world. What is the concept of a soldier in a pirate? It's a group of cannon fodder. Even powerful people such as colonels are regarded as units of measurement. Having inexplicably crossed to such a dangerous place, Ryan felt that his name was worrying. "I just hope that the insects and fruits I eat. The ant species can be a little bit stronger." To tell the truth, the original owner ate a devil fruit, and Ryan was still very happy. After all, Zoan devil fruit is not as buggy as Logia and Paramecia. but it is the fastest fruit to increase strength. Once eaten, you can immediately gain the tenacious vitality and resilience that will be defeated many times but will still stand up. So even if he was penalized to run the entire training ground for 10 laps, it was a bit tired for him. There will be no other problems. If it were replaced by other soldiers, it would be impossible to get up the next day. Looking at the soldiers being trained, Ryan felt that he was still lucky. At least I have eaten a devil fruit to have a chance to become stronger, and these soldiers being trained are still ordinary people. Maybe it's cold right after being shot. The sun kept changing positions on the training ground, and when Ryan had finished 10 laps like fished out of water, the sky was almost dark. Report to instructor, I have run 10 laps. Ryan reported with flushed face and panting. Yet. Zephyr nodded when he heard the words, and did not go to see Ryan, but said directly, you go to the side to take a rest, wait a moment and prepare to do 500 push UPS, 500 leapfrogs, and 500 pull UPS. Up. What? Ryan, who just thought he could return to the queue, was stunned. Isn't his punishment just running 10 laps? How could there be more? Instructor is not bullying honest people, right? What's wrong? You have a problem. Zephyr turned his head and asked. No. No. Ryan shook his head stutteringly. He definitely didn't say that because of his heart. It's because he is a good soldier who obeys orders. That's right. The teacher seems to be very optimistic about which Ryan. In the corner of the training ground, Anne, wearing a blue cloak, spoke out. It should be the reason why he is Zoan Demon Fruit Power. Vince, dressed as a ninja, glanced at Ryan and said that the other party is Demon Fruit Power. It is no secret at Naval Headquarters. How could the teacher embarrass a recruit specifically? This is all to help the other party squeeze out the potential of Devil Fruit. After all, Zoan Demon Fruit Power is not as difficult to develop as Paramecia and Logia. As long as they undergo rigorous training, they can quickly improve their strength. 1, 2, 3. Ryan leaned over, propped his hands on the ground. It is constantly ups and downs. He doesn't understand why the Marines are also useful for training soldiers in Pirate World. Is push UPS the basis for training soldiers? Fortunately, he is now a capable person who has eaten devil fruit. Otherwise, he can't do 20 with his original body, and it is estimated that he will have to fall to the ground and can't get up. But even in this way, the next task is still very heavy. I had known that he shouldn't have deserted. I didn't expect that the consequences of deserting would be so serious. It's pathetic. After seeing the miserable situation of Ryan, the standing soldiers couldn't help thinking in their hearts at the same time. Then I trained more seriously, lest I follow the other side's footsteps. After all, the other side is Demon Fruit Power, they are not. It is estimated that after this set of training, they will not be able to climb up tomorrow morning. Chapter 2 Hungry. Well, today's training ends here. Come and assemble when you hear the whistle tomorrow morning. Zephyr said to the soldiers, looking at the sky when the distant view was gradually indistinguishable. Yes. Instructor. When the soldiers heard Kide loudly, they couldn't help but feel happy. After a hard day, they can finally relax. Well, it's all gone. Zephyr waved his hand, and the soldiers leaped away. Only Ryan is still holding on to the single shot. At this time, he wanted to return to the dormitory and eat like everyone else, but he knew that it was impossible to go before he was finished. After all, he was standing in front of him now and 2 people were counting on him. Hurry up and do it, you still have 40 unfinished. If it's fast, maybe you can eat leftovers at that time, otherwise you will be hungry at night. Bin said, relying on a single shot. Yes, you need to know it's 7 o'clock. The cafeteria is about to prepare to wash the dishes. Anne nodded and said. Devil. Ryan just wanted to say that the 2 guys in front of him were really demons. He knew that he was already very hungry after a lot of training, so he still said such things. Didn't it make him hungry? Marine wouldn't be so cruel, let him be hungry all night and get up for training tomorrow morning, then he probably won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Even if he becomes a capable person, he needs to eat. After all, strength is not born out of thin air. You two stared at him when he finished. I'm going to eat first. Zephyr, who had disbanded the team, walked to Ain and Binz and said, "Is teacher?" The two nodded when they heard the words and watched Zephyr leave. When Ryan saw him, his face became even more bitter. Originally, if Zephyr didn't say anything, he might still have a chance to fool around, but now the other party came here to tell him. He basically didn't want to be fooled. Binz and Anne in front of him would definitely stare at him one by one to finish. Hurry up, don't let us wait for a long time, otherwise we can't guarantee what we will do when we are hungry. Binz suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ryan. These words immediately made Ryan shiver, and immediately did pull UPS vigorously. He vowed that if one day his position in Marine is higher than that of the opponent, he will retaliate severely. He was just a Marine soldier who had just joined for a short time. It was too damn it to threaten him like this. 40 pull UPS are not many, and under Ryan's efforts, it quickly ended. Of course, this is not the time for him to rest. He has to go to the cafeteria to grab food, if there is no food in his stomach. His body will soon be unable to support, especially today he still has such a large amount of training. This guy runs very fast. It seems that he is not as thin as his appearance. Binz said as he looked at Ryan's leaving back. Zoan demon fruit power, where can be thinner and thinner. You really underestimate his potential. Anne laughed. That's true. Binz nodded and said, let's go to the cafeteria too, otherwise we will be hungry. Yeah. Anne heard Kide. The two of them took their steps to the cafeteria. Auntie, bring me 2, no. Give me food for 3. After running all the way to the cafeteria, Ryan immediately rushed to the food window and said to the auntie. He is so hungry, every cell in his body is exuding hunger. If he had a roast cow in front of him now, he would not hesitate to eat the whole roast cow, leaving only the bones. Amount for 3 people. The auntie, the rice cooker, took a rice spoon and looked at Ryan and said, it's really no problem for you to eat so little? I think the other soldiers eat the amount for 4 people. Then give me the amount of 5 people. Ryan said. Normally trained soldiers have eaten the amount of 4 people, so he has doubled the training today, and he eats the amount of 5 people. Okay. The aunt said happily, young people should eat more, so that they have the strength to train. With that, he slapped a full portion of food and handed it to Ryan. After Ryan took it, he suddenly realized that the weight of the meal was not small, at least 4 or 5 caddies. But this is exactly what he needs now, he is so hungry now, he just wants to eat more food. Did you eat so much food? Be careful to waste it. I will punish you after being found by the instructor. After Ryan sat down with a pan full of food, he was immediately spotted by other soldiers. For Ryan, the companion who was severely punished today, they are now impressed. Don't say it is so much food, even if it is another serving of so much food, I can still eat it. Ryan said with no anger, you don't know how hungry I am now, if you do it like me with so much training, I guess you will have more food than me now. That's true. The soldiers nodded and said, but you are too unlucky today. Why do you want to be distracted? If you don't make a mistake, then there will be nothing. I don't want to either. Ryan spit out bitterly at this point, I don't know what's wrong, I suddenly lost my mind. This is beyond my control. And by coincidence, I was caught righteously. Who do you think I am going to talk to make sense? That's true. The soldiers agreed. After all, no one will eat and be distracted. Let the instructor catch them and punish them. It seems that the other party is indeed unlucky enough. Which one of you will help me get another food? I feel that I am still not full after eating this one. Ryan feasted on the food in front of him, but his body still felt hunger. No, you can really eat it. The soldiers who heard this should not be surprised. Nonsense, do you think my training volume today is fake? Ryan said in a bad mood. All right. Let's go and help you prepare a meal, because you are so unlucky today. The soldiers said, and went to help him prepare a meal. Ryan nodded in satisfaction when he saw this, even if they talked about loyalty. Didn't really see him doing nothing after being punished. Hurry up and eat, I just saw assistants Anne and Bins also come. We have to leave right away, otherwise, if the other party pays attention, we are afraid that tomorrow will end like you. After the soldier who had returned from helping Ryan put the meal down, he ran away with the other soldiers. Ryan couldn't help but shook his head when he saw him. Didn't he just ran into them at dinner? What's so scary about, really, a bunch of cowards? With that said, Ryan continued to feast on. It wasn't until the last grain of rice was eaten that Ryan walked out of the cafeteria slowly with a big belly. Now he just feels that his stomach is well supported. You have to go back to sleep and digest well, so that you will have the strength to continue training tomorrow. This training is no better than his previous freshman military training. This is a military training that will exhaust people. Chapter 3 Actual Combat Drill. Today is another terrible day. I have to work hard to survive. Ryan stood in front of the mirror and looked at his handsome face and said, Today is another brand new day, and I hope nothing happens to Zephyr. He just wanted to finish the training honestly and then be dispatched to other places, but he didn't want to be too prominent here. Okay, don't talk to yourself anymore. If you don't go to breakfast anymore, you will have nothing to eat after the instructor blows the whistle. The companion walking by patted Lane and said. Ryan immediately took the hat and went out with everyone. Now he is in great need of energy replenishment, so he can't skip meals. After the canteen filled his stomach, the whistle sounded quickly. In an instant, everyone ran towards the training ground. Are everyone here? Let's take a look at each other and see who hasn't come yet. Zephyr watched as he gathered quickly, and said the soldiers standing in the queue. Everyone looked around after hearing the words, and then neatly cried, Report to the instructor, everyone is here. Very good. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. From today, you will have actual combat drills, and now Ryan will come out as your opponent. You try your best to knock him down. You can't be merciful just because they are companions. You have to imagine him as a vicious pirate. I have an enmity with you, right? Zephyr instructor, I thought I didn't offend you. Ryan, who was named by his name, stood up reluctantly. He couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Where did you provoke each other? Since he was targeted by the other party, if he is handsome, please let him accept legal sanctions instead of letting him be tortured by the other party. Report Zephyr instructor, Ryan is demon fruit power. If he uses his abilities, we are not his opponents. Just when Ryan scratched his head and couldn't understand it, someone in the team spoke. Then he doesn't need to use abilities. Zephyr heard the words and said to Ryan, when you practice combat with them, you are not allowed to use fruit abilities, only your own power. What? Ryan almost squirted out old blood when he heard the words. If it wasn't for Zephyr that he couldn't beat him. He wanted to kick the other person's forehead right now and ask if the other person's brain is not sick. As devil fruit, he is capable of not letting him use the power of the fruit. Isn't it clear that he will be beaten? The other party definitely has hatred with him, although he doesn't know where he has offended him, but the other party always wants to look at him, and he definitely has hatred with him. But in my own world, my parents are not pirates, and I haven't done anything. Why did the other party target him like this? Ryan has agreed not to use abilities. Who of you will come out to practice with him? Zephyr saw that Ryan hadn't made a sound, and said directly to the people who were standing. I'm coming. The somewhat sturdy soldier said, walking out of the crowd. Ryan didn't get angry when he saw him. "Pit, you guy with big eyebrows and big eyes, I always thought you were a good person. I didn't expect you to be the first person to stand up and want to beat me. I can't blame me," Pete explained. "Anyway, you have to be challenged by others. If you are challenged by me, I can still act lightly. After all, based on the friendship between the two of us, can I make a big deal? I think it's possible that you guy is so impatient to stand up. I have seen you through," Ryan said seriously. "Well, you two don't talk anymore and get ready to start." Zephyr interrupted immediately when he saw the two of them still wanting to continue. Ryan and Pete immediately stared at each other when they heard this, and neither of them had any intention of making a move first. "Aren't you going to challenge me? Come here and stand there and do it," Ryan said while looking at Pete. "I won't rush forward rashly. Even if you don't use the fruit power, your body will become very strong. What if you sneak over and take advantage of me to attack?" Pete said with good reason, and Ryan had to admire what the other party said was justified and well-founded. However, he did not intend to attack the other party. He intends to follow the rushing force of the opponent to give him a shoulder throw. After all, he has become much stronger after eating the ant fruit. "Since you can't come, then I'll pass," Ryan said in a rush. "Come here," Ryan said, arching, ready to give Ryan a shoulder throw. Ryan no longer hesitated when he saw it, and ran directly towards Pete. Pete saw and stared at Ryan's leg. As long as he grabbed Ryan's leg and gave Ryan a shoulder throw, the battle was over. However, the expected scene of running directly did not happen. When Ryan ran to a place 3 meters away from Pete, he immediately fell down with his feet together and attacked Pete's standing gap. Before Pete could react, he was shoveled directly onto the ground by Ryan. "How about? I'm a great trick. You dare to separate your legs so much? Fortunately, I am aiming at your 2 feet. Otherwise, you will be in trouble at the point above." Ryan got up from the ground and laughed. "What's your trick called?" asked Pete, who had only recovered from lying on the ground for a long time. "This trick is called a sliding shovel," Ryan said proudly. According to legend, once a sliding shovel is used, no one can resist the power of this trick. In his remote hometown, people often like to use this trick to feed the tigers. "Sliding shovel? It's really amazing." Pete got up from the ground and said, "I just lost to you because of carelessness, but this time it won't. You have to be careful." "Of course, I have always been careful. If you have any abilities, use it quickly," Ryan warned. "Then you can look forward to it," Pete shouted loudly, rushing towards Ryan directly. When Ryan saw this, he separated his steps, 1 step forward and 1 step backward, grabbing the fist that Pete had hit, and flicking it directly. Pete flew out again and slid a distance on the ground. "What's your trick?" Pete, who got up from the ground, asked in confusion. "This is called receiving the hair, catching your fist, defuse your attack, and then let you send out the strength you have exerted," Ryan said proudly. "It turned out to be like this." Pete stood up and said, "Go on, I don't believe you have any weird tricks. I won't be hit again this time." "Then look at their respective abilities," Ryan said. "Good. Pie feature-headed." After speaking, the two immediately ran up and ran towards each other. When the two sides approached, "You grabbed my collar and I grabbed your belt." Both wanted to throw each other down. Chapter 4 Rumors. "What are you two guys doing? Do the kids play?" Binz yelled when he saw this scene. "This is a combat drill, not a kids' fight. This is how they grabbed each other to fight? The pirates would not treat them so kindly. Report to the teaching assistant, we will only fight like this." "Yes, teaching assistant." Ryan and Pete separated immediately after hearing this and reported. "They fight like this? Without any training, how do they know how to fight? After coming to the training camp, instructor did not teach them how to fight. Well, you two step back. Zephyr looked at Ryan and Pete and said to the other soldiers. If you have not been trained, you must have fought in the same way as the two of them, but what I want to tell you is that the pirates have weapons in their hands. It's impossible for them to give you a chance to fight in person, even if they do. At your level, they are definitely not their opponents. Ion Bins, you two will show them what a real battle is. Is teacher. And Bins nodded Kide when he heard the words, and then the two fought against each other. Ready to start. Zephyr spoke out. Is teacher. Hearing this, Bins moved at the same time, and the long knives in his hands were quickly intertwined. The two constantly attacked each other, but resisted each other's attacks. Dang dang. Dang dang. The silver-white blade reflected white light Madara under the reaction of the sunlight, and the two wielded their long swords as dazzling as falling snowflakes. Standing Ryan and the others gradually grew their mouths when they saw this scene. Is this fighting? It's so cool, can they achieve this too? Okay, you two can stop. Zephyr said to Bins and Anne with shocked expressions when seeing Ryan and others, that the goal has been achieved and there is no need to continue. Only by letting them realize what fighting is, will they really study seriously. Is teacher. Bins Anne immediately stopped the attack when he heard the words and stood back behind Zephyr. From today, in addition to your daily training, you will also learn swordsmanship and firearms. This will be good for your future battles. Zephyr looked at Ryan and others and said. Next Anne and Bins will teach you how to practice swordsmanship. Ryan, you should go out and do yesterday's training once. Remember to do it once, including punishment. What? Ryan, who returned to the queue, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Did he make a mistake? What mistake did he make? Why do you want to target him again? He also wants to be a great swordsman, is it okay? Think about how handsome the other person is when he draws the sword. Unlucky. When the other soldiers heard this, they couldn't help but cast pitiful glances at Ryan. Now you should go for a run. Zephyr reminded aloud. Yes. Ryan gritted his teeth and nodded, and immediately stepped for a run. Damn it, why are you always aiming at me? BD. Ryan screamed while running. Zephyr is really careful. Didn't he just make a mistake yesterday, but he actually wants to punish him today. How can he be careful to be so careful? Don't give him a chance to become a senior Marine, otherwise, he will have to pay back to the other party 10 times the crime he has suffered. Ryan had forgotten one thing, and that was that even if he was called Martial Marine, Zephyr could not kill him. Of course, Ryan, who is currently burning with anger, didn't think so much at all. Teacher, would this be too much for Ryan? Anne looked at the training ground. Ryan's lonely back said. There is pressure to have motivation. Zephyr shook his head and said. He ate Zoan devil fruit. It is not suitable for continuing to practice swordsmanship. This will cause him to be distracted. It is the right way for him to take physical skills, so that he can squeeze his maximum potential. But even if it is like this, you can explain it to him. Otherwise, he will definitely think that the teacher is targeting him. Anne continued. To be honest, let alone the specially taken care of Ryan, even a bystander like her felt that the teacher was a bit too targeted. This will definitely make Ryan complain. Target it, don't need to explain to him. Sometimes anger is also a motivation. Zephyr didn't care. If you explain it clearly to Ryan, there will be no change in the result. If you can misunderstand the other party and generate motivation for cultivation, it is also a way. All right. Now that the teacher has said that, Anne is nothing more. The following days, it is still like this. Ryan seems to be targeted by Zephyr all the time. Not only has the usual training volume doubled, but the punishment has also doubled. Soon this matter spread throughout Marineford, and many soldiers were interested in guessing how Ryan had offended Zephyr Instructor. On this day, in Marineford's marshal's office, Sengoku looked at Zephyr while sitting down and smiled. "I heard that you were targeting a little guy recently, and this matter has been going viral in the headquarters." "Yes, I was really targeting him." Zephyr nodded and said, without denying it. "That little guy is really lucky." Sengoku smiled. "There are not many soldiers who can be targeted by you. He will thank you very much in the future. Just don't resent me." "Thank you, you don't have to." Zephyr shook his head and said, "That little guy has great potential. I have increased the amount of training for him during this time, and he can still survive. It seems that the insect fruit ant species is not inferior to other devil fruit, but stronger than other fruits. This is for sure. Although ants seem to us to be weak and small, they are still very powerful when they are of the same size. Not only can they lift heavy objects far beyond their own body, but their hard bones can even more resist heavy attacks." Sengoku smiled. After hearing Zephyr's rumors against Ryan, he began to check Ryan's information. When it was discovered that Ryan was Zoan Devil Fruit, he understood why Zephyr was targeting Ryan so much. Zephyr wants to train Ryan so that this recruit can realize the true potential of Devil Fruit. Since this fruit is so powerful, it should be better to train him. Zephyr tapped the tabletop and said worriedly, "I am worried that when our generation of Marines gets old, there will be a situation where the younger generation will have insufficient combat power in this department. And the sea pirates are endless. I am really worried about Marines' future." "Well, this is indeed the case now." Sengoku nodded and said, "Among the younger generation of Marines, I don't see anyone who stands out. We should indeed prepare for the future. In the current Marine, Smoker Hina and others are the ones who can really stand alone. There are few other Marine rookies in the same period. In recent years, no newcomers have grown up. It can be said that the previous generation is not as good as the next generation. If this continues, Marine will gradually decline. So if we have a good seed, we should try our best to cultivate him." Zephyr laughed after hearing it. "Yes, so do it whatever you want." Sengoku nodded. "Yeah." Zephyr nodded when he heard the words, got up and walked towards the door. Chapter 5. "Do you want to take a break?" "Ryan?" Pete asked Ryan, who was punching a sandbag. "This poor guy has been targeted since the last time he lost his mind, and he can hardly stand it anymore. Recently, Zephyr Instructor let the opponent run with a load. In this hot weather, just a few steps will make him sweat. He can imagine what kind of suffering the opponent has experienced recently. Take a break, I'm not convinced, I must surpass the Zephyr Instructor." Ryan whispered. "What to rest?" "Rest? He has been targeted these days, and he is mad at thinking about it now. Rather than if his strength is too low, he must roll up his sleeves and give Zephyr a lesson. Why is it aimed at him alone? Where did he make the other party uncomfortable? Don't bring such bullies." He Dong for 30 years, Hexy for 30 years, they walked and watched. He didn't believe that his good time at the age of 15 would not be able to win against Zephyr, an old man. "I think your dream is a bit difficult," Pete said earnestly. "If you want me to say it, don't be too angry. Just bear with it for a while. When the recruit training is over, we will board the ship for apprenticeship. You don't need to be so angry, it won't be good if you break your body at that time." "No, I can't just make people bully like this." Ryan gritted his teeth. The rabbit bites when he is anxious, not to mention that he is still a big living person. Zephyr can't bully him like this, an honest person. He originally wanted to be targeted and time passed quickly, but Zephyr was getting more and more excessive. If this goes on, he wonders if he can hold on to these soldiers' training period. Then what else can you do? "Do you still want to really fight Zephyr Instructor?" Pete said in a huff. "I'm afraid you won't be able to hold a fist by then, so you will be carried to the infirmary." Roll. Ryan's face flushed when he heard these words. Where do you stay cool? Don't pour me cold water. I'm telling the truth, why don't you listen to me like this? Pete looked at Ryan and left in a low voice. A hole, a hole. Ryan was scolded by hammering the sandbag hard, as Pete said. The anger in his heart is more vigorous, and he can only vent by hitting a big sandbag, otherwise he is really worried that he will be unable to control himself when he is targeted by Zephyr again. That little guy is going crazy, isn't the teacher going too far? Binns looked at Ryan, who was madly hitting the sandbag, pitifully. The other party has only one miserable word to describe it recently, and he is the first time he has seen such a miserable guy trained by the teacher. This is beyond our control. Anne shrugged, and the teacher deliberately cultivated Ryan. Obviously it would not be so easy to give up. She had to treat both of them as if they hadn't seen anything. Assemble, all assembled. The crisp whistle sounded, and Zephyr's voice soon came. Anne and Binns stopped the discussion immediately after hearing them, and ran to assemble. Should you have learned a lot during this time? Yes, instructor. The soldiers heard Kide. Very good. Zephyr looked at the standing soldiers and said, tomorrow there will be a warship escorting you to a desert island for field survival training. You can only bring a knife to the island. On the island you have to find a way to get food by yourself. I won't give you any food. At the same time, there are ferocious beasts on the island. You have to face it. This is a way to test your training results during this period. When you can't beat the beasts, you at least need to run past them. If you can't even deal with beasts, then it won't be any better to face the pirates in the sea. I will leave early tomorrow morning, have you heard clearly? Listen clearly, instructor. The soldiers cried loudly. Very well, you can disband except Ryan. Zephyr started. Yes, instructor. The soldiers left after taking a look at the hapless Ryan. When they were almost separated, Zephyr said to Ryan, you continue to train and the two of them will look at you. If you can't finish it today, you will have nothing to do with the island tomorrow. I remind you that if you don't have a knife, you won't be able to set a fire on a deserted island, and you will lose the means of attack in the face of troublesome beasts. Yes, instructor. Ryan Kide looked ugly. Let them go to a desert island to survive without giving him a knife. Isn't this killing him? The other party wanted to fix him to death. He wouldn't follow the other party's intentions in this way. The more the other party wanted to rectify him, the stronger he would have to survive. He will remember all these sufferings firmly, and will repay the other party twice in the future. Well, you should start training. Zephyr said lightly, and walked away. When Ryan saw this, he clenched his fists and started running around the training ground. What a poor little guy, the old man can't bear to look at it. Polisalino turned his head around, looking like he couldn't bear to look directly. He heard that a little guy was killed by the teacher, but he didn't believe it, but he didn't expect it to be true. Polisalino, what are you doing here? Zephyr looked at Polisalino, who was hiding in the corner with a bad look. The other party has been using his abilities for so many years, and he hasn't listened to his teachings at all. Had it not been for this guy to graduate too early, he would now use the training method used on Ryan on Polisalino. I'm just here to stroll around. Teacher. Polisalino said, somewhat restrained. He looked exactly the same as the student after meeting the teacher. Then you finished shopping? Zephyr asked after hearing the words. Polisalino nodded quickly when he heard the words. It's finished shopping, teacher. I'm going to leave now. He said that he planned to run away. Wait. Zephyr said, I think you seem to have neglected physical training recently. You have to remember that abilities are only foreign objects after all. Yes, I know. Teacher. Polisalino nodded quickly, feeling a little regretful, and ran to the training ground when he was full. Well, let's go. Seeing Polisalino's appearance, Zephyr also knew that the other party would definitely not listen. I didn't bother to continue talking. Polosalino was lazy, and was completely out of help. Okay. Polosalino couldn't help but happily heard the words, and disappeared in 3 or 2 steps. Chapter 6 Collection. Ryan, you have to take care of me tomorrow. If I get attacked by a beast, you remember to save me. Inside the dormitory, Pete said to Ryan. I'll save you a fart, I'm so tired that I don't want to move now. I think I will get up tomorrow morning because of a sore back. Do you still want me to take care of you? Ryan said in a bad mood. As far as he is, he can still tell who will take care of whom. He suspected that Zephyr increased his training just to make him feel weak when he went to the island tomorrow. Maybe the other party intends to let the beasts on the island know his life. Hearing this, Pete smiled and said, You are demon fruit power. You will be well after a sleep. Remember to take care of me tomorrow. Let's talk about it. I'm so tired today, I'm not in the mood to continue talking to you. Ryan said, covering his head with the quilt. He has to rest early, otherwise he may not be able to get up tomorrow. If he gets up late tomorrow morning, maybe Zephyr will put him on his little shoes again. He wouldn't give the other party this opportunity. Okay. Pete nodded when he saw it, and went to sleep with the quilt. The training is really tiring, but compared to what happened to Ryan, he felt that he was still very comfortable. Early the next morning, the genius was bright. There was a loud whistle outside the dormitory building, and the lights in the dim dormitory building immediately turned on. Why are we leaving so early? Don't they even give us breakfast? The soldiers crouched down from the bed and spoke while wearing their clothes and pants. I guess it is. I knew I would have a good meal when I wake up earlier. Pai Jiao said, then turned to look at Ryan's bed and shouted, Ryan, don't you get up soon? Be careful, an instructor will punish you later. Stop calling, he left an hour ago. Another soldier on the side said. Hey? Where did he go? Pete said curiously. It should be for breakfast. When I was asleep, I heard the upper bunk moving all the time. He was muttering and starving to death over there, the soldier said. Okay. Pete heard the words and said speechlessly, he lied to me last night that he would have a backache this morning, and it started earlier than us. Sure enough, this BD is lying to me. Later, let's follow him, this trip to the desert island will definitely be fine. Well, I think so too. The others in the dormitory also nodded. Although Ryan was miserably targeted by the instructor, the opponent has been alive and well until now, enough to prove how strong the opponent is. The soldiers outside the dormitory had already stood up at this time, and among them Ryan looked particularly dazzling, the other with a big belly, standing in front of everyone. And the most important thing is that the other person is gnawing while holding a few big breads while standing. Look at him like this, as if he had just come out of the disaster-stricken area. This guy Tenton got up so early. Anne couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw this scene. Ryan must have woke up very early in this way. After all, 5 minutes have not passed since the teacher's whistle sound, and the other party just stuffed all the food into his stomach, and there was no way to eat so much at once. I heard that this guy Tenton ran to the cafeteria before dawn, waiting for the food over there. Binns reminded in a low voice. Some poor looking at Ryan. This little guy is really unlucky. If he hadn't received such attention from the teacher, he might be asleep like other recruits at this time. Is everything here? Zephyr looked at the soldiers standing in front of him and asked, ignoring Ryan's little move of eating bread. He knew that after the little guy in front of him was trained by him, he would have to eat 6 or 7 people a day. If he didn't feed him enough, he wouldn't be able to support it, so he didn't bother to pay attention to it. Report to the instructor, everyone is here. The soldiers cried loudly. Okay. Now everyone is going to the dock to get on the boat. Zephyr heard the words and said. Yes, instructor. Soldiers cried. Ryan, you will share a bit of bread with me. Don't eat it by yourself. Everyone lives in the same dormitory. Pete said next to Ryan. He saw that the other party was eating so deliciously, and his stomach suddenly became hungry. With so much bread in his hand, he felt that he could relieve his hunger. Your daily comfort training can compare to me? Don't eat more, and you will be really in danger on the island later. How can I protect you? Ryan dodges Pete's extended hand. While cursing. He consumes so much every day, and only by constantly eating can he maintain the normal functioning of his body. Pete is not asking for bread now, the other party is killing him. But you don't have anything to do with me, maybe I can help you then. Pete said, swallowing saliva in his throat. I think you are going to help grab me something to eat. Ryan said with a white look, and directly pressed the huge bread into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth, completely cutting off Pete's thoughts. You Peter couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene, chanting a word in his mouth for a long time. You are about to reach the shore, hurry up and stand still. Ryan reminded, straightening his chest immediately. Today he had good luck and was not specifically targeted. A hole. Pete couldn't help but cursing when he heard what Ryan said. This guy is so stingy that he doesn't even give him a piece of bread, obviously he only needs a little bit. Everyone takes off their shirts and trousers. Only a pair of shorts is allowed. As I said, you are only allowed to bring a knife, and other supplies are not allowed to be brought up. Check it now. Zephyr's voice came, and the faces of some soldiers changed immediately. They were just fortunate that they hadn't checked and they could take some things with them. They didn't expect Zephyr to check at the dock. What's the matter? You don't take it off yourself, do you want me to help you? Zephyr couldn't help but cool down when he saw that some soldiers hadn't acted yet. When the soldiers with the little things hidden on their bodies heard the words, their expressions changed, and immediately began to undress. Things were found to be confiscated at most. If they didn't obey the order at this time, Ryan's fate would be a lesson for them. They don't want to be like Ryan. After Tenton was targeted by the instructor, they felt chills on their backs thinking about those days. As each piece of clothing and trousers landed, Vince and Anne began to check. Soon, many small objects were kicked out of the two soldiers. There are many food lighters, cigarettes, and other items. Seeing the things were taken away, Zephyr didn't blame them. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, put on your clothes. Ready to board the warship. Zephyr glanced at the items that were swept out and didn't care anymore. Yes. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words and immediately put on their clothes. Standing on the beach so early, the sea breeze was still a bit cold, and it was still a bit cold to let them stand here naked. Chapter 7 Surprise. Wow! The waves slapped the coast, and the dressed soldiers, under the command of Anne and Binns, began to board the warship. Set off. After the last person boarded the warship, Zephyr spoke. The warship left Naval Headquarters Marineford and headed away. On the warship, Vice Admiral communicated with Zephyr about the plan of this experience. Like Zephyr, they are the relevant personnel responsible for the soldiers this time. After the warship gets close to the island, you will jump from the ship and go to the island one by one. The warship will not send you to the island. If you can't swim through it later. Then after this special training is over, you will have to increase the amount of training next. Binns looked at the soldiers and said. The soldiers turned pale when they heard the words, and they talked to each other. This way? We don't have to receive that kind of training like Ryan, do we? Don't scare me, that kind of training can only be absorbed by a guy like Ryan. Instead of it, we estimate that on the second and third days, we can lie on my stomach without getting up. Yeah, Zephyr instructor doesn't really want us to do that kind of horrible training like men. The soldiers panicked when they heard that it was possible to conduct the same training as Ryan. They secretly made up their minds to wait for a while and they must go to the island desperately, so that they can't do the same training as Ryan. Ryan kind of the training is done by people. These little guys seem to be frightened. It seems that the teacher's recent teaching has been very fruitful. Binns couldn't help but think when he looked at the pale soldiers. You can only swim over? That's not pitting me. I don't care. I'm a capable person and swim over. Isn't it killing me? Just when the other soldiers were discussing with each other, Ryan had his own ideas. He wouldn't listen to Zephyr's orders and swam over stupidly. He would sink into the sea as soon as he touched the sea. Fortunately, after his devil fruit ability becomes an ant, he will be a male ant with wings, not a soldier ant or a worker ant. Otherwise, you will be pitted to death. I said, how do you swim in later? Pete leaned over and asked. If he remembered it was right, the capable person should not be able to touch the sea. I have a way of this, so I don't need to worry about it. You still think about how to swim up by yourself. Wouldn't you think that instructors would put us so kindly near the island? Ryan said. Hey! Pete's face suddenly changed when he heard this. If it's the same thing as Ryan said, does it mean that they have to swim a few nautical miles to reach the island, and they didn't eat in the morning? Wouldn't it cost him his life to ask them to swim so far? When they swim to the island, there is no strength to set up camp. It is estimated that if a beast appears, they will be food delivered to the door. While there is still time, you quickly think about how to swim to the island quickly. Ryan smiled when he saw Pete's changed face, turned and continued to look at the rough sea. Hearing this, Pete immediately began to discuss with the other soldiers. After everyone discussed it, their faces were extremely ugly. Then everyone started to take off their pants and blow vigorously, wanting to use the pants as a lifebuoy to increase buoyancy and reduce strength. I have to say that this is indeed a good method. After some people realized the feasibility of this method, they immediately followed suit. Soon on the 3 warships, there was a scene of soldiers taking off their pants and blowing hard. These guys are not stupid. They can use what they have to increase their chances of surviving as much as possible. Anne nodded when he saw it. I have to say that these recruits are very flexible. It is estimated that few have come out of this method yet. Binns nodded when he heard the words. The speed of the warship is very fast, and Ryan does not know how this old sailing warship can be comparable to the speed of an oil tanker equipped with a steam engine. However, this is not what he cares about right now, because an island has gradually appeared in front of him. Everyone jumped off from here and swam up to the island. Zephyr stood on the bow and said to the people on the 3 warships. When the soldiers heard this, they looked at the island a few nautical miles away from the warship. His complexion turned pale at the same time. Even if they had just guessed that instructor might actually do this, it still feels unacceptable to hear it with their own ears. Go down honestly, otherwise we can only help you. Binns said while looking at the standing soldiers. The soldiers who heard this turned pale immediately, feeling that if they didn't jump, they would throw them down, right? After gritting their teeth, the soldiers jumped off the deck one after another. Isn't it just swimming in the sea? They have lived on the island since they were young, and swimming is just a small thing for them. They are just worried that they will be unable to meet the beast if they run out of strength, but if so many people swim together, the beast should not dare to come over. When are you going to stand until? Anne said after seeing the soldiers jumping down one after another, looking at Ryan who hadn't moved yet. I'm going now. Ryan cried, whose body began to turn into a big ant with wings, flew towards the island with its transparent wings. This guy has a very clever mind. I thought he would jump into the sea like the other guys. Binns couldn't help but uttered as Ryan flew away. Well, I think the same as you. Anne nodded when he heard the words. Ryan galloped over everyone's head, and was quickly discovered by everyone. It's Ryan, BD. He can actually fly, he is not an ant? Why can he fly? You fool, whoever tells you that ants can't fly, I tell you that ants can fly. Damn it, we have to swim desperately to the island and complain that this guy can fly away. It's really unfair. I also want to get a devil fruit to eat." Everyone cursed indignantly, swimming towards the island with their hands and feet. They were just gloating and preparing to see how Ryan got to the island, but they didn't expect the other party to fly over at once, which was completely different from what they thought. "A group of guys still want to watch my jokes, eat fart behind me," Ryan said with pride with flapping wings. This group of guys thought he was capable. Is there no way to cross the sea? He can fly, a bunch of idiots are dumbfounded. Chapter 8 Landing. This island is really big. No wonder instructor chose this place for the training camp. With flapping wings, Ryan soon came to the sky above the island, and he could probably see the whole island in the sky. This is a big island, bigger than Marineford. I just don't know why there is no one living here and it has become a training place for Marines. Is it because this place is usually stationed by Marines? If this is the case, then this training camp might not be so simple. Maybe there are densely crowded surveillance phone bugs watching them on the island. Thinking of this, Ryan fell from the sky. If you want to live in the jungle, you must first prepare 3 things. The first is water, the second is a shelter, and the third is fire. This is the professional knowledge he learned from the survival program, and it is not easy to gather 3 things in the jungle. His goal today is to build a shelter and find fresh water. There is no need to worry about the fire. There are all kinds of fruits in the jungle. I was worried that it would suddenly rain heavily in this terrible weather and that I would encounter wild beasts. The best place to build a shelter in the jungle should be high above the ground, so that not only the poisonous insects on the ground can be avoided, but also the beasts can be avoided. Thinking of this, Ryan began to act. He first found a big tree, built a platform on it with vines and branches, and then started looking for leaves to build a canopy for himself. Even if it could not completely cover the rain, he must ensure that the fire would not go out. Sure enough, Ryan was the first to arrive. He is now building a shelter. It seems that he is very experienced and very good. This should increase his chances of survival. In the cabin of the warship, a huge phone bug was projecting an image of where Ryan was. In front of the video, a group of vice admirals are watching. As the island where Marine has trained soldiers to survive in the wild for many years, Barbary Island is full of surveillance phone bugs. It can be said that as long as there are soldiers on the island, they will be spotted immediately, and their every move will be passed on to the warship. And, on the island of Barbara, there is also a special rescue team concealed on it, in order to ensure that the soldiers can arrive as soon as possible in case of any danger. And this survival trial is not just as simple as it seems on the surface, it is an important key to where this group of recruits go after training. If someone behaves bravely, they will be kept in the Marine Combat Unit. If someone behaves a little badly, they will be sent to the Sahai branch, and if someone can't support it at all, then they may be persuaded to go home. After all, Marine is not a place to live. They face the most vicious pirates, they may risk their lives at any time. If they can't cope with it, staying here will just die in vain. I think he is very good. I can board my warship. Our warship needs such a young man. Hua Shaishan said as he watched the leaves covered with soil and planned to make a fire on it. Doing things seriously and carefully, this meets the requirements of a good soldier. He felt that he needed such a soldier on board. You said you want it. We want this kid too. Other Vice Admiral said, don't tell me how good your boat is. Is it possible that our boat is worse than yours? That's right. This time everyone comes here to select soldiers, but you are not the only one who decides to pick that or that. Who doesn't want a good soldier? After all, if you grow up in the future, you can save yourself a lot of trouble. Not to mention the distance, just when the pirates are captured in the future, they can drink tea on the side instead of directing them themselves. If someone can ask a soldier to get it, they still come here? Don't quarrel, everyone, it's impossible for Ryan to let you take it away. The Marshal said, he will continue to stay in the headquarters for further studies. When Vice Admiral was noisy, Zephyr spoke out. In an instant, there was silence in the cabin. Since we are not allowed to take this little guy away, what's the point of letting us see this trial? The Flying Squirrel complained in a low voice. He heard that there were good seedlings among the soldiers this time, so he put aside the things in his hands and came over, so he told him about this. That's right, Zephyr Instructor, you can't play us like this. John Giant nodded afterwards. Keep watching. Although there are no outstanding recruits in this class, there are still good little guys. Zephyr continued. The Vice Admiral must have said this, and looked at the screen again. At this time, everyone who was swimming finally climbed onto the beach. One by one was lying on the beach and panting. I'm really exhausted. I didn't expect to swim over so hard. I really envy that guy Ryan, he can fly over. Yeah, I feel tired all over. I think we should find a place to build a shelter as soon as possible. It's getting late now. Don't forget that we didn't even have breakfast. It makes sense. When everyone heard this, they immediately got up from the ground. Now is not the time to rest, they have to find physical objects to build shelters as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the dark beasts all come out to move, if they haven't found a place to hide, they will have to fight directly with the beasts. By the way, where did that BD Ryan go? Pete looked around and cursed. That guy said he would take care of me after he got on the island, but he didn't run away now, BD. That's right. The other soldiers in the same dormitory with Ryan also complained. That guy, clearly said it well. How come they were suddenly thrown down and disappeared? You should save a bit of effort. With that guy's ability, it is estimated that the shelter has already been built and started to eat. It's still a waste of time if you continue to search, so let's act with us. That is, there are so many people and powerful. If everyone stays together, the beast will not dare to attack us when it sees us. Yes, let's all act together. Even if they were a few hundred people, they wouldn't attack them easily even if they were sea beasts. In this way, they don't have to worry about facing the danger of wild beasts. These guys are still a little too young, although they can stay together to avoid being caught by the beast. But they forget that so many of them need a lot of food. If the food is not evenly distributed or because someone has no labor, the groups they formed will soon split up. Yes, they may not realize it now. But when they start to be hungry, they will know that being crowded is not a good thing. In the surveillance room, the Vice Admiral could not help commenting as they watched the soldiers move. As people who come by, they naturally know the disadvantages of this kind of group. But they didn't mean to remind them, they wanted to see what these recruits would do. This is also one of the ways they select soldiers. Only in the more chaotic and more difficult environment can outstanding people show their brilliance. Chapter 9 Foraging. Pete, you said we really want to act with everyone. Olean asked in a low voice with his explosive head, looking around from time to time. Why do you go with them? With so many people, how many people do you think will take action? Moreover, with so many people together, a commander will definitely be selected. I don't want to be ordered by them. Pete said in a bad mood, and with so many people together, eating is also a big problem. I think we should still find that BD Ryan, we can at least be safer with him. Moreover, don't you think that since instructor intends to let us experience it, it will definitely take into account the possibility of us uniting? I think the more we have, the more trouble we may face at that time. That's true, after all, instructor is very strict. Orion nodded when he heard this, feeling somewhat reasonable. Then we are leaving now? Brits asked. Of course not, now we still can't find the BD Ryan, let's stay with them first. Pete said, with their strength, if they are running around the entire island now, they are sure to encounter danger. And it's getting late, and it's not suitable to go out to find someone. Well, Let's stay with them first. Brits Olian nodded when he heard this. It looks like that group of guys have landed, listening to the voice. Aren't they planning to stay together? Ryan muttered, looking up at the place where all the birds were flying in the distance. Only after a large number of people enter the jungle will all the birds be scared away. If this is the case, then Pete's group of guys can be easily found, and it will save this guy from saying that he is not keeping his promises. However, it is obviously inappropriate to go to them now. It is very troublesome for him to feed himself alone. There is no time to take care of them. The most important thing for him now is to look for food as soon as possible. It is almost the afternoon. He is still hungry. Touching his stomach, Ryan climbed down from the tree and started looking for food. This jungle is so big, there must be something suitable for eating. Even if you can't catch any small animals, you should not starve to death if you can find some fruits everywhere. Ryan shuttles through the jungle, and can find some wild fruits from time to time. Without hesitation, he climbed up in threes or twos and gnawed at the fruit. The first rule of traveling in the jungle is to eat food when you encounter it. Replenish protein and calories at all times, so as to support the body to move forward. If there is a lot of food, you can also take it away. Because you never know where your next meal will be. Humph. Humph. Just when Ryan picked a fruit from the tree to chew, a strange sound came not far away. Could this sound be a wild boar? Ryan muttered while looking at the direction of the sound. This kind of sound can only be made by a wild boar. Ryan peeled off a leaf, and as expected he saw a wild boar more than 5 meters taller than he was arching the soil. Good guy, long fangs are like 2 long knives. Ryan had no doubt that he would be cold if he was hit by this wild boar. What kind of monsters are these? This is the wild boar king at all, okay? The so-called 1 pig, 2 bears and 3 tigers, the reputation of wild boar is not fake. Although this wild boar is very dangerous, if it can be slaughtered, then in the following days, he will not worry about not having food to eat. But he obviously couldn't handle this wild boar alone, he had to find some helpers. At least someone had to help him contain the wild boar, otherwise the knife in his hand would not even be able to pierce the skin of the wild boar. After Ryan thought that he couldn't handle the big wild boar alone, he quietly left, lest the big wild boar smelled his scent and hit him directly and gave him a hug. It looks like you have to find a suitable location for occupation, and then find Pete and the others. Only in this way can the wild boar be completely cleaned up. Seeing where the wild boar is, Ryan is a little greedy, but there is no way he can do it. There is no helper by his side. Today, he must not be able to take this wild boar, and it is not appropriate to tell others in the past. For hundreds of people, this wild boar is not enough for them. Eat. He doesn't have any idea of relieving others. He must first make sure that he will not starve to death on this island. Thinking of this, Ryan continued to find fruit to eat. Along the way, he encountered other animals, such as big crocodile and big black bear. Anyway, wandering around, he didn't find a good target. I can only return to my station slowly holding the fruit. Let's eat fruit to fill my stomach first. When I find Pete and them tomorrow, he will think about how to clean up the big wild boar. It's different from Ryan's idea of going to sleep when he prepares to eat some fruit. At this time, Pete and others are organizing people to fish and hunt wild animals. After all, in their opinion, there are so many of them, it is easy to get enough to eat, and there is no need to worry about trouble. I'll be honest, I'm very hungry now. They still want to do such a big action, they want to starve us completely. I think we can just go to the beach to pick up something to eat. Orion looked at it. The excited people didn't have a good air. Yeah, I actually only need to eat some fruit to support my stomach. There is really no need to hunt wild animals and go fishing in the sea. Brits also nodded. If they just wake up and eat breakfast, these things can be done, but the problem is that they have been hungry in the morning until now, and they have traveled so far to come here, and now they are still doing such things that consume physical strength. There really is nothing problem. Don't worry about them, let's have something to eat. Let's go to Ryan tomorrow. Pete is so hungry that he doesn't want to say anything. He just wants to go to the forest to find some fruit to eat. Then, just find a safer place to rest. Okay. Brits nodded, and the three of them walked away. They can see that these guys are planning to do something drastically on the island. They don't have this energy, they just want to live through this trial honestly. The departure of the three did not attract the attention of others, and those who planned to stay together were still working with others. The night came soon, and Ryan looked at the bright moon high in the sky, and then when he was high enough from the ground. Then I lay down comfortably and got ready to sleep. Tomorrow I will clean up that big wild boar, and then have a good meal. Ryan muttered to himself and fell asleep. Chapter 10 Action. The next day, the sky was just bright. Ryan, the big black ant, got up from his makeshift bed and touched it at such a high place. There is nothing wrong with not having bugs, but mosquitoes are inevitable. He was very comfortable when he just slept in the first half of the night. Then Yoryuki changed in the second half. The mosquitoes did not know why all the mosquitoes came to the tree. If he hadn't become an ant with a layer of exoskeleton, it will be sucked dry by this group of mosquitoes. I must start a fire today, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. Ryan sighed, and today he wants to perfect the shelter, looking for Brits and others. Then, get some termite nests to repel mosquitoes. Of course, the most important task now is to fill his stomach. Only after filling his stomach can he have the strength to meet Pete and others. It's a new day again, look at what these little guys are doing now. On the warship next to Barbara Island, the Hwashaishan and others who got up in the same morning continued to come to the conference room to watch the situation on Barbara Island after having breakfast. At this time, the team of hundreds of people gathered on the big screen projection has now been divided into small groups one after another. Yesterday they were ambitious and aggressively involved in catching beasts, but they did not succeed as they imagined. As a result, the hungry and tired soldiers became irritable. A conflict will inevitably happen directly. Fortunately, with the persuasion of other soldiers, this conflict did not get bigger, but it was also because of this. The plan to form a large group to practice together was also shattered. I knew they would have problems, but I didn't expect them to appear so fast. Fortunately, we walked fast yesterday. Otherwise, if we met, we might be injured by mistake. When Peter and the others came back here, they couldn't help but rejoice after hearing what happened yesterday. Yet, fortunately we walked fast. Brits listened and nodded. What are you going to do next? Asked the soldier who was telling the story of yesterday. We are going to wait for Ryan here. He should come and find us today. Pete cried. Yesterday there was the biggest movement on the island. He should have found it in other parts of the island. Yes, not to mention that Ryan can fly. Ryan agreed. If it is the easiest place to find it, it is definitely not wrong where they went ashore yesterday. There was such a big movement here yesterday, and he believed that Ryan would definitely find it. Really? Then can you take me with you? Asked the soldier who heard this. If possible, he would also like to be with Pete and the others. After all, he knew from yesterday's events that a large number of people is not a good thing, but there is absolutely nothing wrong with following a strong person. At least it can guarantee that there will be no danger in this trial. I'm afraid we have no way to decide. You will wait until Ryan comes. Yet, if he doesn't want to take you with him, it won't be useful to just say it. They still have to hold Ryan's thighs, how could they decide to add another person to it? In case Ryan feels too troublesome. Wouldn't it be over if you didn't even bring them? So? Okay. When the soldier heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. He was very envious that the people who admired Pete could be assigned to a dormitory with Ryan. If he is also assigned to Ryan's dormitory, maybe he can easily join. Swish! In the sky, the black ant-man is fluttering his wings looking for something. After seeing Brits and others who were gathering together, they immediately fell from the sky and returned to their human form. After Peter and the others met, they couldn't help but say, "Look at what I said is right, Ryan really came to us." Yeah, I knew Ryan would not lie to us. Listening to the words of Brits and others, Ryan clapped his hands and said, Okay, don't flatter me, now hurry up with me, I need your help on something. If this is done, we shouldn't have to worry about food in the next time. Aren't you trying to kill those big beasts?" Pete asked immediately when he heard Ryan's words. If they want to not worry about food in the next time, they must hunt a large enough prey, and the prey that can reach this standard in the forest is probably those who pay attention and easily kill them. The big beast. Yes, if we want to eat well on the island, we must hunt wild beasts. Don't you want to spend the rest of the day eating wild fruits on the island? Lane said. It's not wrong that those fruits can really satisfy your hunger, but they don't have any protein or fat. After eating, they are still very hungry. Only by eating meat can he comfort his hungry stomach. Of course I don't want to. The three of Pete shook their heads and said, "What the hell should I do? We listen to you." Last night they were almost exhausted in order to find some fruit to eat. They ran into a big python on the way. If it weren't for running fast, they would serve the big python as a buffet. Even if the fruit is finally found, the sour and astringent fruit is still hard to eat. As for eating this kind of fruit in the next week, they are very resistant, and it is better to take a risk to clean up the beast with that person. That's good, come with me, I found a big wild boar yesterday, he is a bit too big, I can't handle it alone, but if you help me, I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Lane said. The three of Brits nodded when they heard the words, and planned to leave with Ryan. Can you take me with that? The soldier standing there listened to them and then interjected. You. Ryan looked at the other person and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" He definitely didn't look down on the other party, but he really didn't remember who the other party was. To tell the truth, he did not recognize at least 90% of the soldiers in the training camp. After all, when they were training, he was being targeted by Zephyr. The increasing amount of training made him have no intention of looking at other companions at all. The soldier's face was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He once thought that he might be rejected or accepted, but he never thought that the other party would not know him. Pete saw it and said with a smile. He is a recruit who trained with us, but it is normal if you don't know him. After all, you are always punished by the instructor and you don't spend much time training with us. When the soldier heard this, the embarrassment on his face slowly diminished. Ryan also spoke this way. Sorry, I can't take you with me. It is already very reluctant to protect the three of them with my current strength. If I take you again, I am worried that I will not be able to take care of them. So? Then I understand. The soldier nodded and said, his face a little lonely. Without a strong person to take care of it, it would not be easier to live in a jungle full of dangers. Well, let's go. Ryan said to Pete and the others, ignoring the lonely soldiers. He still can't get enough of his stomach now, so why is he still in the mood to care about others? When Peter heard Ryan's call, he waved to the soldier. They immediately followed, and soon the four of them disappeared into the dense jungle. Chapter 11 Plan Implementation. This is where the wild boar often appears. All we need to do is dig a big hole here, and then insert a sharp wood into it to bring the wild boar over. Ryan sat on the ground and drew a hole on the ground with a wooden stick to explain his plan to Pete and others. Hard work is definitely not going to work, a 5-meter-high wild boar. You can think about the strength if you get hit, even if he turns into an ant queen, he will be bloodied after being stabbed. The best way is to arrange traps and lead the wild boar into the trap. But this trap should not be too big, otherwise such a big wild boar will easily jump out, and it is not easy to dig a 5-meter pit. Ryan, I think your plan needs to be changed. If you say this is a 5-meter wild boar, then when the 4 of us want to dig such a big hole, I don't think this plan will work. We have to change to a less labor-saving way of thinking. Pete said after listening to Ryan's plan. Yes, and we don't have tools such as shovel, just a knife, it's not worth it, Brits agreed. Then what do you think should be the best? Ryan asked towards the 3 of them. He asked the 3 of Pete to come, also to make them think of a way. If they think that the method of digging a hole does not work, he doesn't mind hearing what they have a good way. After all, to be honest, the 5-meter deep pit is really difficult to dig, and the wild boar must just be jammed to prevent him from having room to move. It is impossible for them to measure how long the wild boar is. Var. I suggest using vines to trap the wild boar, and then we stab it to death with a wooden spear. Orion, who had been silent, said. In his opinion, this method of digging holes is too stupid. It is better to use vines to make traps. No matter how strong the wild boar is, they use a dozen vines to weave a large rope, and the other party cannot break free for a while. Open. As long as this time, they can kill the wild boar in the time it can't escape. Using vines. Ryan heard the words and said, "Can you elaborate more?" Yes. Orion nodded, and then shared his thoughts with Ryan and the others. Ryan and others nodded after listening. It's a good idea to use a dozen vines to make a big body. At least it's faster than we dig a hole, and as long as one of the wild boar's feet can be trapped, we can get blood on his tough skin. NS. Yes, let's do it like this. Pi feature headed. Since everyone thinks it's okay, let's start now. Orion said. Ryan nodded, and then the 4 of them began to cut the vines and began to weave the rope to catch the wild boar. After a morning of knitting in the afternoon, a large rope that they needed to hold was finally completed. Looking at this rope, the faces of the 4 of them couldn't help showing joy. Let's dig a hole now and arrange the trap. Orion said. Well, solve this wild boar earlier, we'll have meat sooner. Ryan agreed. Then the 4 began to move. They dug a hole in the ground and put the knotted rope into the hole. Then they tied the other end to 3 big trees that they needed to hold to measure the tree's circumference, because they were very worried about only tying it to one big tree. Will a wild boar caught in a trap break this big tree? After preparing everything, they began to lead the wild boar, and this glorious and dangerous task naturally fell on Ryan. After all, he is a capable person of devil fruit. And his strength is the strongest among them. It is the best way for him to lure the wild boar over. I feel like you are just a bunch of scams. Ryan looked at Pete and the 3 of them irritated. The big wild boar was so big that he looked a little bit embarrassed. Now these 3 guys actually asked him to take the initiative to recruit the big wild boar and lure it into the trap. Ryan, the plan has reached the end. It's up to you to succeed. You must not give up. Yes, all of us are still waiting to eat meat, so you can work harder to attract it. The 3 of Pete cheered, without the slightest guilt on their faces. There is no way. If the 3 of them dared to attract the wild boar, it is estimated that they had not eaten the pork first, and they would give the wild boar a buffet first. Can only be unkind, let Ryan lead. At least the opponent won't be hurt even if they can't attract them. Seeing the appearance of the 3 of them, Ryan sighed. Knowing that he must go, he must take a risk for the next good life and the delicious pork. You guys can hide here. I'll bring the wild boar over. Be careful not to get hurt. Pete turned into a big ant and said to the Orion trio. Don't worry, we will hide, you go quickly. Yeah, said Pete and others holding a sharp wooden spear. Ryan gritted his teeth when he heard the words, and then moved his 6 short legs into action. After the 3 of Pete were gone, he immediately hid behind the big tree, waiting for Ryan to attract the boar. After a while, the ground began to tremble. "UBD wants to eat me, you are dreaming." Ryan's 6 short legs walked quickly through the forest. Behind him is a big wild boar running fast. Just after becoming a big ant, before going to provoke the big wild boar went crazy and chased him suddenly. Looking at the drool that was flowing at the corner of the opponent's mouth, he immediately understood. This damn wild boar actually used it as food. But it's right to think about it carefully. The wild boar is an omnivorous animal. He usually eats some beetles and frogs everywhere. Now he sees a big ant like him when he is not excited. But even in this way, the big wild boar used him as food still annoyed Ryan. He just wanted to quickly lead this guy into the trap, and then make it into a roasted whole pig later. Papa! Papa! The slender tree was directly crushed by the big wild boar's foot, leaving only a big ant running in its eyes. No matter what it dares to block in front of him, he will smash him directly with one foot, and nothing can stop it from hunting for food. Coming! Pete and the others looked at the outline of the wild boar gradually appearing in the distance, and stopped breathing. Whether they can eat meat in the next day, it all depends on this time. Chapter 12 Hunting. At last it's a bit interesting. It seems that they are finally going to hunt the beast. In the meeting room of the warship, the Vice Admiral looked at the image projected by the projector, and finally got some energy. If they can't see any more images, they plan to leave. After all, staying here is really boring. Finally, they have a week off. They have no reason to waste it here. That is to say, now that there is nothing to do on the sea, they have a holiday. If they are busy, it is estimated that there will be no days in the year to have a holiday. Hum hum. The wild boar hummed a strange little tune, and chased after Ryan into a big ant. Ryan felt the gust of wind behind him, and his 6 short legs turned into electric fans alternately. It's fast, it's almost there. Looking at the trap ahead, Ryan was finally relieved. He was about to take the wild boar into the trap. As long as the wild boar stepped in, he would be trapped immediately, and then they would be able to deal with this guy. I'll be able to start a barbecue in the jungle later. I'm coming. The Orion trio stared at the wild boar that was getting closer and closer. Their hearts began to beat uncontrollably, and the hand holding the wooden spear became calm because of the force. Wow! Ryan jumped up and jumped over the trap. The big wild boar stepped forward regardless, and immediately caught the wild boar's trotter by the rope. In an instant, the wild boar pulled the vine straight, and the tied tree suddenly shook. After the wild boar realized that he was restrained, he continued to dig the ground angrily. Want to get rid of the entangled bondage? Hands on! Pete yelled when he saw this scene, and the 3 of them got out from behind the tree. Holding a spear cut from wood in his hand, he stabbed at the wild boar that was constantly digging the soil. Buzzing! After the wild boar was stabbed with a wooden spear, he immediately let out a sharp scream. When Ryan saw it, he immediately ran to the tree where he was holding the wooden spear, took out the wooden spear tied with a knife, and stabbed it at the wild boar. The wild boar, whose hoofs were locked by the vines, roared frantically and wanted to attack the 4 of Ryan, but was quickly held back by the strong vines. The pain from all over the body made the eyes of the wild boar become red. If it weren't for the vines around the 3 trees, Ryan suspected that the wild boar would pull up the tree directly. The wild boar was covered with blood all over, and the 4 of them, while counting the length of the vine, stabbed the wild boar with their spears. Just don't get close, don't give the wild boar a chance. This made the scarred wild boar roar in anger, but there was nothing to do. After half an hour, the wild boar suffered hundreds of knives all over his body, and finally he was ground to death. Scarlet blood ran down the wild boar's carcass on the ground, staining the black soil scarlet. The 4 of Ryan looked at the spoils in front of them, their eyes glowing with indescribable light. They succeeded and killed the big wild boar with only a small knife and trap. For the next week, they no longer worry about food. We have to get rid of this wild boar as soon as possible, otherwise the bloody smell will soon attract other wild animals. Pete wiped the sweat from his forehead with his clothes and said, "Yes, let's act now." Fritz nodded when he heard the words. "Transport the pork to the tree. This should prevent most beasts from stealing meat." "Well, everyone start." Ryan nodded. The four began to cut wild boar while dragging the cut chunks of meat onto the branches with vines, away from the ground. Now that the wild boar hasn't long since died, and the bloody smell hasn't radiated far, they must cut as much meat as possible. As for the pig hair, they didn't have time to take care of it at all, and other internal organs such as intestines and stomach were directly discarded. It wasn't until the last pig's head was hung from the tree that the four of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to clean the scene with dirt. Although there are some idiots in the method, it is really effective. It seems that there are indeed some good shoots among the recruits. Yet, after all, we didn't make a trip for nothing. The Vice Admiral in the conference room couldn't help but nod after watching the four of Ryan clean up the scene. Even when they were of this kind of strength at this age, there was no way to deal with such a big wild boar with only a knife. "Finally I can have dinner, I'm almost starving to death." On the branch platform far from the ground, Ryan and the four were looking at the meat skewers in their hands, with a happy expression on their faces. For a total of 2 days and 1 night from yesterday to today, they can finally eat a decent meal, and within a week after today, they also don't have to continue hunting other prey. Eat it quickly. You have to dry the meat after you finish it. Otherwise, according to the current weather, the meat will go bad after a long time. Ryan said while gnawing on the barbecue. The jungle is hot and humid, and the meat is most likely to go bad in this kind of weather. He didn't want to hunt and kill another wild beast like today, like such a stupid wild boar. Who knows if he will meet him next time. Yes, before dark. We have to finish this thing as soon as possible. Fritz echoed with his mouth full. After the four quickly finished the barbecue, they began the action of making fresh pork into dried bacon. When the sky gradually darkened, Ryan and others were still making jerky. At this time, sparse sounds of wild beast activities began to be heard in the jungle. "There are beasts wandering around us, it seems to be attracted by the smell of blood." Pete cut the pork and stared at the surroundings and said. Ryan heard the words and looked at the surrounding fires and said, "Don't be afraid. There are 5 fires around us. They shouldn't come over, but our speed is indeed faster." Ryan nodded when he heard the words, took off the smoked and dried meat and put it into a basket made of bark. Rustle. Under the orange fire, a big shaggy face emerged from the bushes. This is a 4-meter-tall tiger, and it is watching Ryan and the others who are surrounded by the campfire with some caution at this time. Ryan and others who had been paying attention to the surroundings also happened to see him. Suddenly, the faces of all 4 of them changed. "Damn, I brought such a big guy here, you guys quickly bring the meat," Ryan said. A pair of tentacles appeared on his head, and a pair of pliers began to appear in front of his mouth. The whole person turned into an ant-man with wings, his limbs and arms holding 4 wooden spears tied with knives and watching the giant tiger vigilantly. When Peter and the others saw it, they climbed up the trunk and watched nervously as Ryan and the giant tiger were holding each other. "You fluffy guy, get out of here. This is our place. Don't want to come to my side to eat free food." Ryan snarled with his spear, and used all the anger he suffered in Zephyr. Only in this way can he not panic when he is angry. He knew that facing the giant tiger in front of him, he couldn't shrink back. Once he showed himself a little weaker, the tiger in front of him would swallow himself. The rescue team is ready to move, and the giant tiger appeared in the A3 area. At this time, it has already appeared in the recruits' camp. In the meeting, when Anne saw the screen that Ryan was holding, immediately shouted to the rescue team on Barbara Island. Yes, the rescue team set off immediately. At the center of Barbara Island, a flat map suddenly tilted. A big black hole appeared, and a group of soldiers in protective clothing came out from the black hole. After confirming the direction, they immediately ran in the direction of Ryan. Chapter 13. Ryan will come up soon. On the ground, the giant tiger had already bowed down. Seeing it looks like this, it seems that an attack may be launched at any time. The 5 bonfires that were lit just made the giant tiger a little jealous, but did not extinguish its determination to prey. Ryan and others could not help shouting when they saw this scene. Ryan's face looked very ugly, and he wanted to leave too. But as soon as he moves, the giant tiger on the opposite side is the same. It is impossible for him to take off faster than the giant tiger. His only chance to escape is to avoid a giant tiger's attack. But obviously this is a very difficult thing, and he must concentrate on it. Damn, I won't die here. No one can kill me so easily, even a tiger. Ryan gritted his teeth, staring at the giant tiger. He suffered so many sins, how could he just fall here? Swish! The burning campfire swayed suddenly, and Ryan's heart suddenly raised his throat. Under the firelight, the giant tiger leaped high and leaped towards Ryan. The huge tiger claws pressed towards Ryan with the gust of wind. Ryan held up 4 wooden spears and stabbed forward. Click! The wooden spear tied with a knife pierced the giant tiger's fur, and it split instantly as if it had pierced a hard blanket. A huge force was transmitted along the wooden spear to Ryan's arm. Ryan's face changed suddenly, and he saw a dark shadow shooting towards him, and instantly there was a biting pain from all over his body, and the whole person flew out immediately. Boom! Ryan brushed the huge tree trunk, knocked down a few big trees with a big mouth, and flew directly into the bushes and broke the bushes. Lane. When the 3 Ryan met, they suddenly panicked. Swish! With a sweep of the giant tiger's tail, he swept the bonfire directly. Suddenly, the firelight dimmed. I'm fine, don't come down, go up quickly. In the bushes under the night, Ryan shouted. He braced himself and immediately got up and ran away. The wings were broken and I couldn't fly. My 4 arms blocked it from the front and it hurt and couldn't move. The back pain should be caused by knocking down a tree. In addition, my chest hurts terribly. I definitely broke 3 ribs. But there may be 4 broken. I am in a bad situation now. I must find a way to lead this tiger to other guys' territory and let them fight. Ryan gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his body, and ran between the jungles. Although he was beaten out by the giant tiger and was seriously injured, he also opened the distance between him and the giant tiger. This gave him a chance to escape. At such a distance, the giant tiger would definitely not be able to catch up. Fortunately, he is a devil fruit player. After eating the fruit, his physical fitness has become much stronger. Otherwise, he would be completely unable to get up from lying on the ground just now. Wow! The giant tiger was jumping in the forest, stepping on 1 or 2 trees from time to time. Ryan. The Orion trio looked at the giant tiger being led away by Ryan, and their expressions were very ugly. Did not abandon the companion at the critical time, but chose to lead the giant tiger away alone. It's indeed a commendable behavior, but he won't last long. Even if he is a devil fruit capable person, he is strong when he is photographed by the giant tiger. Yes. It has proved his courage to face the huge beast head-on without turning around and fleeing. In the meeting room, Vice Admiral members commented after watching the screen of Ryan playing against the giant tiger. A recruit who has just joined the army is already very good at this level, and he will definitely become an excellent Marine in the future. Why doesn't the teacher take action yet? Anne looked at the video phone worm. Zephyr had been standing on the treetop but didn't take action. The teacher has clearly arrived, why didn't he make a move? Damn it, why hasn't anyone come yet? Do these guys really ignore the soldiers? Or is it that under the glamorous appearance of Marine, this is how they select soldiers? The viscous blood ran down from his forehead, covering the line of sight of Ryan's left eye. He could only use his right eye to see the road vaguely in the dark. In addition, the pain from all over the body made him suffer every time he ran. But it didn't matter, because of the excessive blood loss, he was already a little dizzy now, and a ghost gradually appeared in his vision. He was also withdrawn from the orc form and restored to his original form. And behind him, the giant tiger is still chasing continuously. He could already feel the breath behind him, that was the breath towards death. What? Ryan roared in a low voice, the anger in his heart was burning. Regardless of the pain from his body, he continued to run hard. He can't, at least he can't just die here like this. He has suffered so many sins, he can't suffer in vain. Almost, this should be his limit. Zephyr muttered to himself as he watched Ryan, who was swaying and falling when he ran. The body immediately leaped and fell behind Ryan and in front of the giant tiger. Ho ho ho! When the giant tiger saw the human being suddenly appeared in front of him, he immediately opened his mouth and roared. Shut up! Zephyr frowned and punched. Boom! After the fist touched the giant tiger's chin, the giant tiger flew out immediately. Knocked down a piece of trees and plowed the ground out of a gully. Someone came to save me. Ryan listened to the movement behind him, turned around and saw countless ghosts. No. Okay, I can't hold it. Ryan only felt his body soft and couldn't stand anymore. At the same time, consciousness plunged into darkness. Zephyr instructor. The rescue team that rushed over looked at the giant tiger who was already lying dead and alive, then looked at Zephyr and immediately reported. Well, go and deal with that tiger. I didn't kill it, I just stunned it. You take it to other places and don't let it be eaten. Yes. The rescue team nodded kite upon hearing this. After Zephyr finished speaking, he grabbed the fallen lion and stepped on the air to climb into the sky, and gradually disappeared from their sight. Hurry up and stop the bleeding, this little guy has broken a lot of bones. After a while, Zephyr put Ryan on the hospital bed and said to the doctor beside the bed. Okay, Zephyr instructor. The doctor nodded when he heard the words, and immediately let the nurse beside him stop the bleeding. Zephyr met, and then left with a step. Chapter 14. Ryan opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling in front of him for a moment, before realizing that he should be in the house. He vaguely remembered that before he fainted, he seemed to have seen someone fighting the giant tiger. He should have been taken home at that time. Thinking of this, Ryan planned to get up and see if it was on naval headquarters or a warship. It hurts. But as soon as he tried hard, there was a sharp pain from all over his body, which immediately made his face pale. Damn it, how many injuries did I get? Ryan found out that his head was covered with gauze, and his hands were also covered with gauze. Except for his 2 legs, his upper body was also covered with gauze. From time to time, there was still a faint pain everywhere on his body, reminding him how badly he was injured. Click. The medical care door was opened, and a nurse in a white nurse uniform walked in. Are you awake? An XIN lie down on the bed. You have a head injury, 2 broken hands, 6 ribs broken on your body, and your back spine is also injured. In addition, your thigh is also injured. It is best not to stay still. Chaos. The nurse said after replacing Ryan with a bottle of potion. Then how long will it take me to get better? Ryan asked aloud after hearing the words. Maybe a month or half a month, this kind of thing depends on the physique. The nurse said after writing the time on the registration form on the side. Then how can I eat if I break both hands? I'm so hungry now. Don't worry, someone will come to feed you later. The nurse smiled. Really? Ryan happily heard the words. Yes. The nurse nodded and said, putting away the intravenous bottle and pushing the car away. After a while, Ryan looked at Binz holding a rice spoon in front of him, his face extremely ugly. He thought it would be the beautiful nurses who came to feed her, but it turned out that this guy came, even if it was replaced by someone else, he could accept it a little bit. You guy, what kind of look is this? I'll take care of you, you should be happy. Binns looked at Ryan's disgusting look in his eyes. This little guy thought he wanted to come and feed him, if it wasn't for no one had time. The teacher was worried that this guy would starve to death, so he wouldn't come here to take care of him. Assistant Binns, I just want to ask, why are you coming to take care of me, those lovely nurses? Ryan did not answer Binns's question, but asked instead. Binns didn't have a good air when he heard this. They have things to do, so you should be the only one injured? Now there are several guys lying in it. It would be nice to have me take care of you. Those guys have not been taken care of yet. Really? Ryan looked at the guys walking outside the window and said, no one of them seems to be injured more seriously than me. I saw that the heaviest thing is that their entire arm is wrapped up. Who can be blamed? You can only blame yourself for not having the ability. Binns curled his lips and said, you still feel so honorable if you are injured in this way. Do you think I might be so stupid? Assistant teacher. Ryan said in a huff, I was almost shot to death by the tiger at the time. If you had come earlier, how would I be like this? You mean to blame me? Binns said in a huff, you dared to smoke jerky on the spot after you killed the beast. Isn't this what it means to die? You won't change places. It's better to be more careful in the future. You can be lucky enough to be rescued this time, and you may not be so lucky next time. I know, there won't be another one. Ryan took a deep breath and said, this kind of terrible thing once is enough. He didn't want to meet it for the second time. Well, open your mouth. Binns said. Ryan opened his mouth when he heard the words, and Binns stuffed the bread into Ryan's mouth, digging 2 spoons of soup for Ryan from time to time. Lest Ryan was choked to death directly. By the way, I look like this. After the training camp is over, I won't be put on shoes again. Ryan asked aloud while chewing on the dried meat. He wondered if he hadn't finished the training camp in this way, would he be targeted by Zephyr again? No, don't worry. Binns comforted, and finally looked around and whispered, actually, you have misunderstood the teacher. The reason why the teacher punishes you like that is because you value you very much. You have to know that you are demon fruit power, the usual amount of training can't play the role of training at all. And this time you are in danger, the teacher personally dispatched to rescue you. So. Ryan heard the words, and the vague shadow in his mind began to gradually emerge in the shape of Zephyr. Even if instructor values me, it doesn't have to play with me like this. Can't you arrange serious training for me? Ryan said, although he might really have misunderstood Zephyr. But the question is, when Zephyr sets up training for him, can he not always call him out in front of so many recruits? This will make him feel embarrassed, okay? Teacher, I'm also worried about starting a small kitchen for you, so that other recruits will have opinions. You have to understand. Binns said. If the teacher specializes in training Ryan, although other recruits don't say it, they will definitely complain unbalanced in their hearts. But if it is punishment, the recruits will definitely be gloating in their hearts. 2 different methods can achieve 2 different effects. Okay. Ryan didn't bother to continue arguing. On this warship, he was afraid that he would be heard by Zephyr for a while, and he had to increase his training. Originally, Heatenton was very tired. If he was added, he would not be tired to death. Seeing that Ryan did not continue to complain, Binns felt that Ryan must have understood the teacher's good intentions. He smiled and said, well, take your time to heal your injury. So your body should heal soon, and the training camp is almost over by then, and you can go back with everyone. Okay, I see. Ryan lighted his head and said perfunctorily, only to feel that the whole person was a little groggy and wanted to sleep. He didn't know if it was because he had just finished eating or because of the drips. Seeing Ryan suddenly fell asleep, Binns carefully took the plate out. The door was closed. At night, cold moonlight shone in through the window. At this moment, Ryan also opened his eyes. It's already night? I've really slept for a long time. Ryan muttered and looked around. I found that I was the only one here, but the bit next to him was replaced with a new one. It seemed that while he was asleep, Miss Nurse came back several times. Trying to adjust his sleeping position, Ryan found that his body didn't hurt as much as in the morning. It should be because of a drip, and the reason why his body is recovering. He should be able to get out of bed in a few days. Chapter 15. A few days later, Ryan looked at Orion and the others who had brought him in front of him, frowned and said, "What's the matter with you three guys? How could you get hurt like this?" The Orion trio in front of them looked embarrassed and injured. Ryan was really curious about what happened to them. "We were attacked by a pack of wolves." Olean smiled bitterly upon hearing the words. "Yeah, those wolves are too insidious." Brits agreed. They had food reserves and they just had to spend the next 2 days at ease, but they didn't know how they were spotted by a group of wolves recently, and this group of wolves unexpectedly attacked them in ambush not long ago. Had they not been rescued by the rescue team, they would have all been cold now. "Your luck is really bad enough," Ryan said speechlessly. "Yeah." Pete nodded, then looked at Ryan wrapped in gauze and said, "What about you? How are you? I think you look like you haven't healed well. Didn't you say there is nothing wrong with you?" "Yes, I haven't seen you for several days." Brits agreed. "I asked you to give that tiger a slap to try. I see if there is anything wrong with you. If it weren't for worrying that you would come from the tree, how would I say that?" Ryan didn't get angry. When the three of Pete heard this, their faces flushed, and their heads were lowered in embarrassment. Ryan comforted when he saw it. "Well, you don't need this look anymore. I just got hurt a little bit, nothing else, don't worry." "Really?" the three of Pete said happily when they heard this. "Yes, I also broke 2 arms and a few ribs. It's just a broken thigh, and I can't die." Ryan nodded. "What?" The three of Brits couldn't help but open their mouths when they heard the words, "You still call nothing? You can still live, it's a miracle." Yeah. Orion nodded. "After all, people who have eaten Zoan devil fruit don't die so easily. This is not a miracle." Ryan didn't have a good temper. If he really believed the so-called miracle, his body would be cold now. "So?" The three of Orion looked at each other, and said with envy on their faces, "We also want a devil fruit. Ryan, where did you get your devil fruit?" Yeah. Of course it was picked up." "You don't think I can afford devil fruit?" Ryan said in a huff, "I suspect that I picked up devil fruit and has exhausted my luck in my life, otherwise it won't be this time. What a shame. I was punished first, then I met the tiger again, and now I've been lying on the boat for almost a week." "But you are still alive," Pete murmured. "Nonsense, do you still want me to die?" Ryan cursed badly. Olean Brits immediately cursed at Pete upon hearing this. "Pete, do you know how to speak? Ryan became like this because of us." "Yeah, you guys should have a good punch." Sorry. I know it's wrong, Pete begged for mercy. "You guys seem to be very happy, then I will tell you a happier news, you can go back to this department in advance." Ben stepped in and said to Ryan and the others, "Isn't it over 2 days? Assistant teacher. Why did you go back so soon?" Pete heard the words in doubt. Yeah, Brits agreed. Because many people on the island were injured this time, the experience ended early. Binns glanced at Orion and said, "After the 3 of them were attacked, other recruits on the island were also attacked. It turned out to be so. No wonder I said how I felt that the ship seemed to be moving." Brits suddenly realized. He just thought it was an illusion, but he didn't expect that the ship was really moving. "This is not an illusion. The warship is returning to the headquarters. You guys are sitting here. Don't run around if you are okay." The weather outside is not very good. Don't wait for a while to get caught in the sea. Binns finished. Then took a step and left. Peter saw it and said, "After we go back this time, we should start to go to various places. I really don't know where we will be allocated then. Who knows, it all depends on the distribution above. I hope we can all be together, otherwise I'm a little uncomfortable." Brits said. "Well, I think so too." Orion agreed. "It doesn't matter where you go, as long as you can leave the headquarters quickly. I don't have any other requirements," Ryan said lightly. Although Binns explained to him that Zephyr was training him, he couldn't afford this kind of training, and he didn't want to stay in the headquarters anymore. "Then you have to go to a better place," Brits said. "Yes, it couldn't be too bad before." Orion nodded. "It doesn't matter, anyway, no matter where it is, I can adapt to it. As long as you are not in the headquarters, you can face the instructor." Ryan didn't care. No matter how bad it is, at least it is better than facing Zephyr at home. He really couldn't accept Zephyr's special care mode. The Orion trio thought about what happened to Ryan, then nodded and said, "Well, that's true for you." Ryan was indeed too sad for a day, and leaving the headquarters may be the best relief for him. The next day, the warship arrived at Marineford, and the recruits walked off the warship. Ryan was carried down by the soldiers, and there was no way, he was indeed injured a bit too seriously this time. "There is no way to recover so quickly, but I can only be carried off the warship." This made Ryan understand one thing, that is, even in the world of One Piece, broken bones still need some time to cultivate. It is impossible to say that if the bone is broken today, it will be better in 2 days. Ryan still spent the rest of the time in the hospital bed. Although there is no way to move his hands and feet, it is rare to be free, and he is also very happy. After all, it was done by Zephyr before. He has a very uncomfortable life every day. Just as Ryan was slowly recovering from his injury, recruit training came to an end. Orion and others have received their respective appointment letters, and they will soon go to various places to become a seaman apprentice. Unexpectedly, I would go to Sabaody Archipelago. Brits looked at the appointment book and laughed. "I'm not as lucky as you to be able to go to Sabaody Archipelago. I'm going to board the warship of Vice Admiral in the Burning Mountain," Orion said, shaking his appointment book. "The place I'm going to is an ice lobby." Pete raised his hand and said, "In the underworld. I never thought that after this round of recruit training, I would actually go there. Can I ask where is my appointment letter?" Ryan, who was wrapped in gauze, said that everyone's admissions books have all been distributed, but he hasn't seen them yet. Chapter 16. You haven't received the appointment letter. Pete was slightly surprised when he heard the words. "Yeah, it stands to reason that everyone has the appointment letter. How could you not receive it?" Brits agreed. "How do I know? I'm recuperating right now, and no one has notified me." Ryan was out of breath, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Could it be that he didn't go to training during the time he was recuperating, and Zephyr wanted to put on small shoes for him again? If this is the case, does he have to stay and make up all the training before he can leave? Or you can ask the assistant teacher. Orion reminded. Go to the accountability law instructor. Don't talk about Ryan, even if he dare not go. But if he asked Binns or Anne, he still dared to ask. You see me like this, can you ask? Ryan said with an aura, and showed several people that he was wrapped in the same way as a mummy. When the three Orion met, they stopped talking. You look at me and I look at you, eyes full of evasiveness. In the end, Pete really didn't want to continue this way. He bit his head and asked. Assistant Binns said you have to wait until you are ready. These were the words that Pete brought back after asking. That means I don't have to stay in the headquarters. Ryan said when he heard the words. Whether the injury is good or not is only a matter of time. What he cares more about is where he will be assigned then. Peter shook his head when he heard the words, "I don't know about this. I think you will know when you recover from the injury." "Okay." Ryan nodded when he heard this. "Well, open your mouth." Ryan said with the dinner plate, "Tomorrow we will leave. I guess someone will feed you by then." "I know, you have said this 3 times." Ryan said while gnawing on the bread, "But you are leaving so soon, so I didn't expect that. I don't know who will feed me tomorrow." "We don't know about this." Brit sighed and sighed, "I don't know when we will meet again this time. I hope you will be alive and well when we meet next time." "Nonsense, I'm not that easy to die." Ryan said in a huff, "You have to work hard to survive. Don't one day I suddenly hear the news of your death." "Don't worry, we don't have troubles so easily. Besides, we are not going to any dangerous places." Olian smiled. "Yeah, don't worry." Pai Feng headed. The next day, Ryan sat in a wheelchair and watched Orion board the warship and leave the headquarters. Unable to sigh, his roommates left. "I don't know, where will he go next?" Thinking of this, Ryan was a little sad. "Brother, please push me back." "Okay." The soldier pushing the wheelchair nodded and pushed Ryan back. After a few more days, Ryan finally felt no pain in his hands or legs. "Knowing that I can finally get out of this mummy's life, I couldn't help getting excited. Finally, he is finally free to move around." After putting down the gauze plaster in the infirmary, Ryan moved his hands and feet and took a deep breath. After lying so aggrieved for so long, he was finally relieved, but he didn't know where he would be sent. You continue to stay in the headquarters." "Hey." Ryan couldn't talk with his face when he heard the words. When he came to Bin's to ask where he was assigned, the other party actually told him to stay in the headquarters. "Don't look at me with such a surprised look, you should feel happy." Bin's knocked on the table and said, "You performed very well in the trial. The teacher and the marshal admire you very much, so you can continue to stay in this department for training. Until the teacher or the marshal thinks you can be alone, you can go out." "Why?" "After the recruit training is over, I should go to various places to perform tasks like Pete. If he can't make it to the post, how can he gain military merit, and how can he become Marine Admiral all the way from recruit? It's impossible for Tenton to stay in the headquarters." Admiral fell from the sky. Although there is nothing wrong in the headquarters, he is unlikely to be Admiral in his life. He has never heard of any Admiral staying in the headquarters. To be out. This is what Master Marshal meant. It's no use complaining. Binns laughed. "Now that you have recovered from the injury, go to the training ground as soon as possible. Where is a group of sergeants training? The teacher asked you to train together." "What? Why should I train with a group of sergeants?" Ryan was shocked when he heard the words. The training he stayed for should also be the original one. Why did he train with a group of sergeants? He doesn't think that the training of sergeants will be the same as that of recruits. "Because this is a reward for you fighting the giant tiger." Binns smiled, "Many soldiers dream of such training yet. You should be happy to have this opportunity. After all, after participating in the training of the sergeants, your strength will be greatly improved. This is a good opportunity for you. Go faster, or if you are late, I guess you will be punished. I kindly remind you that the training of sergeants is no better than recruiters' playhouses." "Then you just said it now," Ryan said with a black face when he heard the words, and immediately ran towards the training ground. Binns was so awkward that he told him this time. He will definitely be punished if he goes now, he will definitely be punished. On the training ground, a sergeant of 20 people was standing honestly. Ryan's arrival quickly attracted their attention. They curiously looked at Ryan, who was a head shorter than them, and didn't understand why he was here. After all, this is the training of the sergeant. The opponent looked so small, how could it not be a sergeant? Otherwise, how could they not know? Ryan trot, ignoring the gaze of the crowd. Run straight to Zephyr and stand. Zephyr met, glanced at Ryan and said. Healed? Then stand over. Yes. Binskide chose a position away from Zephyr's sight and stood. Now that everyone is here, then start training next. Each of you warm up 30 laps first, and you will be doing other training later. Yes. Everyone Kide immediately ran. Ryan also stepped forward to keep up. He knew that the training of the sergeants would not be so simple, but he didn't expect that the 30 laps were just a warm-up. He couldn't help but panic about the next training. It is estimated that Zephyr will not punish him, but he is more worried that he will keep up with the progress of these sergeants. If he couldn't keep up with the progress of these sergeants, he doubted whether Zephyr would leave him in the headquarters again. Chapter 17 6 Forms. As a sergeant, you should find that your strength is no longer enough. But you don't know how to strengthen it. This training camp, I will teach you how to practice Marine 6 styles. But whether you can learn it depends on your own skills. Zephyr looked at the sergeants who had returned from the run and said. Yes, instructor. Kide excitedly heard the sergeants. If they can cultivate into Marine 6 styles, their strength can quickly rise to a higher level. This is what the legend says. How can you know what is wrong if you lose your horse? Ryan was a little stunned. He thought that he would suffer from participating in this training, but he didn't expect to hear how to practice Marine 6 styles. This surprise simply does not come too soon. Next I will demonstrate the 6 forms again, you better be able to understand. This is the first test for you. If you can grasp the trick, then it will be much easier to learn. Zephyr said. The figure began to be confused. It seems to be standing still, and it seems that it is not in the same place. It's the shaven Marine 6 styles. Ryan was affirmed in his heart when he saw this scene. The reason why he felt that Zephyr's figure was a bit illusory was that the other party had used the shave. It was constantly moving at high speed, but because the opponent did not leave too far, but was fixed in place and somewhere, the figure looked a little fuzzy. Swish! Just as Ryan thought about it, Zephyr had disappeared in front of him. When he was looking everywhere for the other party to go, he realized that Zephyr had stepped on the air and had left the ground. Moonwalk. The sergeants couldn't help being excited when they saw this scene, their eyes fixed on the sky. Whizzing! 2 slashes fell from the air, and the mud on the training ground splashed. Tempest kick. Boom boom boom. In front of the sergeants, a few fingerprints suddenly appeared, scaring the sergeants back immediately. Finger pistol. Looking at the small pit on the ground, Ryan quickly recognized one of these 6 moves. You should have seen which styles I used. Zephyr said to the crowd after falling back to the ground. If you want to learn the 6 forms, you can only learn it when you exceed the limits of human beings. If you really want to learn, then you must be serious from now on. I will formulate a large amount of training for you. As long as you can complete it, there should be no problem in learning 1 or 2 styles. But the training time is too short. You will definitely not be able to learn during this time. You still need to go back and continue to practice seriously. Yes, instructor. The sergeants nodded, excited. As long as they can learn the 6 forms, they will already have the strength to become a colonel. Well, training is about to begin. Go and put the load on the ground on your back. Okay, instructor. The sergeants immediately put a heavy load on their backs upon hearing this. When Ryan saw it, he started to carry it by heart. It's heavy. Together, Ryan immediately noticed the weight of the vest he was wearing. This is much heavier than the sandbag he wore during training. This vest has definitely reached a weight of hundreds of caddies. Damn, this is what Zephyr said about training? Maybe the other party intends to let them wear such heavy clothes for training. Just as Ryan was thinking this way, Zephyr's voice came over. You do 500 push UPS and leapfrog pull UPS to get used to. There will be other training waiting for you later. Yes, instructor. Kide, the sergeant, has already begun to squat down and do it. Ryan's face couldn't help being very ugly when he saw it, and these guys were really pitted. Won't refute it. Now he won't do it anymore. With a load of 40 kilograms all over his body, he can barely support it. But this carrying a load of hundreds of caddies is simply too terrible. Ryan jumped out of breath, only feeling dizzy in his head. Teacher, they have slowed down. Bin said while watching the people slowly jumping Pete. It's okay, they will work hard to finish it. Zephyr didn't care. It's impossible to learn the 6 forms of no less than some hard work. If the sergeants who signed up for training hadn't become stronger, they would have come for nothing. He believed that they would work hard on their own. Ryan was actually able to keep up with the progress of the sergeants, which surprised him a little bit. It seems that the other party's potential is far from being squeezed out. These little guys, what do you think of Garp? Around the training ground, Sengoku spoke out. A bunch of serious little guys. Garp buttoned his nostrils and said. Do you think there will be outstanding soldiers like Kuzan in them? Sengoku asked. It's a bit difficult, they are too weak. Garp said after a glance. Really? If you let you train. Are you sure you can train a soldier like Kuzan? Sengoku said. No. Garp said directly, and the guy Sengoku wanted to do something for him again. I thought he couldn't tell, did he? It is enough for these little guys to have Zephyr in training, where is he needed? He is so old that he is not allowed to retire at the headquarters. Actually wanted Tenten to squeeze the rest time of an old man of him. Okay. Hearing Garp's answer, Sengoku smiled and said, what are you doing here this time? Didn't you mean preparing for Windmill Village? The old man just came back from Windmill Village, and intends to see what's going on in this department. Garp said, clasping his nostrils. What, you old guy has gone back? Then you won't be in Windmill Village when you call me, did you do anything this month? Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku asked immediately. Of course there is. Garp snapped his nostrils and said, the old man caught a lot of pirates along the way, but he was not lazy. You can check the prisoners recently held in the prison. Those guys were all captured by the old man. Are you going to catch a group of pirates from East Blue again? Sengoku twitched at the corner of his eyes. He was so familiar with Garp's words. Every time Garp went back, he would catch the pirates from East Blue and come back for business, nicknamed that he was not lazy. Yes. Garp nodded and said, anyway, it's all about catching pirates. Where are the pirates caught? Besides, the old man should drop in. Of course, we have to catch them. Okay. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, the first floor of the great undersea prison is almost filled by the pirates you caught. It seems that it is necessary to build some new prisons in other places. Go to the other side. Yeah. Garp nodded when he heard the words, and continued to clasp his nostrils. It means that you can handle these things yourself. Chapter 18. Some of you are tired? Do you think this kind of training is very hard? Zephyr asked, looking at the flushed and panting sergeants who were sweating profusely. Report instructor, no, not at all. Yeah, instructor. I feel very good, not tired at all, not at all. Yes, instructor. Let's hurry up and proceed to the next training. I feel very tired, can I take a break? Ryan shouted, and his voice was soon overshadowed by the voices of other sergeants. Very well, it seems that your consciousness is very high. Then proceed to the next stage of training. Zephyr said with satisfaction, pointing to the pile of bricks on the side and saying, there is one pile per person. You are allowed to use all parts of your body to break it. No external force is allowed. Yes, instructor. The sergeants nodded when they heard the words, and immediately ran to the bricks. A bunch of lunatics, are you planning to kill me? Ryan's face turned dark when he saw this scene. This brick was not an ordinary brick, let alone the kind of brick used to deceive people on the street. This kind of brick is very hard and almost like a stone. You have to ask how he knows it. He was once fined with heavy weights for push ups using these bricks. One brick after another piled up on the back of the tower to form a hill, and then he began to bend down to do push ups. At first, a brick slipped off accidentally and hit the back of his head directly. Suddenly, he grinned in pain. Afterwards, he specially smashed the brick to vent his anger, so how hard was the brick in the end? He absolutely has a say. Yeah. The sergeants knocked the bricks with their heads or draped the bricks with their palms, groaning from time to time. Looking at their constipation-like expressions on their faces, you know that they are not relaxed now. Ryan just wanted to say that this group of guys were completely fine to look for trouble, and they had nothing to do when they were full, and they worked so hard one by one, so that he had to suffer along with it. I think he has just recovered from his injury, and he is about to face these bricks head-on. Using 2 piles of bricks as a platform, Ryan placed a brick horizontally on it and split it out with one palm, and the bricks suddenly shattered. He is not so stupid, just like this group of guys. In order to show that he is swollen and fattened one by one, he needs to use the simplest method to get this pile of bricks as soon as possible. I hope this group of guys can have a little memory and don't scroll down. You said that you were okay. You performed so well during training. Isn't this pitting everyone? At night, Ryan walked back to the dormitory. The sergeants who followed him kept sucking cold breath, and he turned to look. Some of these guys' foreheads were already swollen, and some guys' hands were completely doubled. Fortunately, when he was splitting the bricks, he used the power of devil fruit to cover it with a layer of exoskeleton. Otherwise, he would be like this group of guys now. I said you should be this year's recruit. Why would you join us in the sergeant training? Yeah, if we are not mistaken, you just used devil fruit's power to break the bricks. The sergeants behind him asked while sucking in a cold breath. When they came, they wanted to ask why the other party would train with them. You have to ask instructor about this. I don't know why instructor wants me to stay. Obviously, recruits who have been trained in the same way as me have gone to various branches or warships for internships. Ryan said, spreading his hands. These guys want to ask him. He also wants to ask Zephyr, why must he stay? Originally, he thought that after the recruit training was over, he would be assigned to other places, so he could end this damn bad life. As a result, he couldn't walk at all and had to continue training. Is he a capable person? Should he be trained like this? He also didn't see Binz and Anne being trained like this. Obviously they were just recruits a year earlier than him. Are you the son of a certain vice admiral? The sergeants asked after hearing what Ryan had said. Do you think it's possible? Ryan said in a huff, I'm just an ordinary recruit. Where does this background come from? With this kind of background, I would have been a sergeant just like you guys. How could it be that a recruit is so weak? That's true. The sergeants nodded when they heard the words, and Ryan really made sense. They are really soldiers who have something to do with the headquarters, and they are much stronger than them. So, you can't stop being so active tomorrow, it will hurt others and yourself. You are a sergeant and can still hold it. I'm just a recruit. Even demon fruit power can't afford this kind of training. Ryan said bitterly. The sergeants touched their red and swollen foreheads and hands, and said in embarrassment. We won't be like this tomorrow, don't worry. That's good, thank you everyone. Ryan said with a smile. Everyone, rest early, it's getting late. If these guys can promise not to do things tomorrow, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow should not be as sad as today. This is good news. In the next few days, there were no internal scrolls of the sergeants. The training finally eased a lot, and Zephyr didn't punish him anymore. Let him finally have time to chat and get acquainted with these sergeants. He asked these sergeants about their rapid ascent experience, and by the way asked where they all worked in the branch. Fortunately, there is someone who knows where to go. He didn't think he would suddenly become a sergeant after training. It is estimated that he should start with a soldier. The training lasted for a month, and when it was over, no one used the 6 poses. Faced with this situation, Zephyr has become accustomed to it. Teacher Binns, I should go to another branch to report now. After the training, Ryan found Binns and asked. Anyway, he didn't dare to ask Zephyr. I can only ask Binns, who is close to Zephyr, to take a look. I don't know this either. Binns spread his hands and said. The teacher didn't tell him where Ryan would be assigned next. What did he say? No. Ryan heard it. If Binns doesn't know, who should he ask? It's impossible to really ask Zephyr. It's true. Binns said in a huff, I'm all right to lie to you? I really don't know. But you don't need to be too anxious. Your business should come to an end in 2 days. You just have to wait with peace of mind. Really? Ryan said excitedly. If he only needs to wait 2 days, then he still has this patience. Yes. Binns nodded. That's good, teaching assistant. I'll go first. If there is news, remember to let me know. Ryan said. Don't worry, it will, Binns said. Ryan left with a sigh of relief after hearing this. Chapter 19. At night, in the instructor office of Naval Headquarters Marine Ford. Zephyr is flipping through the information of various local branches. Teacher, what are you doing? Anne put down his teacup and asked curiously. I'm looking for a suitable place for the little guy Ryan. Zephyr cried. Teacher, don't you keep him in the headquarters? Anne asked curiously. Don't stay, Binns told me that the little guy is going to ask him again. So, I plan to let him leave the headquarters and go to other branches to work. This way? Then he is determined to leave. The headquarters is also very good. Anne murmured after hearing the words. I should be scared. Zephyr said with a smile, he is still worried that I will keep him. Then he is too ignorant. If you have a teacher who teaches him specifically, he still looks like this. Anne said angrily. You can't blame him, after all, he is only 15 years old and doesn't know anything. He should be able to grow up when he goes to South Blue to grow up for a while. Zephyr smiled. Teacher, are you planning to let him go to South Blue? Anne was surprised when he heard the words. He originally thought the teacher would let Ryan go to the combat unit. After all, what Ryan says is Zoan demon fruit power. He is still too young to go to the combat army, and he recently communicated with the sergeants how to get promoted. I am worried that he would be too aggressive if he wants to accumulate military exploits too much. So I plan to let him go to the 4 Seas to grow up for a while. There is no danger there. If he really wants to be promoted, he will work hard. It turned out to be like this, but after he listened to it, he would definitely feel that it was the teacher you were targeting him. What he thinks is beyond my control. Zephyr smiled, tapping his finger on a location on the South Blue map. You wait a moment to inform the branch on South Blue Puya Island and tell them that the department will send a corporal there. Let them prepare the room. Corporal? Ryan is the recruit who does it like this, no problem. Anne was surprised when he heard the words. Don't worry, you can just do it. I talked to the marshal, and he also felt that Ryan's current strength is qualified to be a corporal, and South Blue is relatively peaceful. If he uses his strength to serve as a corporal, there will be no problem. Zephyr smiled. Okay, teacher. When Anne heard that Marshal Sengoku agreed, he nodded kite immediately. Since Master Marshal has also agreed, no one should gossip. Early the next morning, after Ryan heard Binns's words, his face was full of incredible expression. Assistant Binns, you said you are a corporal now. You really didn't lie to me. This kind of thing that can be known by a check, can I lie to you? Binns put a letter of appointment and an officer's card in front of Ryan and said, there will be warships going to South Blue in a moment. You pack your things and prepare. Leave immediately, you are about to work at South Blue soon. South Blue. Ryan was stunned when he heard the words, I'm not working for Grand Line. No, you're going to the Puya branch in South Blue. Binns pointed to the appointment book and said, there is something written on it. Please take a look at it yourself. The warship departs at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You remember to bring things quickly. Pack it up. Okay, okay. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Although a little disappointed that he could not serve on the Grand Line, South Blue is only South Blue. He is still too weak now, and it is indeed a bit dangerous on the Grand Line. But everyone else was on the Grand Line, and he went alone. South Blue always made him feel low, and the others were alone. After all, places like the Four Seas are the countryside for Grand Line. Where is the colonel and the sergeant compared to the headquarters? Totally incomparable. But it would be nice to be able to leave the headquarters. With his strength, I believe he can slowly return to the headquarters from South Blue in the future. When the time comes, he will definitely not be just a corporal. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Ryan came to the dock with his luggage and boarded the warship. I will definitely come back again. It's impossible for me to stay in a place like South Blue for a lifetime. Ryan looked at the head and muttered. Woohoo! The sirens sounded, and the warship gradually left the dock and headed towards the sea. Teacher, Ryan has left. Binns said. Well, I see. Zephyr nodded, his gaze retracted from the window. The students who have high hopes from him hope that he will not be disappointed. Lovely roommates, to tell you the unfortunate news, I am afraid I will not be able to meet at Grand Line. I'm going to work on South Blue Puya Island. If you have time, you can come to me to play, but I don't think we can meet, but you can rest assured that South Blue can't keep me. I will kill it back to the headquarters. Quickly, very quickly. Ryan, your carry handle. In the cabin, after Ryan wrote 3 identical letters, he put the letters into the envelope and dropped them into the mailbox on the warship. Waiting for the messenger to send the letter to the Pete trio. There are special mailboxes on each ship. The letters in these mailboxes will be picked up by professional messengers from the department every time they pass, and then they will be distributed to all parts of the sea. After all, Marines are on warships all day, and rarely go home. Many soldiers have families at home. Not everyone has a phone worm, so writing letters has become the most basic way to deliver messages. This is why there are mailboxes on warships, and this is also to allow soldiers to better communicate with their families. As soldiers, they don't have phone worms, so the function of the mailbox is not only to send messages to the family, but also to send messages to the soldiers who have met each other, so that they can contact each other. It can be said that mailboxes are very important on warships. It not only entrusts the soldiers longing for home, but also carries the friendship between the soldiers. If there is no mailbox, I don't know how many soldiers will be driven crazy by this boring sea. After all, sailing is really boring. Sometimes it is possible to chase the pirate for 3 to 5 months. The sailing days are very boring, especially when Lane's destination is South Blue. The process is even more boring. He can only train and pass the time alone on the warship, hoping that the time will pass sooner. Along the way, he also hopes to meet the pirates and let him go to South Blue to at least get some military exploits. But all the way down, let alone the pirate ship. He didn't even see a few other ships, and he had to say that the sea was really too big. Chapter 20 Arrival and Daily Life. This is South Blue Puya Island. Ryan got off the warship and stepped onto the solid land before taking a deep breath. After several months of sailing, he finally reached his destination. Originally, if I had come all the way to Puya Island, I didn't need to spend so much time. But the warship he boarded was a supply ship, and every time he sent supplies to other warships on the Grand Line, he returned to the correct route. This resulted in his expected arrival time much later. Now he finally arrived at the place. After spending a few months on the ship, he now has no intention of continuing to board the ship. The branch on the island should be here, Ryan muttered while looking at the sign erected on the pier, and then walked towards Puya Island. South Blue is really good at machinery. Ryan walked all the way and found that the children on Puya Island were fiddling with mechanical parts. It seems that they are very interested in machinery. It is worthy of the legendary Sea of Machinery. No wonder the famous mechanics on the sea are all from South Blue. Sure enough, this atmosphere is indispensable. The town on Puya Island is not big, and Ryan came to the marine branch within a short time. After taking out his ID and his letter of appointment, the soldier standing guard at the door took him into the colonel's office of the branch. In the office, a yellow-haired man with eyes is playing with the clock on the desk. After seeing the soldiers bring Ryan, he stopped his small movements. "Hello, Colonel Admiral. I'm Ryan who came to report. Please take care of me in the future." Ryan bent over and said. "Well, Corporal Lane, you don't have to be polite." Admiral waved his hand and said, "Relax, we don't have so many rules here. You usually only need to go patrol around Puya Island. You can do whatever you want in other worlds." So, Ryan was a little surprised when he heard this, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't hide it at all. "I made it clear to him directly that this is an elderly care institution. As long as it is outside of routine work, the rest of the time will be messy. Yes, compared to East Blue and North Blue. In fact, our South Blue is very peaceful here. Normally, except for some Siang pirates, there will be basically nothing." Admiral continued. "It must have been very hard for you just arrived? Take a break with the soldiers. As for the daily tasks of the post, don't worry. There is still a lot of time to come. You can slowly get familiar with it." "Okay, Colonel Admiral." Ryan nodded when he heard the words. Then he went to his dormitory with the soldiers. The marine branch on Puya Island consists of 3 parts. The first part is the marine building where Marine works daily, the second part is the soldiers' dormitory and canteen, and the third part is the training ground. Ryan followed the soldiers all the way to the dormitory, looking at the facilities of the whole branch from time to time. Although the branch doesn't seem to be very big, the facilities it should have are still very complete, especially in the training ground. He saw a lot of equipment that can be used. "You are usually in the branch?" Ryan asked aloud. "Yes, Chief Ryan." The soldier nodded and said, "Nothing happens on Puya Island. We are patrolling most of the time. And after the patrol was over, I returned to the branch office to do what I wanted to do." "Well, it sounds easy." Ryan smiled upon hearing the words. "The Marines of the 4 Seas are really lazy. Is it because most of the pirates of the 4 Seas go to the Grand Line? If that's the case, it's not surprising that the branch has such a situation. Without pressure, you will not move forward. This is the same whether it is placed on people or groups." In the next few days, Ryan began to learn about the surrounding waters while patrolling the entire island with the soldiers. He didn't want to stay on this kind of island all his life, waiting for Marine's goal to go back to the headquarters. But to think about the headquarters, it takes a long time to wait year after year. He had to take the initiative to go out and catch the pirates. His great youth cannot be wasted on this small island. Chief Ryan is still training. Yes, only Corporal Lane is still training so late. In the training ground late at night, the sound of fists hitting the sandbags was still heard. The 2 soldiers passing by whispered. They have not seen a diligent officer like Ryan, even Colonel Ariel. The time to see each other's cultivation in a year is also very few. It's like Chief Ryan. Since he passed away, Tenton practice continued until late at night. It made them enthusiastic, almost wanting to practice with each other. 867, 868. In the training ground, Ryan's fists were wrapped around the cloth strips and punched the sandbag. Sweat slipped from his forehead, but he didn't care, and continued to punch the sandbag with his fists. The soldiers from all over the world are too lazy. If he doesn't force himself to train every day, sooner or later he will become as lazy as them, and he will truly be abolished. Only by practicing continuously can he remember the memory of being punished in the headquarters. Let his anger continue to burn, pushing him toward Admiral's position. Only after becoming Marine Admiral can he do things according to his wishes. He doesn't like to obey the life arranged by others. What he yearns for is freedom, and he can realize this dream only after he has the strength. For this dream, he must continue to work hard. Although being a pirate can also have freedom, he does not want to be chased by marine in the sea like a mouse. And there is no way to provide him with a stable cultivation environment. Difficulties won't make me shrink, and the easy atmosphere will not make me decadent. I will let everyone know that I am powerful. Ryan gritted his teeth and grunted. How was Ryan's life on South Blue Puya Island? Zephyr asked in Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, rubbing his forehead. Colonel Yarrell said he kept training in the branch, every day until late at night. Anne sighed. So? It seems that he was not biased by the lazy atmosphere. This is a good thing. If he continues to be like this in the next 2 years, then you can consider transferring him back to the headquarters. Zephyr looked out the window and smiled. 2 years is enough time for him to grow up a lot. I think he will surprise us when I think. Yes, teacher. Anne nodded and said, being able to persevere in the environment of the 4 seas can indeed grow a lot. Well, you go to rest soon. That little guy Ryan has worked so hard, you can't slack off. Zephyr put down the file and laughed. Yes, teacher. Anne said seriously. Chapter 21. I have received your letter. I learned that you actually work on South Blue Puya Island. You are really unlucky, but I believe you will be able to return to the headquarters on your own. I'm still living here now, there are many interesting things here. Your roommate Pete presents it. It seems that this group of guys are better off than me. I really envy them. Everyone is in a dormitory. I still behave better than them. I didn't expect to be assigned to South Blue. Ryan put down the letter in his hand and sighed. Then he walked out of the dormitory, and he had to find a way to accumulate military exploits as soon as possible. He can't wait for things to find him so slowly, he has to take the initiative to find things. He has been on Puya Island for 4 months, and in 2 months, this year will pass. Do you want to lead the soldiers to expand the patrol? Corporal Lane. In the colonel's office, Yarrell spoke after listening to Ryan's words. Yes, I want to expand the patrol. After all, it's too annoying for me to stay now. I have to find something to do. Ryan explained. Okay. Yarrell nodded when he heard the words, then you remember to be careful and protect the soldiers. If you encounter a pirate, don't do it too quickly. First observe who the other party is and how much is the reward. Okay, I know. Ryan nodded when he heard this. Well, then you go. Yarrell said. After getting Yarrell's consent, Ryan led the soldiers toward the dock. By the way, I told them about my plan to expand the patrol range. After all, these soldiers will board the warship with him. It is better to explain these things clearly to them. Expand the range of patrol? Chief Ryan, are you planning to take us to find the pirates? After listening to Ryan's words, a soldier asked directly. Yes, I have this idea. Ryan nodded, not planning to quibble. Because he originally had this idea before he went to propose to Yarrell to expand the patrol range. No, Chief Ryan, you have to calm down. Colonel Ariel is not here. You can't take us to the fire pit. Yet, Chief Ryan, you can never do it like this. Hearing Ryan's words, the soldiers jumped up and down nervously. When they are marine, they heard that marine is a low-risk, stable, and honorable job. Now Chief Ryan takes them to find the pirates. Isn't this killing them? Just relax, nothing will happen. Ryan soothed, I will first determine the bounty of the pirates and their strength. If their strength is too strong, I will not take you. I went to die, after all, I didn't live enough by myself. Furthermore, it really doesn't work, you can also drive the warship back by yourself first. You don't have to rush with me. He didn't force the soldiers to fight the pirates with him. After all, the soldiers just wanted to mess around. He just needs the soldiers to help control the warship. After all, he can't fly in the sky and waste his energy. Since you have said so, Chief Ryan, then we can rest assured. The soldiers finally breathed a sigh of relief when Ryan said that they left according to the situation. As long as they are not allowed to fight on marine, they can accept everything else. Well, since you don't think you have any comments, then let's hurry up. You need to know that I am Zoan Demon Fruit Power. There are not many pirates in South Blue who can really threaten me, so don't worry too much. Ryan laughed and said. Now he is no longer the one who was slapped by a giant tiger on Barbary Island. The soldiers should have some confidence in him. But this is only Chief Ryan. We are just ordinary people. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers explained. Ryan had no hope for this group of soldiers. These guys are really just messing around, waiting for the card to become Marine Admiral. We must kick out the soldiers who are messing around all over the world. Otherwise, these messy soldiers will not only occupy the position of those who want to become Marines, but are also irresponsible to the civilians on one side. Can you imagine what it would be like when a group of messy soldiers met the pirates? He couldn't imagine it anymore. The fate of these soldiers will be very miserable. The fierce pirates would not keep their hands on the Marines. After the warship left the port, it began to patrol the waters around Puya Island. Ryan stood on the bow and stared at the sea carefully, not letting go of any place where a pirate ship might appear. But at the end of the day, let alone the pirate ship, he just didn't even meet the pirate's hair, so he couldn't help being a little disappointed. Unlike Ryan, the soldier was very happy. Without encountering the pirates, today is another peaceful day. They hope that this kind of life can last forever, and it's best to never have pirates appear. After another week passed safely, the soldiers had become accustomed to the enlarged patrol range. Anyway, I went back a little later than usual. They were delayed at this point. Ryan was still standing on the bow and looking at the sea, waiting for the pirates to appear. This day, when the sun is about to sink to the surface of the sea, a small ship caught Ryan's attention. To be precise, it was the pirate flag on the other ship that attracted Ryan's attention. Everyone, please open your eyes to see what pirate group this is. If it's a little pirate group, everyone will be ready to clean him up with me. Ryan said to the soldiers. The soldiers immediately took out a reward order and compared the pirate flag that appeared. Sir Ryan, this is the Musket Pirates. Their captain is Belize, the musketeer who bounties 7 million Baileys. After the soldiers searched for the reward order, they immediately took out a reward order from the pile of reward orders and handed it to Ryan. 7 million Baileys? That's just a little pirate. Ryan looked at the reward in his hand and smiled. Everyone is ready to fight, and the pirate captain will be handled by me. Yes, Sir Lane. The soldiers cried. Just 7 million pirates, then it shouldn't be so powerful. At any rate, they also caught the pirate with 30 million Baileys together with Colonel Belize, and they still knew what level the pirate with 7 million Baileys was. Boss, it's Marine. Just when Ryan discovered the Musket Pirates, the pirates on the pirate ship also discovered the warship. What is there to be afraid of? Marine, we haven't encountered it. Belize said nonchalantly, these guys will go away in fear as long as we behave a little bit fiercely. Give me arms and show them well later, there is no need to be afraid of them. Yes, boss. The pirates couldn't help but feel relieved when they heard what their boss said. Chapter 22. Sir Ryan, all the shells have been loaded. The soldier reported. Very good, let's launch it directly. Ryan nodded, and just met the pirates without saying anything moral. Yes, Chief Ryan. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately turned the muzzle, aimed at the pirate ship in the distance, and directly ignited the fuse. Boom 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 boom. A bomb shot from the muzzle on the side of the warship blasted towards the musket pirates. The musket pirates group that was carrying the shells, before they had time to point the lead, the entire ship swayed on the surface of the exploded sea. Damn it, hit it back quickly. Belize yelled while holding on to the boat rail. The boss is wobbly, we can't fire cannonballs. The helpless voices of the pirates came from the cabin. The ship shook like this. Let alone attacking marine with shells. At this time, a bad shell might explode next to the ship. When the time comes, their ships will be more than just shaking. Damn it! Upon hearing this, Belize couldn't help but gritted his teeth and said, drive the boat over and we will destroy the group of damn its marines. What? The pirates immediately horrified when they heard this. Boss, if this is the case, we will be sunk directly. Will you stay here without being sunk? You don't think our pirate ship can be faster than a warship? Only by leaning the ship over, we can win, otherwise we will never run away. Belize cursed. When encountering a warship, how could their pirate ship escape? Only head-to-head with warships is correct. Obviously, the Marines here before saw them all the same as they didn't. Why did they suddenly attack them with gunpowder today? Upon hearing Belize's words, the pirates who wanted to escape turned the rudder and rushed towards the warship. Sir Ryan, the pirates rushed over. Some soldiers on the warship saw that the pirate ship did not escape, but reported it immediately after coming out towards them. They are looking for death. Ryan sneered. Inform all the soldiers to prepare their muskets and shoot them when they rush to the side of the warship. Don't worry about killing the pirates. My aim is to kill them without cooperating. The same goes for taking the corpse back. Yes, Chief Ryan. When the soldier finished speaking, he immediately went to inform the other companions. I usually behave so afraid of death, but now I look like a marine. Seeing the soldiers leave, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Continue to observe the situation on the sea. The pirate ship, which was much smaller than the warship, moved flexibly on the sea, and the flying shells could only hit the position next to it, but could not hit the pirate ship. The turbulent waves and the speed of the shells are the key to hitting. Regarding the fact that the cannonball can't hit, Ryan has long been surprised. How many cannonballs can hit in the pirate world? It all depends on luck. Anyway, he didn't intend to destroy the musket pirates by the cannonballs, he just needed the cannonballs to stop them from leaving. The military exploits that had been waiting for so long finally came to his eyes, and he didn't want to watch the military exploits slip away. Little ones, prepare to board the warship and fight against those damn it Marines. Belize shouted, brandishing his long knife. Yes, boss. The pirates heard Kide loudly. Papa! Papa! On the warship. The soldiers had already come out of the cabin, each holding a musket and shooting at the pirate ship. What? The pirates standing on the deck of the pirate ship counterattacked with their muskets, but they were hit by bullets and wailed. Ding ding! Belize brandished a long knife, resisting the flying bullets and shouted, prepare the iron claws, everyone rush to kill these Marines. These Marines are just a bunch of wine and rice bags. Don't be afraid. Yes. The pirates shook the iron-clawed rope and threw it towards the warship, immediately hooking the warship's rail. Then they bit their weapons one by one, crawling on the rope with their hands and feet together. It's not good, Chief Ryan. The pirates are going to climb up. The soldiers saw the iron claws stuck on the rails and immediately reported. Don't panic, you all gather together and don't get hurt. I will take care of a group of Siang pirates and it's nothing. Ryan said indifferently. The pirate of 7 million Baileys is nothing but 70 million Baileys, so there is no need to be so scared. Yes, Chief Ryan. Upon hearing what Ryan said, the soldiers immediately gathered from the railing to the center of the deck, back to back against possible pirates. 1. The pirate who had just grabbed the ship rail with one hand, before he had time to take the weapon from his mouth and rush to the deck, a fist appeared in his eyes first. Click! The sound of a cracked bone came from the bridge of the nose, and the pirate immediately screamed and fell off the rail. 2. The pirate who had just climbed up on the other side was holding a long knife and was about to cross the ship's rail. The black solace are getting bigger and bigger in his eyes. What? The pirate with shoe prints on his face flew off the warship and fell into the sea. From time to time, he made the scalp numb, and saw that a row of teeth in his mouth had disappeared, replaced by a mouth full of blood. 3, 4. The pirates who climbed up had not had time to make an official appearance, and Ryan had all been sent back into the sea. When Belize was on the deck of the warship, he found that there was no one of his men on the deck except Marine. You are Belize, a musketeer with a bounty of 7 million. Ryan folded his arms and said, do you choose to surrender yourself, or let me do it myself? Let me remind you in advance, I will not be polite, and I will never care about the life and death of the pirate. So, you'd better think clearly before speaking, otherwise I might really kill you. Bump! A bullet came out of Belize's musket and hit Ryan's chest directly. Ha ha ha, you long-winded Marine didn't expect it. I'm a famous quick shooter, you dare to say so much nonsense in front of me, you are looking for death. After killing you, my bounty will definitely increase again. Kill me. Ryan opened his chest clothes when he heard the words, revealing his dark chest, which was a little sunken, and sneered, do you think this kind of bullet can kill me? You are so naive. The insect's exoskeleton can withstand huge impacts. How does his round bullet, which is not a sharp bullet, think that it can break his armor? You are not human. Belize saw this scene, could not help but stare round. Turning around, he wanted to escape, facing a monster who was not even afraid of a musket, he was scared. If I hit me, I want to go? How can there be such a good thing in the world? Ryan snorted when he saw him, stepping out and rushing towards Belize. Don't come here. Frightened Belize held up the fire and fired it randomly. After the bullet made a ding sound on Ryan's body, it fell to the ground. Click. Seeing Belize wielding an empty musket, Ryan punched in the backhand. Chapter 23 Return. Click. A crackling bone sound was accompanied by a scream from Belize. You dared to attack me while I was talking. If I don't beat you with a bruised nose and swollen face today, I won't be able to get out of this breath. Ryan clenched his fist and said fiercely, if he hadn't been prepared, he would have been sneak attacked by this insidious guy. Now, it's time for him to clean up the opponent. What do you want to do? Belize asked in terror, holding his bleeding nose. Of course there are grievances and revenge. Ryan laughed. No, no. Belize said in fear. Tell you to attack me, tell you to shoot me, tell you not to let me finish. Ah, ah. Belize's screams resounded throughout the deck, and the soldiers couldn't help being frightened as they watched this scene. After a while, Ryan wiped the Bloodline's fist and said, I'm actually very good at talking, but only if you are willing to listen. It's a pity that you don't want to listen, so I can only let you know the consequences now. Know that it is very rude not to listen to what others say, and to interrupt. What? Belize had a blue nose and a swollen face, Bloodline stuck to his body, stunned. Ryan saw and waved to the soldier. You guys tie him up, a little pirate who doesn't have any abilities dare to do something to me. It's really reckless. Yes. Officer Ryan. The soldiers hurried over to tie Belize upon hearing the words. Have the other pirates who I beaten caught. Ryan asked while looking at the sea. I've caught them all, Officer Ryan. The soldier straightened his waist and reported, his face very nervous. That's fine. Ryan nodded with satisfaction. Don't be so nervous, I won't do anything to you. Why are you so scared? I don't. Officer Ryan. The soldier stammered. It's fine if you don't have it. Ryan said with a smile, get ready to go back. Our cell has been empty for so long, and it's time to go to those guys in it. Yes, Chief Ryan. Soldier cried. After the warship dragged the pirate ship back to Puya Island, it soon attracted the attention of the residents. When they saw the pirates who were escorted to the branch, the residents uttered applause. They liked to see the scene of the pirates being arrested the most. These pirates are arrested, which means that the sea is missing another pirate. They have 1 point less chance of encountering danger. Report to the colonel that all the pirates of the musketeers have been caught. The pirate ship has also been brought back by us. In the headquarters, Ryan reported to Admiral about the course of the battle and the results achieved. Very good. After listening, Admiral nodded with satisfaction. Corporal Ryan, you have to keep working hard. I will report this to the headquarters. Don't worry. Yes, Colonel. Ryan said happily. As long as Admiral reports this incident, he will gain military merit, and then he can slowly rise from corporal to sergeant and then to sergeant. Well, you worked hard to catch the pirates, go back and rest early, Admiral said. Okay, Colonel. Ryan stepped away and left. I'm telling you that Chief Lane was attacked by the musketeer Belize, and that Belize shot Chief Lane is proudly showing off. As a result, guess what happened next? Sir Ryan has nothing to do, anyway, he hit Belize with a fist. I'm telling you, you didn't see that Belize was beaten back when he was brought back a lot. The soldier who had taken Belize into prison described it with other companions. Why is Chief Ryan so good? I'm not afraid of guns. A soldier said curiously after listening. It's not something else, it's a gun. How could someone be fine after being shot? I tell you, Chief Ryan is a capable person who has eaten devil fruit. What is a mere gun? I think nothing will happen if I get hit by a cannon head-on. The soldier said, patting his chest. You brag, but don't take me with you. I was really blown up by the bomb. Even I would be injured. Ryan had just walked over here, and after hearing the soldier's words, he didn't have a good air. What are these guys bragging about here and bringing him? He never said that he would be fine after being hit by a bomb. Ah? Sir, why are you here? Hearing Ryan's voice, the soldier who had just spoken couldn't help but panicked, and quickly stood up. I just came out of Colonel Admiral, passing here, and heard someone say that I am not afraid of bombs, so come and have a look. Ryan said in a bad mood. I just said nonsense. Sir, please don't take it to heart. The soldier said with a sad face. Don't worry, I didn't care about it at all. Ryan said with a gesture, but don't tell me that I am not afraid of bombs. I have not yet become so strong. When I am really not afraid of bombs, it's not too late for you to say that. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldier nodded quickly when he heard the words. Well, you guys keep chatting. I'm going to practice. Okay, Chief Ryan. After watching Ryan leave, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. It scared me to death. I thought Chief Lane would beat me. The soldier said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was terrified by the scene where Lane beat Belize on the warship. It was also the first time he had seen him. How cruel Officer Ryan, who usually seemed to be very talkative, moved his hands. You don't need to be so scared, Chief Ryan is very good at talking. A soldier comforted after hearing the words. That's because you didn't personally see Officer Ryan take action on the warship. The soldier shook his head. Of course these guys didn't see him personally. After they meet, they won't think so. If you encounter pirates in the future, you still can't talk about it. Solving them as soon as possible is the kingly way. This is not a turn-based game. This is the real pirate world. These guys are really going to die. Ryan warned himself while holding the barbell. Thinking back to the battle today, the more he thought about it, the more he felt like a fool, who had made such a fatal mistake, if he hadn't covered the armor in advance. He was nearly shot to death by Belize. However, today's match also made it clear that devil fruit is indeed very powerful. Even if he was shot, it just dented, and it didn't cause him to receive very serious injuries. If his devil fruit can awaken, an exoskeleton is definitely a very powerful defense. It is possible that there are not more masonry fruits than jaws, even if it is a little bit, it is definitely a very powerful life-saving hole card. After all, the body is a little harder. There is absolutely nothing wrong. Chapter 24. Good morning, Chief Ryan. In the morning, Ryan went to the cafeteria, and the soldiers who came and greeted Ryan. Ryan nodded and turned back, his gaze swept between the soldiers and then returned. After breakfast in the morning, he had to take the soldiers to patrol. Every morning, we set off with warships from Puya Island, and then come back near dusk. Soldiers were observing the movement of the sea on the warship, and he was using artillery shells as a training tool. He also wants to one day be able to throw cannonballs like Garp. That's too cool, throwing cannonballs with your hands, that's a man's romance. Sir Ryan, a merchant ship is asking us for help. The soldier ran from the cabin holding the phone worm and shouted. What happened to them? Ryan asked, putting down the cannonball in his hand. Master Marine, please save us. A pirate has mounted our ship and is chasing us now. We are coming to Puya Island, Master Marine, please help us. Before the soldier could speak, the phone worm in his hand cried loudly. Which direction are you now? How far is it from Puya Island? Ryan asked. We are west of Puya Island, and we have just sailed through a coral zone. Boom. Boom. The phone worm was talking, and suddenly there was the sound of a bomb exploding. What? Master Marine, please come quickly, the pirates are already attacking us. The phone worm said in horror. We'll be over right away, don't panic, delay as much as possible. Ryan said, winking at the soldiers, and the soldiers immediately turned the direction of the warship toward the direction of boarding the ship. Yes, yes. Thank you, Master Marine. The phone worm burst into tears when he heard it. Well, if you don't have any important things on the boat, throw them away as much as possible. This can reduce the weight of the boat and make you faster. Ryan reminded him after thinking about it. The pirates' ships are light sailing ships, so they are much faster than merchant ships full of cargo. Master Marine, we have no way to abandon the cargo on the ship. These cargoes are important customers of our Chamber of Commerce. If this shipment is gone, our Chamber of Commerce will suffer a huge loss. The phone worm was embarrassed. But if you don't abandon this shipment, your ship will definitely be overtaken by the pirates. Not only will you not be able to keep the cargo, but your life may also be threatened. Ryan said. Life is dying, this group of guys are still thinking about this kind of thing, it's no wonder that most of the time they get on the boat and encounter pirates, they can't run away. But if these goods are gone, our job will be lost. If we don't have this job then, we will be almost dead. The phone worm cried. Ryan was a little upset when he saw it. All right. You try to delay as much as possible, I will fly over to help you first. The warship will arrive a little later. Thank you, Master Marine. The phone worm burst into tears when he heard the words. Yet. Ryan nodded and said to the soldiers, the speed of the warship is too slow. It must be too late to get there. I will use my ability to fly over. Come here soon. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers nodded. Ryan heard the words, and under everyone's attention, he turned into a big ant flapping its wings and flew towards the merchant ship for help. What a big ant! The soldiers stared at the ant the size of a cow flying away. They've only seen Officer Ryan partially beast, or is it the first time they have seen Officer Ryan be completely beast? After I became an ant, I flew much faster. Is this because I am more labor-saving now, or is it reduced the resistance of the air? Ryan flapped his wings and flew on the sea. It could clearly feel himself after becoming an ant. The speed is much faster than when flying in human form. He didn't understand whether this was the reason for the smaller surface area, or that the streamlined body of the ant could reduce air resistance. However, after being completely animalized, his speed is indeed much faster. This is an indisputable fact. He now wants the merchants on the merchant ship. It can last a little longer until he arrives. The pirates chasing the merchant ship were the second batch of pirates that he waited so long and finally waited. This is related to his future plan to repent of his headquarters, so this cannot be lost. How is it, Mr. Butler? What did Puya Island Marines say? On a merchant ship full of cargo on the sea, a young man asked the middle-aged man who was holding a phone worm. Master Watts, Marine said he'll be coming soon. Let's hold on as much as possible, the butler said. How to hold it? Vaz said with an ugly face when he heard the words, that is the Gear Pirate Group with a bounty of 18 million. None of the ships on top of them have escaped. Does it fail like this the first time I go on board to deliver goods? What will my father think of me then? But it's better than losing your life, Master Watts. As long as we give them the goods and valuables, we can guarantee our safety. The butler persuaded. He naturally knew that this was the first time that Watts had followed a merchant ship to deliver goods, and he must have hoped that it would be delivered safely. But the pirates appeared as soon as they appeared, and they had nothing to do. They are merchant ships, not warships. They are ordinary sailors. It's not a bounty hunter or a marine. They can't be the opponents of the pirates at all. I'm afraid it's not that easy. Vaz said with a dim look. Last month Pavel Haas was caught directly by the Gear Pirates, and then the Gear Pirates asked his family for 30 million baileys. See you in 3 days. But Pavel Haas's father didn't have NATO belli to give them. Pavel Haas's body appeared in the sea near the port of Kava that day. Mr. Butler, do you know what this means? If our ship is overtaken by them, they will not only ask for our cargo, but they will also tie me up. At that time, they will definitely demand more ransom from their father. Do you think about how much bailey can the entire Chamber of Commerce now come up with? I don't want to die so early, I'm still young. Watts said excitedly. Watching the corpses of a former playmate appear on the sea, and the murderer is still chasing their Gear Pirates, how can you say he is not nervous? Master Watts, calm down, Marine will be here soon. Looking at the young man who grew up, the butler comforted. Now we can only expect Marine to come soon. Seeking recommendation and investment. Chapter 25. Little ones, hurry up, all your strength is spent on the belly of the girls. Laozi usually takes you to drink spicy food. Now when I use you, you are here to pretend that Laozi is weak, right? On the Gear Pirate ship, Sebastian, who was holding 2 large gears in his hand, cursed. A group of useless guys, they know how much pele they can get if they catch the guy on the merchant ship in front of them? Actually daring to dare here, it really made him angry. Boss, we really have no strength. The pirate who kept spinning around the paddle turntable said, it's not that they are lazy, but that they really don't have the strength now. They turned the wheel desperately in the morning and escaped Marine's pursuit. It's only 2 hours now. Where can all the energy continue? You guy has an opinion. When Sebastian heard this, his eyes narrowed involuntarily, an unkind breath exuding all over his body. No. No, boss. The pirate quickly shook his head and explained. It's best if you don't have it. If it weren't for the reason that you've been with me for so long, Lao Zi would have slapped your head a long time ago, and dare to question the decision of the captain. Sebastian cursed loudly, keeping his eyes on the merchant ship in the distance. It's coming, it's coming. They will be able to catch up with the merchant ship immediately. At that time, selling the goods on the black market and kidnapping the guys from the Chamber of Commerce on the ship will be a lot of money. I just hope that this time the guy will be able to give up Bailey's mind. Don't be like the miser who didn't even save his son last time. As a result, he can only bear the pain and kill the kid. Master Watts, the gear pirates are about to catch up. They are going to catch up. The sailor looked at the pirate ship getting closer, and someone had already begun to jump into the sea. It seems that this can save their lives. Upon seeing this, the housekeeper could not help cursing. You fools, calm down. How far is Puya Island from here, do you know? Don't hurry up. Be careful to be eaten by the sea beast later. Even if we are eaten by sea beasts, it is better than being caught by pirates. Sea beasts are much more merciful than them. Yes, the pirates' methods are cruel. I would rather die in the mouth of the sea beast than fall into their hands. The sailors who jumped into the water responded loudly, swimming towards the distance regardless. As long as they leave the merchant ship, the gear pirates will definitely not be the target of them, and they may be able to return to land safely by then. These guys. Seeing that the sailors didn't mean to come back, the butler couldn't help but his face darkened. Without so many sailors controlling the ship, the speed of the ship would definitely not be as fast as before. Maybe they would be overtaken by the gear pirate ship immediately. Why are these idiots looking for death by themselves? This not only harmed them, but also killed Master Watts himself. Little ones, have fun. Standing on the deck, Sebastian saw the sailors on the surface of the sea and his opponents laughed. Let Lao Zi see if your marksmanship is accurate. Who can hit the guy who is midstream? This captain will give him more. Barrel of rum. Really? Boss. The pirates who were ready to go with weapons in their hands were excited when they heard this. Of course. Sebastian smiled. Great. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, the pirates immediately took out their muskets and aimed them at the sailors who were swimming on the surface. Hearing this, the pirates who were spinning the gears of the linked oars turned their heads and looked at the sea. Seeing Sebastian, he immediately threw the cigarette butt in his mouth. The pirate with the hot probe jumped wildly. This kind of thing is not something you guys can take part in. Keep changing the oars for Lao Zi. Sebastian cursed, a few guys who couldn't bring back anything. Want to be too lazy to participate in the competition? Simply dreaming. Hearing Sebastian's words, the faces of several pirates could not help but change. But in the end it continued to spin the turntable. Bump. 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 After a gunshot, the sailors who were swimming on the sea could not help but sink into the bottom of the water, and the scarlet blood stained the water. The pirates of the gear pirates saw it, and immediately shouted happily. I hit! I hit! You got out of me, obviously Lao Zi hit. Master Captain, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I hit that guy. I hit it. No, it's me. The pirates quarreled for a while, and they all proved that they were hit. Well, you guys don't fight anymore. Just give you the drink at that time. It doesn't matter which one of you hits it is the same. Sebastian laughed and said, now you should do business. Tighten the weapons in your hands and prepare to board the ship with Lao Zi. Remember that people can kill the goods but not damage them. We can still trade those goods on the black market. If I see one of you who is disobedient, you should know the end, right? Yes, yes, Master Captain. The pirates nodded quickly when they heard the words. Very well, get ready. Sebastian said with satisfaction, taking out two large round gears and holding them in his hand. This is his weapon and the origin of his nickname. No, they are about to get closer. Why hasn't Marine come yet? When the butler looked at Sebastian on the bow, his face finally began to panic. If you get closer to the other party, you can hook their merchant ship with an iron hook, and then they really can't run away. Oh. On the gear pirate ship, the pirates waved and shouted. Seeing that the time was almost the same, he immediately let go and threw it out, and the hook flew out with the rope and hooked the merchant ship's passing fence. No, cut the rope quickly. The butler yelled, drew out the long knife he was wearing, and chopped it on the rope tied behind the hook. Bump! As soon as the knife touched the body, the dazzling sparks lit up. A sudden force directly caused the butler's long knife to deviate from the side. On the gear pirate ship, a pirate with a blindfold blew his muzzle and smoke came out of his face proudly. Good job! Sebastian laughed when he saw it, and he was indeed a capable man of his men, and he did not disappoint. Damn it! The butler scolded angrily, and quickly retracted his body. He didn't have the guts to chop the rope anymore. Just now, the other party's bullet hit his knife. If he passed by, the bullet would hit him without the cover of the hull. What should I do now? Mr. Butler. Vaz's face was pale, as if he had just been fished out of the water. Don't be afraid, Master Vaz. The butler looked at the gear pirates group that was still throwing the hook, and said to Vaz. We want to delay as much as possible. Think about it if you can tell them something. Hold them. Chapter 26. What should I say? Vaz said in a panic. The gear pirates are about to board the merchant ship. What else can he say? Master Watts, you just say, as long as you can hold them, you can say anything. If they are allowed to board, it will be completely over. The butler said. Then I will try. Vaz gritted his teeth and walked tremblingly towards the stern. Since the gear pirate group likes to kidnap, it will definitely not kill him right away. He finally fights for himself, trying to hold back time. After Watts got to the stern. When Sebastian saw it, he immediately cursed at the men around him. Give me all the guns, you dumb guys. If we hurt our Master Watts, can I exchange Pele with you? Yes, head. When the pirates heard the words, they quickly put away their guns. Master Watts, why did you run to the stern of the boat? Are you planning to surrender? As long as you surrender, I won't hurt you. When your father sends Pele, I will send you back safe and sound. Sebastian laughed. If the other party can surrender actively, this can save them a lot of effort, and they don't want to destroy the entire 3 ships because of the battle. After all, the ships can also be sold for money. Vaz gritted his teeth and said. Master Sebastian, why do you, as a big pirate with a bounty of 17 million, have to arrest me? My father admires your prestige, Master Sebastian. If possible, I think our Chamber of Commerce and Sebastian Master Bastian, you can definitely cooperate. Cooperation. Sebastian said with a smile, interesting, your Chamber of Commerce wants to cooperate with our pirate group. What kind of remuneration can you give? Pele, matter, and everything you need, Master Sebastian, Vaz said while thinking. It sounds very interesting, but it's a pity that Laozi is not in the mood to do this kind of thing now. Sebastian smiled, if your Chamber of Commerce is really sincere, Master Vaz will surrender honestly. At that time, I will naturally have the opportunity to chat with your father. This. Upon hearing Sebastian's words, Vaz's face instantly froze. The other party directly blocked what he wanted to say, and he didn't know how to continue to say it anymore. Unconsciously, sweat began to blur Vaz's vision. A sense of powerlessness spread throughout him. The scene gradually calmed down. Boss, a big bug has appeared on the sea. At this moment, the pirate holding the single-scope binoculars suddenly spoke. It broke the quiet atmosphere and attracted everyone's attention. Unconsciously, his eyes began to gather on the surface of the sea. I saw a big ant moving fast on the sea. This is an ant? How could there be such a big ant? After the pirates saw it clearly, they couldn't help but be surprised. Who knows? There are countless monsters on the sea. It's just an ant, what's to be afraid of? Our captain can slap it to death. Yes, yes. Captain Sebastian is invincible. Haha. Sebastian listened to the flattering of his hands and laughed. Yes, an ant is nothing. Even if he is older, he is still the same. Master Watts, have you figured it out? Do you surrender or not? After regaining his gaze from the ant, Sebastian stared at Vaz and asked. Vaz couldn't help but couldn't speak for a while. Surrender? What do you think of us, Marine? You little pirates dare to be so rampant. Who is talking? Hearing the sudden sound, Sebastian immediately looked around. You, Master Marine, me. On the sea, the big ant fell on the top of the merchant ship and regained its human form. Humans? How could it be? Not ants. The pirates couldn't help but open their mouths when they saw it. It was the first time they saw an ant turn into a human being. A bunch of idiots, this guy is capable of eating devil fruit. Seeing that his men looked like they had never seen the world, Sebastian couldn't help cursing with hatred for iron and steel. Tenton, a group of idiots, knew about eating, drinking, and having fun, and didn't know to pay attention to the news on the sea. Even devil fruit didn't even know about it. Since you know that I am demon fruit power, then you should understand the gap between you and me. Are you planning to surrender yourself or let me knock you down and put you in jail? Ryan laughed, and the marine uniform on his body was crushed by the sea breeze. Although you are demon fruit power, devil fruit is also divided into strengths and weaknesses. You really fool Laozi as a fool? You are just an ant fruit capable person. Where can you be strong? Sebastian took out a chain with gears from his waist and smiled grinningly. If you were Logia demon fruit power, Laozi turns around without saying a word, but you are just a guy who ate Zoan devil fruit. Do you think Laozi will leave? Laozi will not only rob the merchant ship today. You will also use your head to publicize Laozi's name. Then it depends on whether you have this ability. Ryan sneered, covered with black armor, and directly entered the orc mode and rushed towards the gear pirate ship. You're looking for death, Sebastian cursed, and the chain dance in his hand crashed. The pirates standing by their side met and ran away. He didn't want to be hit by the gear tied to his boss, and their heads would bloom immediately. Huequan embroidered legs. Ryan was dismissive when he saw it, and after landing on the deck, he kicked Sebastian in the chest. Sebastian danced and smashed the gear chain towards Ryan. Ryan drew sideways, waved his gear, and landed on the deck to make a hole. Damn it, avoiding it. Seeing a hole in the deck of his own ship, Sebastian couldn't help cursing in darkness. Pulling the chain, I was ready to pull out the gear and continue to give Ryan a moment. Since you have punched a hole in the splint, put it here to fill it, don't pick it up. Seeing the chain move, Ryan immediately stepped on the gear. Suddenly, Sebastian felt the gear stuck. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull it out. Die to me. Realizing this, Sebastian immediately waved the gear on the other side and threw it at Ryan's head. Click. Ryan dodged sideways, and the gear fell on the deck again. But Sebastian didn't try to pull it out this time. He directly drew the long knife from his waist and slashed towards Ryan. You guy is really sinister. Ryan twisted and said, regretting that he didn't have a weapon anymore. Although he was transformed into an orc, his exoskeleton was very hard. But it wasn't enough to be able to fight the blade for a while. Unless he learns that armament haki is similar, he still needs weapons to help. Chapter 27. I said you were looking stupid here? Don't you know how to bring me a weapon? You don't think I can really take the sword empty-handed, do you? Ryan yelled at Watts, who was standing behind him while hiding. Ah! Watts reacted when he heard this. Master Marine, what kind of weapon do you need? No matter what, as long as I can resist his weapon, without this long knife, I can hit him on the ground immediately. The damn pirate wielded a long knife a little bit fiercely, so he didn't dare to step forward and take the blade empty-handed. Otherwise, this guy would have been taken down by him. I understand. Vaz must have immediately gone to the cabin to find weapons. The young ones show me Vaz, and he is not allowed to give the weapon to this marine. Sebastian heard this and immediately shouted to the men under his hands. Then we can shoot? Boss? The pirates asked, lest the boss blame them for hurting each other later. Are you a bunch of idiots? Sebastian cursed angrily. I didn't see that Lao Zi is now relying on the advantage of weapon warfare? After he got the weapon, you idiots thought that Lao Zi was overwhelmed. Leave him. How could he accept a group of such fools as his subordinates? Didn't even understand the current situation? Also asked him such a stupid question. Yes, boss. Upon hearing the words of their boss, the pirates immediately took out their muskets and aimed at the stern of the merchant ship. As long as they waited for the other side to show their heads, they could immediately give the other side a chill. Boss, do you want me to shoot this marine for you? Asked the pirate wearing the blindfold. If Watts kept hiding in the cabin and couldn't come out, wouldn't they wait and wait? It's better to kill the marine in front of me directly. Are you an idiot? Lao Zi is fighting with him, and you are shooting next to him. What if you hit Lao Zi if he hides? Sebastian cursed immediately. Why would he accept such an idiot as a subordinate? He is so close to this marine, he wouldn't believe that his stupid subordinates can hit each other when they are fighting. What if a bullet hits him? Master Marine, I have found the weapon, but I dare not show my head now. Vaz shouted from behind the cabin. You just think of a way to throw the weapon up, and I will naturally have a way to get it in my hand. Ryan dodged and said. The young ones are watching me tight, so he can't let him get it. Sebastian shouted immediately when he heard this. Yes, boss. When the pirates heard the words, they looked towards the sky above the ship, and saw a long knife thrown out from below. And at this moment, Ryan dodged Sebastian's attack on his side, drew back and came to the pirates who were looking at the sky. A kick on them kicked them off the pirate ship, and backhand took the weapon from their hands, and instantly they had all kinds of weapons in their hands. Ahole, what are you doing? Sebastian's face turned dark when he saw this scene. Let's stare at him as you said, don't get weapons. The pirates are weak and weak. Then you let him get a weapon. Sebastian cursed. Don't a group of guys even have a sense of guard? It was so easily touched by someone else. Don't be so angry, let me beat you twice, and your fire will go down. Ryan smiled while holding the weapon, stepping forward and waving the 4 weapons in his hand. When Sebastian saw him, he couldn't help being horrified. Why are you idiots standing stupid? This guy has already exposed his back to you, you don't know to beat him. Yes, boss. When the pirates heard this, they shot. Bump. Bump. The bullet hit Ryan's back and gave out a series of sparks. How? Are you finished? Is it my turn after the fight? Ryan sneered with a trembling gray on his back. Why do you think it is demon fruit power? You don't think bullets will be useful to me, do you? Devil. The devil. The pirates saw a scene of horror. They were the first time they saw someone hit by a musket, and they were still safe and sound. The opponent could never be human. Ahole, stop. Stop it. Sebastian yelled as he stepped back, not even afraid of muskets. Then how does he fight each other? If the other party recklessly exchanges injuries with him, he doesn't think he can be safe and sound. You tell me to stop? I don't want face. Ryan sneered and rushed directly towards Sebastian. The sharp light is extremely dazzling in the sun. Wow! The two passed by, and scarlet blood spurted out of Sebastian's chest. What? The pirates yelled in fear when they saw it. Their invincible captain Sebastian was actually defeated by Marine. What will they face next? One by one, put down the weapons in your hands, hold your head and squat. You can try to escape, or you can try to see if I can hit you with a musket. Of course, if you don't do what I said, you can also fight with me like your captain who is not afraid of death, and see if I can chop you to death." Ryan smiled with a long knife stuck to blood. The pirates immediately paled and said, "We surrender. We surrender." "That's good." Ryan smiled, "Hurry up and do what I say, don't let me do it myself." "Yes." The pirates heard Kite and immediately dropped their weapons. Honestly holding his head and squatting on the deck. "You won, you won." Watts burst into tears when he saw this scene. He finally didn't have to worry that he would be tied up by the pirates. It was great, and the goods of the Chamber of Commerce were also kept. "This is the marine on Puya Island? It is too powerful. Thank you, Master Marine, for saving us. We really don't know how to thank you." The butler had climbed up the rope and bowed to Ryan while Watts was still in a daze. "Maintaining the stability of the sea and fighting against pirates is what we should do. If you really want to thank me, let the sailor come and help me tie them up. My warship should be here soon." Ryan laughed. "Yes, Master Marine." Upon hearing what Ryan said, the butler immediately sent someone over to tie up the pirates. Not only because of Ryan's request, they are more worried that after the pirates of the Gear Pirates escape, they will retaliate against their Chamber of Commerce in the future. "Master Marine, I don't think you have the right weapon. What kind of weapon you need can tell us what our Chamber of Commerce has." The butler smiled to Ryan after watching the sailors tide the pirates. "If you can, help me get 4 axes. I feel that these long knives are lighter and not suitable for me to fight," Ryan said. Just now he felt that these long knives were too light, and there was no feel at all in his hand. If he had 4 axes, it would be better, and the lethality would be stronger. The signing of the contract has come, and there is no investment to invest. Chapter 28. Axe? No problem. The butler nodded when he heard the words. "Do you need that kind of short-handled axe? Or long-handled?" "Short handle, it doesn't need to be too long." Ryan waved his hand. "Okay, what is your name, Master Marine? At that time, we will send the axe to Puya Island." "Me? Just call me Ryan." "It turns out that Lord Ryan." The housekeeper smiled upon hearing the words. "I would like to ask you to take care of it in the future. This is a trivial matter." As he spoke, he took out a pile of Bailey from his pocket. Ryan shook his head when he saw it. "I'm a Marine, don't give this to me. If it is passed up, I will be punished. If you really want to be grateful to me, help me promote my record on the sea. This is more beneficial than these Baileys can bring me." "So? Then I understand." The housekeeper smiled upon hearing the words. "I will help Master Lane publicize your deeds, don't worry." "Yeah." Ryan nodded when he heard the words and looked at the sea. "I saw a warship approaching here." "Sir, you can fly so fast, we almost lost you." On the warship, the soldiers saw Ryan. It was finally relieved. "It doesn't matter if you lose it. It's fine as long as you can come. Hurry down. It's time to do business and bring all these guys to the warship." Ryan smiled and pointed to a group of tied seas on the nail plate. "Thieves. Wow." The soldiers looked at the tied pirates in surprise and said, "Sir, did you do this? Otherwise." Ryan smiled, "Hurry up and take them on the warship. It's getting late, we should go back for business. Don't you want to see the residents of the island worship you?" "But you did it, Chief Ryan." The soldiers heard the words. "The residents of Kapuya Island don't know." Ryan laughed. When the soldiers heard this, their faces became excited. The pirates were escorted to the warship. Chief Lane was right. The residents of Puya Island didn't know that these pirates were caught by Chief Lane alone. They can also enjoy the look of worship. "Okay, we will take the pirates back. Let's continue sailing. Ryan said to Vaz and others. Yes, Lord Ryan, please go slowly. Vaz and the butler nodded when they heard this. Watching the warship drag the pirate ship away. Unexpectedly, Puya Island has such a powerful marine. I just thought it must be dead. Vaz said. I thought the same, but it turns out that we did not believe it wrong. Marine really came to save us. The butler smiled. Master Watts, we should continue on the road. Well, let's go. Vaz nodded when he heard the words. At night, after the warship docked at Puya Island. Once again, the residents were alarmed. They looked at the pirate flag hung on the pirate ship towing behind the warship and cheered. Ryan, you really gave me a big surprise. I didn't expect to go out this time. You actually caught the gear pirates. It seems that it won't take long for you to become a colonel. In the branch, Admiral said with a smile. Ryan shook his head after hearing this. I'm afraid there is still a long way to go, Colonel Admiral. I don't think it will be so easy to catch up with you. It's not so easy to become a colonel, especially when it's in South Blue. You must know that he had been wandering here for a few months and then caught 2 pirate groups. This was still when he was trying to go out on patrol, if he stayed in the branch exclusively. It is estimated that only when the pirates attack Puya Island. Only then can I meet the pirates. Come on, you are still young, don't be so anxious. Admiral smiled after hearing the words. The colonel is actually very troublesome, not only is he tired to death. Moreover, I always want to help my subordinates take care of the situation. It's not as simple as you think. If I could come back, I would rather not be this colonel, it would be great like you. Having said that, Admiral touched the mechanical clock on the table again. When Ryan saw it, the corners of his mouth twitched. Colonel Admiral is not easy now? He can be regarded as one of the most relaxed colonels in the entire ocean. He hadn't seen the other party practicing, and played with his mechanical clock all day long. When I get to and from work, I won't see anyone anymore. It's exactly Polo Salino's style. He almost wondered if Polo Salino also brought a group of people, so that there is such a lazy colonel as Yariel. Admiral looked at the time of the mechanical clock and said to Ryan. Well, it's not too early, I should get off work too. I will report your credit to you, don't worry. It won't be long before the head office will respond. I think you will be able to rise to the rank of sergeant tomorrow if there is no accident. You have to work hard. The peace of Puya Island is up to you to maintain. You are the person in charge on Puya Island, Ryan reminded aloud. It doesn't matter. It's the same if you come to guard it. Admiral fiddled with the hands of the mechanical clock and smiled. Okay, I should go. If there is anything, you can handle it for me, and I will come back tomorrow morning. Okay, Colonel Admiral. Ryan nodded when he heard the words and watched the opponent leave. Although the opponent is relatively lazy, but also he is very comfortable under the opponent. It's always going to help the other party to deal with some things, and some headaches. It reminded him of those superiors who like to be lazy and push things to other people. Report to Colonel Admiral, shouted the soldier standing at the door. No need to report, just come in. The colonel just left, just tell me if you have anything. Ryan said. Yes. The soldier said after hearing it. Sir, Ryan, the pirates are fighting in prison. Do you need to stop them? Of course not, you just need to eat less food for them every day, so that they don't have to fight when they are full. Remember to keep a close eye and don't let them run out. I suspect that they are tricking you in with bitter tricks. Ryan confessed that the pirates died when they died, and he didn't have any good feelings for these guys anyway. Yes, Chief Ryan. Hearing this, the soldier nodded. Then, in the following days, the pirates in the prison looked at the 3 slices of bread and a small bowl of thick soup, instantly dumbfounded. Who can eat such a small amount of food? You Marines take this for us to eat. Yes, we want food. We want to see your sir. In the prison, the pirates said in unison. As the number of people increased, the voice became louder and louder. Chapter 29. Sir, Ryan, the prisoners have opinions about your new food distribution, and they are making trouble now. Ryan was practicing in the training ground, and the soldiers came to report. I'll go and see who has an opinion. Ryan put down the barbell and said, a group of pirates who want to eat free food if they don't do anything, they want to eat well and want to eat well, so they are dreaming. Had it not been for Marine's rule that these pirates were going to prison, he would have thrown these guys into the sea to feed the sharks. After fighting with the giant tiger, he was no longer the one who would be afraid of seeing the corpse. Pirates are all guys that need to be eliminated. Give us food, give us food. Inside the prison, the prisoners were constantly tapping the iron bowl holding spoons. On both sides are soldiers holding weapons in battle. When Ryan walked in, listening to the noisy sound, he couldn't help frowning. Sir, you are finally here. When the soldiers saw Ryan appeared, they couldn't help but say happily. Yeah. Ryan nodded after hearing this. The pirates who were making noisy heard this and stopped the spoon in their hands and looked over here. When it was discovered that the person who came was Ryan, there was a look of fear in his eyes. Many of them were caught by Ryan, so Ryan is really good, they know very well. I heard that some of you are making trouble here. You think there is too much food. You can't finish it, right? If that's the case, you can drink Northwestern from now on. Ryan looked at the prisoners in front of him and said coldly. The words spoken made many prisoners look angry. You are torturing, you are trying to starve us to death. Just a little bit of food, where is enough? Yes, how can you do this? That's how your Marine treats prisoners. Someone whispered, although the voice was small. But it was still caught by Ryan. He walked up to the speaking prisoner, grabbed his neck and said coldly. It's not wrong for us to be Marine, and it's not wrong for you to be a pirate, so what's the problem with us treating you like this? You are just a bunch of vicious pirates. Now that you can have so much food for you, you should be thankful that Marine has also built a prison, otherwise I will send you guys who eat white food to feed the sharks now. I warn you that it is best not to make trouble, otherwise I don't mind killing chickens and monkeys. Where I am, no matter what pirate you have been. You are all criminals here. If you are not satisfied, you can just say it, and I won't bother you anyway. A group of food-wasting moths is not qualified to say in front of me that there is not enough food. Did you hear me clearly? Need I say it a second time? Sir, Ryan, he is about to be strangled to death by you, and there is no way to speak. The soldier on the side quickly reminded him. I know, I just let him feel what it feels like to die. I won't let him continue to make trouble. Ryan lost the prisoner in his hand. You better remember what I said, now my words are still very useful here. Don't think that what I do to you, things here can be passed to the headquarters. I came from the headquarters. I can tell you clearly that this department doesn't have the time to manage things in prison, especially since you guys are still a group. Tell you, there are quite a few people in Marine who insist on killing pirates. Don't think you will end up as pirates. This is the first time, and I will forgive you for the time being. But if there is a second time, some of you may have to pay the price. And you? Ryan looked at the soldiers and said, what do you eat with the guns in your hands? These guys are pirates, not ordinary civilians who have committed theft. You don't need mercy to deal with him. Just use the methods that should be used, I'll take care of it if something goes wrong. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words. When the prisoners heard it, their faces became paler. This guy really doesn't care about them life or death. Okay, from now on. I don't want this kind of thing to be heard in prison again. If I hear it again, I will give you a good reason to leave the world with peace of mind. Ryan said coldly, turned and left. The soldiers could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The look of Officer Ryan at this time, even if they saw it, they were very scared. All continue to eat, no troubles are allowed. Otherwise, we will do as Chief Ryan said. The soldiers said, and the prisoners were much more honest immediately. No one dared to provoke any more. Why are you looking at me all the time? Ryan walked ahead and found the soldiers behind him staring at him. It's nothing, I just think you're just hacky, Chief Ryan. Yet. Sir, you looked so handsome just now. The soldiers admired. Ryan was speechless after hearing this. If you have the strength, you will be able to do this. Don't always think about playing after the usual things are done. It is the right thing to improve your strength. Although the pirates in South Blue are weaker, you are also weaker, so when you encounter danger, you are still very weak. You can only work hard to improve yourself. Then can we practice together with Chief Ryan? Yes. You can teach us, Chief Ryan. Are you sure you want me to teach? Ryan said, training these soldiers is not impossible. As a result, they can help a little bit more when they are strong enough to perform tasks in the future. Secondly, if he really leaves South Blue in the future, he will need his own team. It is impossible to say that he will return to the headquarters alone. No matter what you think, it seems necessary to make the soldiers stronger by 1 billion points. The most important thing is that they still have this idea is the most important. Okay, sure. When the soldiers heard this, they nodded quickly. Okay. Ryan said with a smile, since you have said something like this, from now on, come to the training ground to find me when you have time. I will guide you a little bit. This is all my previous training experience in the headquarters. Although it is much worse than instructor's ability, but I know you still have no problems. Yes, thank you, Chief Lane. The soldiers happily heard the words. Ryan waved his hand when he saw this. Don't rush to thank me in advance. I want to remind you that training is not very hard to play. You'd better stick to it. No strong person is born out of thin air. Their birth must be accompanied by countless sweats. I hope you can keep your current ideas and don't give up. Yes, we will. The soldiers nodded. Chapter 30. Be faster, you guys, since you choose to practice, you should be more serious. But, Chief Ryan, you never said that cultivation is so hard. In the training ground, the soldier sat on the ground panting, holding a big sandbag in his arms. Ryan is leaping with a barbell on his shoulders. How do you call cultivation without suffering? Just get up and continue to jump. It's just a little bit of difficulty. You can overcome it once. Ryan laughed. No more. We can't take it anymore, we have to sit down and rest. Yet. The soldiers waved their hands. Then you guys take a rest slowly, remember to wait a while and continue to practice. Ryan finished his instructions, and continued to dance with the barbell on his back. Sir Ryan, Colonel Ariel wants you to go to the office. Say that your sergeant rank proved. The soldier trot and stopped at the gate of the training ground and reported. My credentials are here. Ryan immediately lost the barbell and walked to the door. When the other soldiers met, they threw away their sandbags and ran to the barbell. Do you think this barbell weighs? I see the officer carrying it to jump, it doesn't seem to be very difficult. The soldier touched the barbell and said. There are 8 pieces of iron on it, I think there should be 400 caddies. Someone said. It's easy to know how many caddies you have. You will know it in one fell swoop. Yes, everyone try it. Other soldiers suggested. Okay. Let me try it. The sturdy soldier among them spoke, and then grabbed the barbell. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and he was still motionless. When the other soldiers saw it, they couldn't help but urged. You lift it up, why are you holding it all the time? Yes, yeah, if you drag on, the sir will be back later. I can't lift it up, it's too heavy. It's absolutely impossible to have only 400 caddies, or at least 800 caddies. The soldier flushed and said. Impossible? Why is it so heavy? The soldiers couldn't say anything. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The sturdy soldier let go of his hands and let go of his position. The soldiers met, and after looking at each other, they began to go on board together. As soon as he lifted the barbell, all three soldiers blushed. So heavy, so heavy. Yes, how did the sir carry it? I don't know, but I know I won't be able to provoke the chief in the future, otherwise he will hit him with a punch. I'm afraid none of us can handle it. Yeah, everyone is going to leave soon. Don't let the chief find out that we are lazy. After some experiments, it was discovered that the barbell was really heavy and terrifying. The soldiers returned to their positions and continued to hold the sandbags. You are here, the headquarters has promoted you to sergeant. This is your future certificate. In the office, Admiral pushed his credentials forward and laughed. Thank you, Colonel, I see. Ryan took the officer's card, opened it, and saw the word sergeant on it. He nodded and smiled. Without wasting his efforts during this period of time, he finally became a sergeant. He should have risen much faster than Pete and their ranks, right? But wanting to return to the headquarters is still not enough. He needs to work harder. I heard that you changed the food for prisoners in the prison, right? Admiral asked, looking at Ryan. Who was looking at the officer's card? Yes, Colonel. Ryan nodded. The group of prisoners was really too energetic, and they actually fought inside. I asked them to reduce their food in the prison, so that they could not eat enough, so that they would not fight. Well, you did a good job. Admiral smiled, you don't need to be nervous. In fact, I don't have a good impression of the pirates. If you do too much, I won't say anything, as long as you don't let them run away, you can do whatever you want. Yes, Colonel. Ryan nodded when he heard the words. By the way, you may not have much time to practice recently. Just now, the South Blue Watson Island branch called and said that a group of pirates had come to our side. I hope we can take them down. I thought about this matter and decided to leave it to you. After all, your strength is not bad, but your military rank is only poor. After this is done, you should be able to rise faster. Admiral laughed. I understand. Ryan nodded, put away the officer's card and smiled. Colonel, do you have any information about this group of pirates? Yes, I have sent someone to your office. You can go and take a look at it later, and catch them as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll go and watch it first. Well, go ahead. Admiral nodded. Ryan took his steps and left. Sure enough, there are reliable people under my staff, and I can relax a lot. I hope he can stay with me for a few more years. Ariel couldn't help stretching as he watched Ryan disappear. Since Ryan came to Puya Island, he has completely ushered in the old life. No matter what, he doesn't need to go out, he can leave it to Ryan to do it. Just like this time when the pirates came to the sea where they were responsible, he was always asked to go out in person before, but now he only needs Ryan to go to solve it. This allows him to sit comfortably in the office. The greatest joy in life is so leisurely. What's the strange name of the pirate group? Why is it called the Sweetheart Pirate Group? You are basically the Terror Pirates Group, okay? I finally know why you were offered a 42 million Bailey as a reward. Just this look makes people feel sick. In the office, Ryan looked at the documents in front of him, his face a little dark. There was a reward order on his desk. The reward order was a guy with his hair tied into a heart but with a beard on his face. The guy who makes Ryan feel speechless the most is still wearing a woman's kimono. With him like this is definitely the biggest challenge he has encountered so far. What kind of sweetheart pirate group is this? This is the SE pirate group at all. Why in South Blue, he can still encounter such a strange flower? Does the SE Kingdom have a branch in South Blue? Sir, what do you want me to do? Outside the door, the soldier said after knocking on the door. Go and pass this reward order and this information to everyone, so that they can be prepared. Otherwise then, I'm afraid they will throw up the food. Ryan pushed the file forward. After hearing this, the soldier stepped in and saw the face on the reward order. His face suddenly turned black and began to vomit. What kind of monster is this? The soldier said in horror. This is a ladyboy, you can show it to everyone. Let everyone be prepared, otherwise I'm afraid that you will not be able to get up if you have not started fighting by then. Yes, sir. Oh. As the soldier said, he couldn't help but vomit. Chapter 31 Fear. Oh. Oh. At this time, the soldiers in the training ground were vomiting loudly. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. How could there be such a disgusting pirate on the sea? He was obviously a man but dressed as a woman. The most important thing was that the other party gave it back. So ugly. The stubble on the face and the chin like the buttocks were unbearable for them. Okay, you should be dispatched when you vomit. You don't have anything in your stomach now, so you shouldn't be able to vomit it. Ryan asked while looking at the pale-faced soldiers. Sir, I feel very uncomfortable today, can I not be present? Yes, sir, I also feel uncomfortable, and I have to ask for leave. With the first soldier who asked for leave at the beginning, the other soldiers immediately followed. You just vomited, it won't be fatal. Pack everything up and follow me. What is there to be afraid of if you let you hit them? Don't you see them so disgusting, don't you want to hit them with the gun in your hand? Ryan tried to encourage. Of course we want to hit them, but once we see their faces, we just want to throw up. That's right, vomit. The soldiers continued to vomit. Okay, don't explain, hurry up with me. Ryan said, no matter if they heard it or not, he walked to the dock first. Anyway, she-males are monsters like monsters. He will greet the other party with an axe, hoping that the other party can die quickly because of his sharp axe. Don't dirty his eyes, or he will wash his eyes. After a while, the weak soldiers climbed onto the warship with both hands and feet. Looking at them like this, it seems that they have already vomited the meal they had eaten the day before. You all cheer up, you are like this, I am worried that I will see the ladyboy and pirate at that time. You will be taken directly by them. I heard that the ladyboys and pirates like to catch handsome men as companions, and I remind you that their aesthetics are similar to women's, which means that you are likely to marry them after you are caught. What? Hearing Ryan's words, the soldiers were no longer sleepy or weak. There was something called murderous shining all over his body. Let them marry this kind of monsters, they would rather die. Today either these monsters die or they die. Yes, very energetic. Seeing the soldiers covered in darkness, Ryan nodded involuntarily. Take a look at their appearance, the combat power has doubled several times, maybe they met this sweetheart pirate group, they don't need to act on their own, they can clean up the enemy. Sure enough, people don't force themselves. Never know where your limits are. On the sea, a pirate ship with a pirate flag of love hanging beside a skull is sailing. On the boat, pirates with heavy makeup and high heels wearing silk stockings and high heels were putting on lipstick. Captain, when shall we go to the Grand Line? The pirates looked in the mirror and asked. They heard their captain say that there is a demon kingdom on the Grand Line, where there are many like-minded people like them. Of course it will be right away. Dan Fowler, with his loving hair, smiled, everyone will bear it. After New World, there will be no such strange eyes looking at us. South Blue is so backward, they can't accept great ideas. Yes. The pirates nodded when they heard the words, we are going to New World, we are going to New World. Sir! A pirate ship appeared on the sea in the distance, and the pattern on the pirate flag is the Sweetheart Pirate Group. Need to attack them immediately. On the observation deck, the soldier asked after putting down his scope. Of course, otherwise what are we doing here? I believe you don't want to see them up close. Ryan laughed. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and it was disgusting to show them that they would be blinded by such monsters. Then act. Ryan ordered. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately turned the hull down into the cabin, and aimed their guns at the Sweetheart pirates who were coming here. It's not good, Captain. There is a marine warship ahead. On the Sweetheart Pirate Group's ship, the pirate who had found the former stranger quickly reported. Don't be afraid, nothing can stop us from going to the New World. Everyone cheers up and prepares for the fight. Dan Fowler ordered. Yes, Captain. The pirates immediately stepped on their high heels to prepare for battle. Everyone, don't let the monsters rush over, you must kill them before they come to the warship. Yes, in order to keep our hearts pure, we must kill these guys. Inside the cabin, the soldiers shouted. One by one ignited an angry flame, and suddenly the shells flew out. Boom 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 boom. The cannonball exploded on the water, exploding one huge wave after another. The pirate ship of the Sweetheart Pirates Group began to show damage under the baptism of dense shells. What the hell is going on with the marine in this place? How come they are so much stronger than the marine on Watson Island? Dan Fowler looked at the stern of the ship being struck by the cannonball in amazement. Obviously their ships are more careful and more flexible than warships. Why are they hit? Is there such a strong marine here? It's not good, Captain. Our ship was punched out of a big hole, and now the sea has poured in. We must leave immediately. The pirate with the makeup on his face panicked. Don't be afraid, we rushed towards the warship. Take the warship down. This is the sea. Without a foothold, it would be difficult for us to survive. Dan Fowler said. Yes, Captain. As soon as the pirates heard this, they rushed towards the warship with the ship. Ah! Come on, everyone, the pirate ship is already smoking, they must not be allowed to rush over, and their pirate ship must be destroyed. Yes, it's best to destroy all the pirates along with them. I don't want to see them. In the cabin, the soldiers saw the rushing pirate ship shouting while frantically filling the cannon with shells. Damn, how many Marines are there on this warship? How can their firepower be so fierce? Dan Fowler couldn't help but change his face slightly as he watched the continuously tilting cannonball exploding next to him. Are there hundreds of Marines ambushing on this warship? Impossible, no matter how you look at it, it is impossible for this warship to contain so many Marines. This is just an ordinary East Blue warship. Chapter 32 A Powerful Enemy. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The explosion sounded endlessly, which made the whole sea rough, and the Sweetheart pirate ship shook very badly in the waves. From time to time, pirates reported damage to the ship, which made Dan Fowler very distressed. The marine of Puya Island is so difficult to deal with, which he never expected. Damn it, these guys have the ability to fight head-on. Dan Fowler clenched his fist and said angrily. At this time, the warship suddenly stopped firing. Cannonball? Cannonball. The soldiers in the cabin grabbed the box containing the shells and caught it empty. There are no shells. We didn't bring many shells this time. What? Hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but look a little ugly. They didn't even have the most important shells ready. This was all over. The monsters were about to board the warship. No way, they absolutely couldn't let them on. Thinking of this, the soldiers took to the deck with muskets in their arms. Why did you stop shooting? Their ship hasn't completely sunk yet. Seeing his men coming up, Ryan was a little confused. It's rare that they fired so accurately today, why did they stop suddenly? The soldiers couldn't help showing embarrassment when they heard the words, "Report to Chief Ryan that the shells are gone." So it's like this. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, "Then you can only fight with them in close combat. You are all ready to come. Once they get close, shoot immediately." "Yes, sir." Soldier Kaida's face was full of fierceness. No matter what, they won't let this group of monsters board the warship. This kind of monster should be buried in the sea. The shelling stopped, Captain. The pirates found that the warship no longer fired artillery shells, and couldn't help but exclaim, "I know." Dan Fowler nodded and said, "Everyone rushed to me to annihilate this group of pesky marines." "Yes, Captain." Kide was pleased with the pirates. Shooting. Seeing that the pirate ship was getting closer, the soldiers shouted in panic before Len was born. In an instant, the musket burst out like Gatling. Damn, the firepower of this group of marines is so fierce. The pirates leaned against the shipboard, and did not dare to take their heads on the deck. "I'm going to defeat these damn it marines on the warship. Come up quickly." Dan Fowler jumped up, spinning around in the air and stepping on the warship's hull 3 or 2 steps before he was about to rush on the warship. "What? Sir Ryan?" See Dan Fowler's horrible dress. The soldiers could not help but fear. "It's still a bunch of handsome little brothers, how about it? Do you want to let someone on board?" Dan Fowler cast a wink. Vomit. All of the soldiers who were shooting suddenly threw up. "Yeah, I didn't expect Marine to be so bad. I saw people drooling." Dan Fowler said coquettishly. Oh. Upon hearing this, the soldiers vomited even worse. "It's not your fault to be ugly, but there is a problem when it comes out to scare people. The evildoer should come over and die." Ryan shouted with his axe raised. The mental endurance of the subordinates is still too weak, and the opponent loses the ability to fight in a few words. This is not good, they have to work hard. It turns out there is a little brother who is so calm and composed. Presumably the little brother is their commander. Dan Fowler stepped on the railing and jumped onto the warship road. "Hey!" Facing Dan Fowler's question, Ryan's axe answered his question. Although his endurance ability is very strong, but facing this kind of monster is also limited. The guy in front of me was really terrifying. He just wanted to hack this guy to death right away. Wow! Little brother is really rude, can't stand it so soon. Actually, he's about to do something to others. You are so bad. Dan Fowler twisted and said, eyes full of anger. Ryan almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood when he heard the words, and it was almost the same as sending it to celestial dragons in such a ghostly manner. Sure enough, this pirate group was rewarded with so many Baileys for a reason. The killing power of this spicy eye alone was more than 40 million berry. He felt that another 20 million Baileys had to be added. Ding ding! Ding ding! The toes of the high heels hit Ryan's axe with a crisp sound. Ryan realized that the guy in front of him was a bit strong, and he was able to pick up his axe with him. It seems that Pele was offered a reward of 42 million for a reason. It was the first time he saw a boy with such a strong pirate. "It's a lot of strength, my little brother hurts my leg," Dan Fowler said with his big long legs wearing fishnets but with a lot of hairy legs. Vomit. Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but turn his stomach. Almost vomited. "You devil, I must hack you to death today, and I can't let you mess up the sea anymore." Ryan raised his axe and said seriously. "Wow, my little brother is so violent. I really like it." Dan Fowler blinked. Boom! A dark shadow flashed by, and Dan Fowler flew out instantly. He hit the ship's wall hard and knocked out a big hole in the ship's wall. Swish! Ryan waved the axe in his hand and walked towards the broken ship wall with a dark complexion. No, he must hack this guy to death today. It's disgusting, it will leave a shadow on him. Se fisting loves sidekick. A voice came from behind the broken ship wall, and then Ryan suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and black high-heeled shoes appeared in front of him. Not good. Ryan raised his axe in an instant, and suddenly felt a huge force coming. His body retreated uncontrollably, leaving a long scratch on the deck. You guy can never be a local pirate in South Blue. You came from the Grand Line. Ryan slammed his arms and shot Dan Fowler out. After Dan Fowler flipped a backflip in the air, he landed firmly on the deck. My little brother is so knowledgeable, he even knows people who come from the Grand Line. Dan Fowler said with a smile. Sure enough. Ryan clenched his axe and said, since you are from the Grand Line, then just let me take a look at the level of the guys on the Grand Line. Speaking of, apart from training in the headquarters, he has not played against the guys on the Grand Line. This is a good opportunity. But people are afraid that the little brother can't bear this body. Dan Fowler laughed, but his body was already moving. Se fists, love, and kick. Dan Fowler kicked at Ryan with his hairy legs. Ding 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 ding. The root of the high heel hit the axe, and there was a crisp sound. Chapter 33. Caw caw caw. Ryan, holding the axe, suddenly became much taller. Dan Fowler, who was constantly waving his legs, found out that he was stunned and thought it was his own illusion. But when he felt his leg was grabbed, he realized that the Marine in front of him had not only become taller, and the whole person has changed, becoming a pitch-black Ant-Man. The capable. Dan Fowler stared at Ryan's 2 extra arms. Yes, congratulations, you got it right. Ryan nodded, then squeezed both hands. Dan Fowler immediately felt the world spin. Boom 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 boom. Ryan desperately smashed the deck like a wooden stick, shaking the entire warship. While smashing Ryan, he cursed, I will let you be dirty my eyes, I will let you come over, I will let you come over, you can die for me. Chief Ryan is so powerful, he actually subdued this monster with one move. Yes, Chief Lane did not disappoint us. The soldiers who were vomiting couldn't help but stunned when they saw this scene. You group of damn it Marines, let go of our captain. At this moment, the other pirates climbed up. When the soldiers met, they vomited again. These pirates are more terrifying than their captain. A bunch of scary guys come out. Get out of here. Ryan grabbed Dan Fowler's 2 feet as weapons and danced as a weapon and hit the pirates directly. Click. Snapped. The hit pirates flew out like rags. After cleaning up the pirates who had boarded the warship, Ryan discovered that the captain of the pirate in his hand had not moved. Has lost the ability to resist. Ryan paused and said to himself. Thump. At this moment, there was a soft noise from the deck. Dizzy Dan Fowler suddenly opened his eyes, supported his fallen body with both hands, and kicked his feet towards Ryan's chest. Ryan only felt a strong attack on his hand, and then a sharp pain came from his chest. This made him let go of his hands and grabbed both feet. Dan Fowler also took advantage of this opportunity and quickly withdrew back. Hey! Dan Fowler was full of blood, standing on the deck in embarrassment, watching Ryan retreat and said, someone was accidentally dealt with by you, and you almost killed him. But now it seems that you are not very good. You actually thought that people would be knocked out by you so easily. Being grasped by Ryan and waving vigorously, he almost thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect the turning point to appear so quickly. I was too careless and didn't kill you directly, but I won't make this kind of mistake again in the future. I will cut off your head with my own hands. Ryan clutched his chest and said fiercely in his eyes. Ho ho! Come on, then, people can't wait. Dan Fowler breathed heavily, and rushed towards Ryan just a little under his feet. Se boxing. Love strikes. Dan Fowler waved his foot in the air and formed an afterimage, and continued to approach Ryan. I want to see if your shoes are hard or my axe is hard. Ryan took out 2 axes from behind. In an instant, the four arms suddenly rushed towards Dan Fowler. Ding ding ding. Click. The two figures collided, and then Dan Fowler was seen flying out, with blood on one leg. It seems that my axe is harder. You haven't been chopped off by my axe. It seems that you are lucky. Ryan waved Bloodline on the axe with a smile, and walked to Dan Fowler. Axe pointed at Dan Fowler and smiled. A hole. Don't think people will be defeated easily. They brought everyone back to New World. Dan Fowler gritted his teeth. You come from the kingdom of the monsters? No wonder you are so skilled. But you definitely can't go back. Ryan sneered, today your life is about to be explained here. Stop, let go of our captain. Otherwise, we will kill them. The strange-looking pirates on the deck pointed their guns at the vomiting soldier and said. Ryan frowned upon seeing this. You let my soldiers go, and I promise to catch you only and not kill you. You should be very clear. With your current situation, you will not be able to go even if I let you go. Your ship has sunk, and it is impossible for me to give you the warship. You better be obedient and suffer less. Let go of our captain, and we will let go of your soldiers. The pirates threatened. I can't let go of him so easily, unless you let our soldiers out almost first. Ryan said coldly. Who knows that after he let go of the guy in front of him, this group of pirates will still fulfill their promise. After all, he has only one hostage in his hand, but the opponent has all the soldiers in his hand. I can let half of the soldiers show sincerity, as long as you let our captain go. The pirates said excitedly. Then you let half of my soldiers go first, let me see your sincerity. Ryan spoke. Good. The pirates immediately released half of the soldiers upon hearing this. The soldiers were still vomiting at this time. Ryan couldn't help but feel helpless when they saw him, just like them. What's the difference between released and unreleased? Still no self-protection ability. It's your turn now, the pirates shouted. Okay. Ryan nodded and said to Dan Fowler. If you are more acquainted, it is best not to resist, or I will hack you to death with an axe. People know that they can't move now. Dan Fowler said weakly, and he took the axe face abruptly, his basic legs no longer belonged to him. Where can he resist? That's good. Ryan grabbed Dan Fowler and threw it out towards the sea. Go and save your captain. Wow! Dan Fowler fell into the sea, and the scarlet blood immediately floated on the surface. Captain! When the pirates saw it, they immediately dropped their guns and rushed toward the sea. You guys, get up quickly. I didn't expect you to vomit for so long. Ryan shouted. Sorry, Chief Ryan. We don't want to be like this either. The soldiers said weakly. Oh. Ryan sighed for a long time, get up quickly. The pirates have already jumped into the sea. Give me a gun and hit them. Yes, sir. The soldiers stood up trembling, holding their muskets and shooting towards the sea. You guys are looking for 100 million shots. Where did your bullets go? Ryan looked at the soldier's head and couldn't help but roar. Chapter 34. Sorry sir, we really can't help it. Yes, we are so dizzy now that we can't see anything at all. The soldiers said pitifully, vomiting for so long. Not to mention a person, even if an elephant appeared in front of him, he couldn't see clearly. Okay. Ryan took a deep breath. The soldiers took their guns and fired directly at the sea. After a while, the pirates wailed from the sea. Some pirates tried to dive into the water, but Ryan still hit them very accurately. What the hell do you want? You Marines don't kill the pirates, the pirates screamed. If this continues, even if it is not killed, they will also drown because of their physical strength. We only kill pirates who surrender. For those pirates who resist stubbornly, our aim is to kill if we can. Ryan said. A hole. Hearing Ryan's words, the pirates' complexions couldn't help but look ugly. They wanted to hide under the warship, but the problem was that they became a living target for the soldiers. Moreover, they are still some distance away from the warship. This distance is not so easy to break through. The most important thing is that they are bleeding now. It is very possible to attract sea beasts in the sea. You can think about it slowly. Anyway, I don't mind killing you all here. The sea is so cool. I want to see how long you can last. I have time here to accompany you to play here. Ryan laughed and pulled the trigger again. Ah! This time another pirate was shot. Stop, stop. We surrender, you don't fire anymore, we surrender. We surrender. Dan Fowler shouted. If this continues, all his subordinates will be shot, and as the captain, he must be responsible for his partners. Things will get to where they are now, and he has to take full responsibility. Isn't it over if you surrender earlier? It's not that you are going to kill you, I think you are actually useful. Ryan laughed. Can't let him have a hot eye, he thinks he can send these guys into prison, let the restless guys in the prison know what purgatory on earth is. He believes that from now on, the guys in the prison will have a lot of peace. Then you have to promise not to kill us, otherwise we will still resist. Dan Fowler continued. Don't worry, I am the most trustworthy person. Come on all of you, be honest with yourself, tie yourself up, don't let me do it, and you, wrap your head around me by the way, Ryan reminded. Why? The pirates were unhappy when they heard this. You can defeat them, but you can't insult them. Because my soldiers can't stand the excitement, and I can't guarantee whether I will hold back my hands after seeing your faces. So you'd better cover up your faces by yourself, so as not to make me impulsive. This is for your good, but also for my good. Ryan explained. All right. Now that Ryan said so bluntly, the pirates stopped arguing. One by one honestly climbed up from the sea, and then tied each other up. During this process, the soldiers continued to vomit until the pirates made their faces tight, and they stopped vomiting. Look at how you look like 1 or 2 and you still need to practice hard. Your mind is too fragile, so it won't work. Ryan shook his head. We see, Chief Ryan. The soldiers are weak-eyed. In the Twilight world, the soldiers took the pirates to regret the branch, but there was no more smile on their faces. After this day of vomiting, they can't smile at all now. They just want to distribute kite earlier, and then lie down to sleep. Looking at the weak-faced soldiers, the residents are discussing what kind of fierce battles these pirates, whose heads are wrapped in cloth, have experienced with the soldiers. Ryan, you didn't disappoint me, you still completed the mission perfectly. Admiral smiled and said, how did you catch the pirates smoothly? I heard how the soldiers look sluggish, what are they? What's wrong? About this matter, I think Colonel, you should go and see the pirates and you should get the answer. Ryan replied with a smile. Forget it then. Admiral shook his head quickly when he heard the words. He has seen Dan Fowler's offer of rewards, so he won't. If he is full, he has nothing to go and see for himself. Anyway, the person has already been caught. As for the intermediate process, it can be completely omitted. Right, Colonel? Will the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates continue to be detained in the branch or will they be sent to the Great Undersea Prison? Ryan asked. He has been shipping for so long, and he still wonders if the pirates from all over the world should be sent to the Great Undersea Prison. Generally speaking, the pirates of the 4 seas are not strong. In fact, you don't need to send them to the Great Undersea Prison. But if you feel that the prison can't keep them in check, you can also ask the above to send them. Said. In other words, it mainly depends on whether we can watch them, right? Ryan asked. Yes, you can understand it that way. Admiral nodded and said, I'm going to call later and ask the above to send the Sweetheart Pirates to the Great Undersea Prison. We have enough pirates imprisoned here, and if there are more, our security forces are not enough. Otherwise, let's call back later. Ryan said, I think we can use the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates to tidy up the restless guys in the prison, so that they can rest in peace in the future. So. Ariel couldn't help but tremble when thinking of Dan Fowler's reward order, then send them back in a few days. Yet. Ryan nodded after hearing this. Don't come here, you monsters, walk away. Inside the prison, prisoners huddled in the corner and wailed constantly. In front of them, the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group fluttered their long hair and winked, showing the beautiful posture of themselves and others. This scene caused the prisoners to vomit, but they were locked together and couldn't run away. The fatal thing is that these days they only have 3 slices of bread and a small bowl of thick soup at each meal every day. After vomiting, they have no energy at all. This made the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates even more rampant. They even grabbed the prisoners and glared face to face. This makes the prisoners completely unbearable. For a while, there were continuous calls for help from prisoners in the prison. Chapter 35, Life is Better Than Death. They called it terrible. You can imagine how terrifying the group of monsters is. Yet, I heard that the brothers who went together still feel a little sick now. Fortunately, we are just guarding the jail and we don't have to go to work together. Listening to the screams of the prisoners, the soldiers standing guard at the door couldn't help being afraid for a while. It's horrible, how did Chief Ryan catch these monsters? The following time, the prison still screamed. It turned out that some prisoners were a little weak because they didn't have enough to eat. Since the Sweetheart Pirates entered the prison, they all changed completely. Just like the skeletons coming out of the servant hell. No, I can't. This is not a prison at all, this is hell. Yes, let me die. I will never look at those monsters again. The prisoners spoke weakly, tapping their heads on the table. My sweethearts, what's the matter with you? How can you hurt yourself like this? Eat quickly so that you can live on. We can't give in to Marine like this. Yes, we have to keep fighting, let's have some soup. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group poured soup and stuffed bread into them according to the prisoners. The prisoners struggled desperately, but because they were so weak, they could only be forced to stuff food with the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates. When the soldiers saw this scene, they couldn't help but mourn for them. Fortunately, the cafeteria was darker. They can't see the appearance of these Sweetheart Pirates can be a little better. This group of Sweetheart Pirates is different from the prisoners in a shaky state. They can be said to be radiant. Here they find confidence, and they also meet people who can listen to them, and people who get along with them day and night. Although these prisoners were very resistant, they knew that the other party was only due to words, and they were very willing to communicate with them. If they hadn't had the dream of going to the New World SE Kingdom, they would really like to stay here for the rest of their lives. How is the situation in the prison? These pirates are still making noise recently. In the office, Ryan asked while gnawing on the fruit. It is impossible for him to send them the Sweetheart Pirates, and these prisoners are still making trouble in it. Are they so strong against it alone? Actually, even this kind of horrible thing can be carried. Report, sir, the prison is very peaceful now, except for a bit noisy sometimes. The other thing is that the health status of the prisoners is a bit worrying. They are much thinner than the previous days. The soldier reported. Really? It seems that some guys are not going to live long. This is not good news. You remember to write a report and send it to Colonel Yarrell at that time. In case of death, I might not get involved with you. Ryan reminded. Although these prisoners died when they died, they still need to go through the necessary procedures, such as reporting the real-time situation in the French prison. I already handed the report to the colonel this morning, and the colonel said after reading it, it doesn't matter. The soldier smiled kite upon hearing this. That's good, if nothing happens, you let them go to the prison. Less how dark and dim the lights in the prison passageways are, as for how bright the lights in the prisoners' rooms are, how bright they are. Lest they have not been in the sun for a long time, which will have an impact on their health. Ryan said, that kind of monsters can't stand the heart if they look at it more. He doesn't want the spirit of the soldiers in prison because of this kind of thing. Problem. You know the soldiers on his warship are still languishing. I understand, sir. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Well, you can go back now. Remember to protect yourself and don't look at those guys. Yes. The soldier Kide walked away and left. In the following period, the sea was still calm. Although Ryan had worked very hard to find the pirates seemed to have heard the news, and they moved far away from the waters near Puya Island. This makes Ryan very depressed. The South Blue pirates are so persuaded. Don't they want to experience the sense of accomplishment of challenging Marine? The feeling of dancing on the tip of a knife is very exciting. Why don't these guys come? Depressed Ryan can only vent his anger in the training ground. Why are you taking us out of prison? We think this place is very good, you let us go. Yes, we are not going anywhere, let us go quickly, I want to be with my sweethearts. At the gate of the prison, the inmates of the Sweetheart Pirates said excitedly. Marine actually said to take them to the great undersea prison. How can this be? They have been with the lovely sweethearts for so long and have forged a deep relationship. What should the sweethearts do if they leave? Who will eat for the lovely sweethearts? If they are there, the lovely sweethearts will definitely not be able to hold it. The soldiers immediately turned their heads when they heard this, and the scrawny prisoners who might drift away when the wind blows asked. You can't bear them? Do you want to keep a few to take care of you? Upon hearing this, the tranced prisoner immediately knelt down and pleaded. Master Marine must send these guys away. We don't want to see them at all. Please send them away right away. Yes, hurry up and send them away, only then can we continue to live. I beg you, hurry up and take them away, hurry up. The soldier met and said to the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates. You see, they said they don't want you to stay here, so you should get on the boat honestly. No, the lovely sweethearts must have said that because they were worried that we would be sad. Yes, they must endure their grief, sweetheart, we can't bear you. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group said with affection. The prisoners suddenly cursed. Get out, you guys, go quickly, don't let me see you again. Get out, get out. The ghosts can't bear you, you scary guys, only if you go, we can continue to live. Oh! Sweethearts! We will see you again, boo! Listening to the prisoners yelling, the Sweetheart Pirates blow a kiss and leave with the soldiers. When the prisoners saw it, their weak bodies were rejuvenated, and the expressions on their faces improved a lot. If there is nothing to do, you can all go in, don't hang around here. Otherwise, I will send you to the great undersea prison with them for company. The soldier said. No, no. We will be honest, never send us to the great undersea prison. The prisoners said in fear, and immediately returned to the cell honestly. Chapter 36 to the Grand Line. Sir Ryan, the prisoners have all been put on board. The soldier reported to Ryan. So fast. Ryan was stunned when he heard the words, and then nodded and said, then get ready to go, finally leaving Puya Island and need to go to the Grand Line. It's been almost a year since I came here, and finally I can go to Grand Line again. Calculating the time, his time to come to Puya Island is not too short. Had it not been for this time to escort the Sweetheart Pirates to the great undersea prison, I might not know when they could return to the Grand Line. Yes, Officer Ryan. The soldier nodded when he heard the words. Afterwards, Ryan walked towards the dock. Along the way, you have to be careful yourself. Although with your current strength, ordinary pirates can no longer help you, but Grand Line is no better than the calm South Blue after all, and we are the marine hated by the pirates. You must be careful in everything. Riel warned earnestly. This time he has to stay in Puya Island and sit in town, and there is no way to personally send the Sweetheart Pirates to Impel Down. Therefore, this task can only be handed over to Ryan. Don't worry, Colonel Ariel. I'll be fine. Ryan said with a smile, and couldn't wait to leave. That's good, I must come back soon. Yarrell smiled. Yes, Colonel Yarrell. Ryan Kite asked the soldiers to start the warship. Otherwise, talk to Yarrell again. I'm afraid I don't want to leave today. The warship slowly left Puya Island, and then headed away. Sir, how long will it take for us to return to the Grand Line this time? The soldiers asked, looking at the smaller and smaller Puya Island. They haven't left South Blue and don't know what's going on the Grand Line? You asked the wrong person about this. You should ask the navigator. Ryan laughed. But it shouldn't be long before, our boat is inlaid with sea stone. It's much faster than ordinary boats. This time going to the Grand Line is a chance to give you a long experience. After you go back, you can also brag to others that you have been to the Grand Line. Do you feel very happy? That's not true. It's just the first time I leave the world, I always feel a little nervous. The soldier said. Yes, we heard that Grand Line is very dangerous. The other soldiers also followed. Don't worry, nothing will happen, you are really a bit too nervous. Ryan smiled upon hearing this. Although the Grand Line is dangerous, it is not as scary as the soldiers thought. Moreover, they are still marine. There is a fast and safe route to reach the great undersea prison. Therefore, they are too nervous. That's good. The soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Ryan's words. Hey! Marines, why did you keep us in the dark cabin? It's too dark inside, you let us go on the deck, we can't run, and why do you wear them for us? Headgear. The voice of the sweetheart pirates came from the captain, and they were very disagreeable to the Marines keeping them in the cabin in the dark. What do you do, sir? When the soldiers heard this voice, their expressions changed suddenly, and they asked Ryan in fear. Don't be so nervous, how long has it been? Why are you still afraid of being like this? Ryan said in an angry voice, don't pay attention to them, come out soon after the food is delivered, no matter what they say, you just don't listen. This journey will pass in the blink of an eye. And we will be back at that time. The sweetheart pirates will only become an invisible memory in your life. Yes. When the soldiers listened, their expressions looked pretty good. Okay, you all go back to your respective posts, so that you won't be thinking about it, and I will start to practice as well. This is a long journey, and everyone needs to hold on to it. After speaking, Ryan grabbed the barbell with 8 large iron plates on the ground and waved it. Swish! Under Ryan's wave, a sharp breaking wind came from the air. When the soldiers met, they couldn't help but quietly moved away from the direction where Ryan was waving the barbell. I was afraid that the iron flakes would fly out and hit them directly. Teacher, Ryan is leaving. Inside Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, Anne reported to Zephyr. Just now, Colonel Yarrell from Puya Island in South Blue reported that the warship escorting the sweetheart pirates had set off. Marine who is in charge of escort is exactly Ryan, who has not been a sergeant for long. When you heard the news, she immediately reported back. She knew that the teacher was still very concerned about Ryan's news. Coming. Zephyr put down the file in his hand and smiled. Unexpectedly, he will be alone. It looks like he has made rapid progress this year. After being able to safely escort the sweetheart pirates to the Grand Line by Yarrell, it can be seen that Ryan has made rapid progress in the year since he left the headquarters. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with letting him go to South Blue to practice. After all, the strong are not trained on the training ground, but honed on the battlefield. Yes, he defeated the sweetheart pirates alone. He is now a sergeant. Anne said. Regarding Ryan's record on Puya Island, she has paid attention to it, and she has also reported these battles to the teacher. She was not surprised that someone would escort the sweetheart pirates to the Grand Line this time. Well, when he gets to Impel Down. Go and see how far he has grown. Zephyr said suddenly. How much did Ryan grow this year? He actually wanted to know. But he definitely couldn't test it personally, so he could only let Anne try. Otherwise, from the original look of Ryan, who couldn't wait to leave in the headquarters. After he sent the pirates to impel down this time, he would definitely turn around and leave immediately. Teacher, do you want to transfer him to the headquarters? Anne suddenly thought that the teacher had said before that he would transfer Ryan back. Does the teacher plan to advance now? It depends on where he has grown up now to decide. I want you to test his current strength. See if South Blue can no longer keep him growing. Zephyr explained. There is no need to worry about transferring Ryan to the headquarters. If possible, he wants the opponent to stay in South Blue for a while, and wait until the strength really can't improve again before letting the opponent come. This will be more secure. After all, Grand Line is not as safe as the Four Seas. Okay, teacher. I see. Anne nodded. Chapter 37. Reporter Sir, there is a pirate ship ahead, do we want to catch them? Ryan was practicing on the deck and suddenly heard a report from the soldiers. Of course you have to catch them. You see what clothes you are wearing. If you don't catch them, you are worthy of the word justice behind you. Ryan righteously said, think about it, because your neglect will cause these seas. The thieves are at large and destroy one family after another. Don't you feel guilty? The soldiers blushed when they heard this, and then they said, Sir, what do you say? We will do what we do. We will listen to you. Well, that's right. Ryan said with satisfaction, everyone is ready to go back to their posts. First block their retreat with artillery fire, and then clean them up. Don't let them go. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers heard Kide. Then he ran into the cabin and filled the cannon with ammunition. When Ryan saw him, he set his sights on the sea again. Sure enough, people have to come out and walk a bit more, don't they meet a fresh pirate group? It just so happened that these guys were also dealt with together. The boss is not good, there is a warship behind us, do we have to run quickly? On the pirate ship, the pirates immediately panicked when they saw the warship behind them. As pirates who have just gone to sea, they have not had time to conduct actual combat training, so they are forced to embark on the road to the Grand Line. Why? Isn't it just a warship? You used to bully the civilians in the town. Wait a minute to tidy up this group of Marines, let them know that we are not vegetarian. Although he has just set out to sea, he is a master in the town. Carl didn't think Marine was terrifying. He is a man who wants to become the One Piece, how could he be overthrown by a small warship? Hearing Carl's words, it turned out that the pirates could not help showing a fierce look on their faces. In the town, this is how they make all the residents afraid of them. Boom boom boom. Just as they were communicating, the cannonball had already fired and landed on their deck. The pirates who had gathered suddenly flew out. Where did this little kiss come from? Or is it the pirate I just went to see? Ryan stood on the side of the ship, muttering as he watched the pirate ship that was already smoking in the distance. Seeing that their warship did not run or resist, but stayed in place. Is this funny? Is it true that their warships are paper, and they can't catch up with pirate ships like them? Hit it. The soldiers in the cabin looked at the pirate ship with the billowing smoke in front of them. Yes, we really hit them all at once. After a few seconds of stupefaction, the soldiers burst into loud cheers. Chief Ryan, we hit them. The soldiers rushed to the deck cheering. Well, I saw it. Ryan nodded and said, everyone, get ready. I'm about to fight these pirates in close combat. Don't take it lightly just because you hit their pirate ship, understand? Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded heavily after hearing the words, and the joy on their faces gradually faded, and when they held the musket, they pointed to the front. Standing ready to shoot at the enemy that is about to appear. "Help, help, I can't swim, boss, help. I can't swim either, the boss, save me. Save me." On the sea, the pirates made a cry for help. Then, one or two suddenly sank. Seeing this scene, all the soldiers holding weapons were silent. They don't understand, what courage do pirates who can't even swim have the courage to go to sea? And how did they sail here? It's at least 200 kilometers away from the nearest island. "What's next, sir?" the soldier asked Ryan. "First of all, they should make sure, whether their parents let them shoot these guys directly, or let them go into the sea to catch these pirates." This. Ryan was also a little speechless about these pirates when he heard this. If you shoot it directly, it seems a bit cruel. Then you should catch them and send them to be with the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates, so that they don't make a noise underneath. You go and catch them. "Yes, sir." When the soldiers listened, they immediately jumped into the sea. After a while, the pirates who had drunk half alive were tied up. Zizzy! Zizzy! Ryan stepped on the belly of a pirate whose stomach was swollen, and immediately spit out a small fountain in his mouth. When the other soldiers met, they also started to learn, and soon a small rainbow dot appeared on the deck. As the water was drained from the stomach, the pirates gradually became sober. When Ryan saw him, he clapped his hands on the pile of reward orders and said, "You woke up, right? Then tell me which pirate group you are. Why didn't I see your pirate group's flag on the reward order? Could it be that your group of pirates have not even been offered a bounty? Who said that this captain is a wanted man for the reward of 3,000 Baileys?" Carl immediately roared when he heard it. 30 million Baileys, a soldier whispered after hearing the words. "He doesn't look like a 30 million Bailey guy. He can't even win against us. How could there be such a high reward? Gold. Yes, and he can't even swim. I think he only has 3,000 bounty. Such a weak guy actually met our chief. They are really bad luck." "Yes, it's because we are still ready to deal with it. Don't deceive people too much. Although I don't have a high reward right now, one day I will become a great pirate." Carl listened to the conversation of the soldiers, exasperated. "Don't worry, you will never have this day." Ryan patted Carl and smiled. "You have been caught by me, so just accept your prison life honestly. But there is still good news to tell you. Although you only have a reward of 3,000 Baileys, the place you are going to go next can only be visited by the pirates who are vicious and tens of millions of Baileys. Do you feel very happy and fulfilling?" "What?" When he heard this, Carl couldn't help but pale, and sweat dripped on the deck. "Where are you sending me?" Impel Down, known as the Copper Wall and Iron Wall, has another name, the Grand Line Belt, the Great Underwater Prison. Ryan laughed. Chapter 38 The Grand Line again. "What? Are you going to send me to prison on the Grand Line?" Carl was dumbfounded. Is the Marine in front of him a fool? Why send him from all over the world to the prison of Grand Line? He is just a pirate of 3,000 Baileys, so he needs to be so inspiring? Are you very happy? Although you don't have a big pirate's bounty, you have the same treatment as the big pirate. In addition, I want to tell you another good news. There is a pirate on this warship who is offering a bounty of 42 million Baileys. I will let the soldiers send you over to communicate. I believe you. It will be very easy to talk about." Ryan laughed and waved his hand to let the soldiers send them into the cabin. 42 million Baileys. Carl's expression instantly changed when he heard this. Don't, we know it's wrong, don't lock us with them, don't." Carl pleaded, where is there any room for him to resist in front of such a big pirate? Surely you will be ravaged by the other party as a toy, right? He didn't want this, it was not the result he wanted. Don't worry, they are very gentle in the true sense. Ryan laughed. The soldiers dragged Carl and others away. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates who complained in the cabin could not help but cheer when they saw the soldiers coming. They heard from below that Ryan wanted to send the pirates to accompany them. Now that I saw the pirates coming down, I couldn't help being more excited. They are very weak. You had better start with a lighter hand. They will go to impel down with you in the future. The soldiers screamed loudly, struggling desperately to escape. The pirates said to the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates. Don't worry, these lovely sweethearts, how could we hurt them? Let them in, I can't wait to take care of them. Yes, let them in quickly, we will take good care of them. The pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates group were impatient. Don't. Carl struggled desperately and kept begging, I know it was wrong, Master Marine, please let us go. Let's not stay with them. Yes, Master Marine, let us go. The pirates were trembling in their voices, and they were terrified all over. Let them stay with this kind of monsters, they absolutely can't stand it. If you know that you are wrong, you must be punished. The soldiers said as Ryan did, they won't do anything to you, they will take good care of you. And in the great undersea prison, there will be very scary there. The pirates, greet them in advance, it won't hurt. We don't need this kind of greeting, we don't need it. The pirates screamed. You need it. The soldiers stopped talking to them, opened the cage directly, stuffed them in, and the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates saw them and hugged them immediately. Lovely sweetheart, don't be afraid, we will take care of you. Yes, we won't let anyone hurt you, don't worry. Oh, Carl fainted with foaming from his mouth and shaking all over. The horror is too horrible, the guy in front of him is more horrible than anything he has ever seen. He can't stand this kind of stimulation anymore. Let's go quickly. Seeing this scene, the soldiers couldn't help but shiver, and hurriedly left the cabin where the eccentric pirate group was held. If they stay any longer, they will probably be the same as the pirates. Is it really nothing to lock them together? Sergeant Ryan and the soldiers couldn't help asking as he heard the screams of hissing lungs coming from the cabin. What's the matter? If they dare to go out to sea as pirates, they should have known such a day. Furthermore, as the captured pirates, are they still qualified to choose a place to live? Ryan waved the barbell and said, You have to remember that you can be kind to civilians, but you should never have this kind of thoughts to pirates. Since they have chosen to become pirates, they will be responsible for their actions. Yes, I know. When the soldier heard Kide, he just remembered the sins committed by the pirates on the sea. He couldn't help but want to slap himself. He actually developed kindness to the pirates, which is really too much. Well, go ahead and stand guard. Our voyage is still very long, and it hasn't ended so soon. Ryan finished speaking and continued to practice. Even if they didn't land on any islands, this voyage would take more than half a month to arrive. A few days later, the warship left South Blue and arrived at the Grand Line. After arriving at the Grand Line, Ryan was finally not immersed in the practice. No way, Grand Line is not as calm as South Blue. Anything can happen here. The pirates here are bold, but they will not be kind to you just because you are Marine, let alone fear you. Some pirates even took pleasure in attacking and killing Marine. Therefore, in such a dangerous place, you must have a strong spirit to cope with the coming troubles. Sir Ryan, is the Grand Line dangerous? The soldiers obviously also noticed Ryan's abnormality, and they all stared at the sea cautiously, nervous to the extreme. Yes, the pirates who can reach the Grand Line are all capable pirates. Ryan looked at the turbulent sea and said, But you don't need to be too nervous. There are 7 waterways here, so we may not be in trouble. Furthermore, our warships are also active on the Grand Line. Even if we are in trouble, there will be no danger. So you can relax a little bit, you don't need to be so nervous, just continue to do what you should do. Really? The soldiers finally loosened their tense nerves. There are indeed many warships on the Grand Line. They encountered one yesterday. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when the soldiers relaxed, but still watched the sea vigilantly. Although there are many warships on the Grand Line, the number of pirate ships is far more than that of warships. Otherwise, the pirates on the sea would not be so flooded now, and the rewards would not be so many. Chapter 39. Sir, an ice lobby is here. The soldier looked at the ice lobby in the distance and said, after so many days of sailing, he finally reached his destination. Well, I got it. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, his eyes staying in front of ice lobby. He has written to tell Pete that he will go to the great undersea prison from the Justice Gate of ice lobby. I wonder if he is waiting for him here? I haven't seen each other for more than a year. He still misses Pete, who trained with recruiters. Just as Ryan thought about it, there was already a small boat coming towards ice lobby. Ryan, Ryan! It's me, Pete. Pete's shout came from the boat, and Ryan came to see Pete on the boat. You haven't seen this guy for more than a year, and he has become stronger. You must have the blood of a giant in your family. Ryan smiled next to the boat rail. He didn't expect to see him in more than a year. Pete had grown to more than 3 meters tall. He was a big guy, and he was only 1.9 meters tall now. There must be giant genes in the opponent's family. I don't know about that. Pete said as he climbed onto the warship from the boat. You actually came to see me now. I thought you had forgotten me. How is this possible? Ryan and Pete touched their fists and laughed. You also know that I am too far away from here in South Blue, and I usually need to perform tasks. This time I came to see you because of escorting the pirates. Otherwise, it is estimated that it will take 2 years to meet each other. Really? Then you are really a busy man. Pete said with a smile, staring at Ryan's uniform for a while and then envied, you have become a sergeant. The speed is really fast. We know you don't. We'll stay in South Blue like this. But your advancement speed is too fast, is there any way to tell me? Just catch more pirates. Ryan pointed to the cabin and said, I was able to ascend so fast, thanks to the pirates' hard work and raise their bounty so high. However, South Blue is indeed less pirates. Otherwise, on the Grand Line, how can I get a lieutenant junior grade now? It's good if you can catch pirates everywhere, don't care about these, you see, I stay in the ice lobby all day just watching the prisoners, where can I be as happy as you? Pete sighed, among the 4 of us as far as I am the worst, you have to work harder. Try to become the headquarters Rear Admiral or Admiral, get me out of this place. Speaking of which, you and Olean Brits will meet again. Ryan curiously asked. Everyone has gone their separate ways since the recruit training is over, and I don't know how they are now. I have seen them. Both of them are now seamen first class. It won't be long before they can be promoted to non-commissioned officers. Pete smiled bitterly, I am still a seaman apprentice. I don't know when I will get through. An ice lobby has so many guards here, there is no need for me to be here. My battlefield should be the sea. You can bear with me for a while. I believe I won't be too long. I will definitely be promoted to Commodore within 3 years. I will be able to transfer you out of here. Ryan comforted. From Pete, he can unwilling to see too much. This is very similar to when he was targeted by Zephyr at home. They all needed someone else to save him. The only difference was that he could save himself, but Pete needed someone to help him. Well, I believe you. Pete said with a smile, it's getting late. The gate of justice should have been opened. You should pass by. When we have the opportunity in the future, we will have a good chat. I should return to my post. Otherwise the above will say mine. Well, wait for me. I promise it won't be too long. Ryan laughed. Okay, you must come. Pete said, stepping off the warship, landing on the boat and heading towards an ice lobby. When Ryan saw him, he couldn't help sighing. He looked at the gate of justice, which was slowly rising. Come straight up, let the Marines on the Grand Line see your courage, don't shame South Blue. Yes, Chief Ryan. When the soldiers heard Kide, they straightened their waists and looked around curiously. This is the Grand Line Nice lobby? I've only heard of it before, but I didn't expect them to come here someday. With the opening of the Justice Gate, a huge Uzumaki quickly formed, and after the Justice Gate of the great underwater prison at the other end was opened, the water flow gradually subsided and became a waterway that can be passed through. Go. Following Ryan's order, the ship entered the Gate of Justice. The soldiers looked at the gate in the sky curiously, their eyes full of surprise. They didn't understand how they were driven by the sky like the sky. I don't even know what kind of dangerous place is behind this, and I actually want to use this kind of door. After a while, he passed through another Justice Gate behind the waterway. The great undersea prison appeared in front of him. The warship slowly docked on the pier. Ryan looked at Anne, who was standing on the pier, and was a little surprised. You have grown a lot taller in 1 year, what's wrong? Don't even forget me. Anne said with his arms folded. Even if I have forgotten everything, I won't forget everything in this department. Ryan smiled. Why did you come here as assistant, Anne? No training required. Don't worry about training. I came here to hear that you have come to the Grand Line, so I thought about seeing how you are growing now. Anne went straight to the subject without being wordy. When Ryan heard this, he suddenly smiled. When you come to fight, just talk about the fight. Don't be so stern. Although you are older than me, you joined Marine earlier than me. But don't you think that I have been fishing in South Blue this year? I have been practicing desperately this year. Really? That's great. Anne smiled while holding a long knife. Let me take a look at the results of your cultivation. I hope you don't just talk about it. Of course, there is no problem. I also want to know how much I have improved during the year, and how far is it from your group of Marines who are staying in the headquarters. Ryan touched the axe behind him and smiled. You two want to learn from each other, I have no opinion, but can you send the pirates in first? We are not the headquarters here. Tomino played with the whip and reminded that she couldn't control what Marine wanted. But this is in the great undersea prison, no matter what they are doing, they have to bring the prisoners out first. I'm really sorry. Lane said to the soldiers. You escort the pirates out. I will discuss with the assistant teacher 1 or 2, and I will be back later. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded upon hearing this. Chapter 40. Okay, let's start. I can jump on the ground as you like. After explaining the soldiers, Ryan smiled at Anne. Everyone is capable, and Anne shouldn't be stupid enough to use the sea as a battlefield. It looks like you are very confident. Anne stared at Anne with slightly squinted eyes. Of course, because I have this strength. Ryan clenched his fist and smiled. Teacher assistant, do you want to feel it? Then let me see, are you self-confidence or arrogance? Anne jumped on his toes to an open space floating on the sea in the great undersea prison. Ryan saw him and jumped off the warship. In fact, I don't understand why the teacher is so optimistic about you. I think I can share the worries for the teacher. You are not a qualified Marine. The first time I saw you, I knew you would not become what the teacher hoped. Anne seemed to say to himself, you have ambitions and madness in your eyes. The teacher may not be able to see it, but I can see that the expression you showed after being injured is like I saw an injured wolf when I was a child. So you are jealous of me? Although I don't know why Zephyr instructor values me so much, what I want to say is that I hate him much more than I am grateful to him. Ryan sneered when he heard the words. Said, but don't worry, I won't do anything to instructor. Because someone will take care of him personally, I don't have to do it. As for you, I saw you very uncomfortable from the beginning. Know why? You are so weak, but you speak to me in a strong tone. This is something I cannot bear. Really? Anne's eyes narrowed slightly, and his breath gradually became cold and severe. "You dare to say this in front of me? Do you know what the consequences will be?" "Of course I know, but what can you do with me? As long as I don't act, you upload it to the marshal and it's just empty talk. Do you think Marine will kill me because of your empty talk?" "You guessed it. How many soldiers' hearts are there?" Ryan looked crazy and said, "I learned this from you. As long as you don't go beyond the rules, everything will be forgiven. Just as you did when you said it was good for me, but never considered my feelings. When I left the headquarters, I made up my mind that I would come back again. Don't try to stop me. I am familiar with Marine rules and regulations. As long as I have military merit, you can't stop me from rising. Let me take a look at how much progress you have made in 1 year. Zephyr came to let you test me. You can go back and tell him happily that I didn't let him down." Ryan smiled. Said, a mouth full of white fang looked very hideous. "You guy." Anne drew a long knife when he heard the words, "It's just an ungrateful BD. I'm going to wake you up today. Come on then, let me see how much strength you guy with small arms and legs can have. How much have you learned by this instructor?" Ryan sneered. "Be angry and manic. The anger he received in the headquarters will return bit by bit, and there is nothing to stop him." Ding! There was a crisp impact, and Ryan held the axe and touched the long knife held by Anne in both hands. Ryan squeezed the long knife in the direction of Anne with both hands, and laughed at the same time. "It's been more than a year. It seems that your strength is still standing still. As an assistant, you only have this strength? Weak is too weak. Even the pirate I escorted today is not as weak as yours. I think maybe I know, why are you jealous of me? You are jealous of me because you are too weak, but you don't work hard. True strong people will not be jealous of others, they will only anger their own weaknesses. I didn't understand before, but after I saw you, I knew. You are that kind of weak guy. A hole." Anne snarled in a low voice, his eyes full of bloodshot eyes. Ryan gradually felt the power coming from the other end of the long knife, and couldn't help increasing the strength in his hand. Anne kept retreating. "What a restless guy, it's so difficult for you to understand your weakness. You must learn to lie down and try to bury your head in the soil, so that you won't see the cruelty of this world. A guy with ridiculous thoughts in his heart will only kill him in this world." Ryan lifted his foot and kicked Anne away directly. After 9 years, it was just that Ji Eunhao hadn't set foot in the great Ji Eunhao. He didn't have much interest in fighting with her. Maybe he could only bring him a little fun after being angry. "I said you guys are fighting so fiercely in Marine now." Tomino couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Anne's movement against the wall. The soldier heard the words, looked at Ryan who was closing his feet, and explained. "We don't know this, we are just the Marine of South Blue." "Yes, the Sir's grudge. We are not very clear. They don't know why their parents would act so cruelly when facing a female chief, but they knew that their own people were not mixed. Anyway, what they said just now is also a discussion. There is also a witness here. What will happen? Now it's better to watch the show honestly. It is said that the self-administrator is really fast, and they flew out without seeing the female chief. Compared to you a year ago, you have not made any progress. Is it because you have not practiced physical skills and have always known the reasons for your abilities?" Ryan walked towards Anne and said, "I don't understand, Zephyr instructor, since it has always been advocated to learn physical skills, why didn't you focus on training?" "It's because I'm disappointed in you. I can see that you have been abandoned, just like the cat raised by the owner has been abandoned. You are now waving your minions crazily, but you don't know that it is as ridiculous as a clown. I don't quite understand why this method instructor sent you to test me. If he really wants to test my strength, I think he should let a colonel come. A weak guy like you, I really can't bring up the slightest energy." Whizzing! As soon as Ryan's words fell, 2 slashes flew out of the smoke and dust. Pong pong. Pong pong. After Ryan saw him, he immediately swung his axe to greet him with 2 slashes. After the slash and the axe collided, there was a harsh rubbing sound. Swish! A black shadow rushed out of the smoke, holding a long knife and slashing towards Ryan. Ding! The axe held by the 2 arms that came out of Ryan's arm directly blocked the attack. Very good speed, but unfortunately it's too slow. Ryan waved his hands vigorously, and the 2 slashes dissipated completely. Anne was also beaten out again. Thanks for the reward of Ling I Shiji. Chapter 41 End and Impact. Weak slash, unbearable power, is this where your confidence lies? I already feel a bit boring. Ryan yawned and said, forget it, that's all for the discussion. I don't want to bully you anymore, lest you be jokes. After speaking, Ryan turned and left. Swish! Anne reappeared with the knife, and several flashes of the figure appeared in front of Ryan. At this time, Anne's face was completely shrouded, and the speed was more than twice as fast as before. Sure enough, Blacken is 10 times stronger, and the white is weak by 3 points. It is directly red and angry. Feeling the force from the axe, Ryan couldn't help frowning. How come these days when you are an individual, Anne, who can be easily cleaned up just now, has become stronger all at once? This damn rule is really unreasonable, but it also makes this boring battle new. He also wanted to see how much Anne can become stronger under the anger. Ding ding! Ding ding! The long knife and the axe collided, constantly making a crisp sound. Anne's figure also kept changing positions and attacking Ryan, but they were all blocked. It's useless, your strength to swing the knife is weak and weak. At first glance, you don't have hard training. Although I don't know how you used the slash, but with your strength, I really don't see it anymore. Weak, too weak. You can stay in this department with your strength. No wonder Marine is not as good as one generation now. Ryan said lightly, and put his hands hard again. This time, he no longer keeps his hands. The huge force directly cut Anne and wielded a long knife, and stopped when he was about to cut Anne's body. Take the axe back behind him. When will you become a great swordsman and then challenge me? You are too weak now. I hope you won't be so self-conscious when we meet next time. A guy blinded by jealousy, Ryan didn't bother to pay attention to him. Walked directly towards the warship. Are you okay? Tomino watched Ryan board the warship and left, and after hesitating for a while, he walked towards Anne, who was motionless. No. Anne was shrouded in darkness, unable to see his face clearly. But there was a slight tremor in his voice. That's good. Tomino nodded when he heard the words, and didn't ask much. Turned around and walked away. After a long time, until the people have almost dispersed. Tears slid down Anne's face. Sir, can we ask if you have any grievances with the female officer just now? Why are you so cruel? After the soldiers saw that the gate of justice disappeared completely, they finally couldn't help the fire of 8 trigrams in their hearts and began to ask. What do you say about this matter? It's not easy to explain, you can understand it as a guy who has eaten up and is jealous of me. Ryan rubbed his chin and said, I didn't want to clean up her, but she really did. It made me a little angry, thinking of some unpleasant things. It turned out to be like this. After listening to Ryan's explanation, the soldiers suddenly realized. Originally from the parent official and the female chief, there was still this kind of grievance, no wonder it was so ruthless just now. With the axe just now, they almost thought that the patriarch was going to hack the female chief to death. They were so scared that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Okay, I have explained to you what should be explained. It's time for you to go back to your post and stand guard. We should go back to South Blue. Ryan reminded the soldiers who didn't know where their thoughts were floating. Yes, we know. The soldiers nodded when they heard the words, and immediately returned to their posts. Are you okay? Why do you look like a god after you come back? What happened? In Naval Headquarters Marineford, Binns asked Anne, who was silent after returning from the great undersea prison. I failed, I was easily defeated. Anne was silent for a long time, and finally spoke. But she didn't say what the other party said when she was fighting with Ryan. Failed? How could it be? Binns's eyes widened and he couldn't believe him. Even if he is the teacher's optimistic person, it is impossible to defeat you so easily. But the fact is that I failed. Anne said, and then continued to remain silent. Okay. Binns nodded when he heard the words, don't be so depressed, Ryan is the one who ate the animal devil fruit after all. There is nothing weird about catching up with us. Our ability gets stronger as we get behind. One day we will surpass him. It's impossible. You won't know his current strength without seeing him with your own eyes. Binns, I want to leave the headquarters. Anne said suddenly. What? Binns was surprised. What the hell do you want? Anne. I want to try to leave the teacher's asylum and become stronger under the temper of the sea. Maybe only in this way can I truly be on my own and not let the teacher down. Did you figure it out clearly? Binns said after being silent for a while. Well, I have already figured it out clearly. Anne nodded. Well, then I will stay with you. I also feel that staying in the department will not help the teacher. Binns said. You don't need to accompany me. After all, the teacher still needs someone to help. It doesn't matter, there are so many people in this department, there must be someone who can help the teacher do these things. Binns laughed. All right then. Anne nodded. The two went to Zephyr's office. I am very happy that you two have this kind of thought, but remember to protect yourself. I don't want to see you two have an accident. Zephyr couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he looked at the two remaining students in front of him. Can tell him today that they are leaving the headquarters. He was very happy because he knew that both students had left a shadow on their arms because of the original events. He is really happy that they can get out of the shadows now. We will protect ourselves, teacher, you have to take care. Anne said in a low tone. She also didn't want to leave the department, but if she continued to stay under the protection of the teacher, she would not meet the teacher's expectations in her life. Well, I will take care of myself, you two have to be careful too. When you meet an enemy you can't beat, don't try hard, living is more important than anything. Zephyr said. He didn't want to watch his only two students have an accident, so he might regret it for the rest of his life. We know, teacher. Binns solemnly said, we won't do things we are not sure about. That's good, you go back and clean up first, I will help you find a suitable place to sharpen. Zephyr said. Okay, thank you teacher. Anne said gratefully and left with a low expression. Chapter 42. I can't believe it, we actually came back. Yet, all this seems like a dream. In front of the South Blue Puya Island pier, the soldiers looked at the waiting companions on the shore, and felt that the journey of these 2 months was just like a dream. He opened his eyes and closed his eyes and came back. Well, let's cheer up everyone. It's been a long time since I've been back, so you can't be embarrassed. You are the ones who have taken a trip on the Grand Line, so you should show up a little bit. Ryan reminded. Time passed really fast, and he didn't react much. He has returned to Puya Island. Yes, sir. The soldiers couldn't help but straighten their waists and look towards the dock. This trip to the great undersea prison is still pleasant? Admiral asked Ryan while standing on the dock with a smile. When he heard that the ship was returning, he knew that they should be back recently. Well, it's okay. Ryan nodded and said, I didn't encounter anything along the way, and arrived at the destination smoothly. That's good. Admiral smiled, everyone is very happy to hear that you are back. Now we are waiting for you to go back at the base. Come down quickly. Yet. Ryan nodded, and led the soldiers off the warship and followed Admiral to the base. Nothing major happened to Puya Island during the time we left, right? Colonel? Ryan asked as he walked. It's still the same here. Admiral smiled, except for some little pirates, there is nothing else. You also know that there are no pirates in South Blue. Yes. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He also worried that during his absence, Admiral had caught some valuable pirate, so that he would have no chance to catch it. Hello, Chief Ryan. After seeing Ryan's return, the soldiers in the branch greeted him aloud. Ryan nodded and smiled. Hello everyone, it seems that during the time I'm away, everyone is in good spirits. Mainly, sir, you took away the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirate Group. Without them, everyone will be in good spirits. The soldiers laughed and said that the pirates of the Sweetheart Pirates were more than torturing the prisoners. At the same time, it has always been a huge challenge for them. They have to change shifts to withstand the images of the Sweetheart Pirates. Otherwise, they will be as sluggish as the prisoners. So it's like this. Ryan smiled, then you have to work hard to cultivate. Maybe I don't know when I will catch such a group of pirates again. What? Upon hearing this, the soldiers' complexions immediately turned ugly. Ryan nodded in dissatisfaction when he saw it. The soldiers were as uncomfortable as ever. It was a big deal to meet a group of sweetheart pirates. Encountering one more, then their luck is simply awe. I have to tell you something. Ryan. Ariel, who was walking in the front, suddenly spoke, with a serious tone, which made Ryan, who was joking with the soldiers, stunned and said, If you have something, Colonel, you can just say it directly. You don't need to pant like this, you will scare me like this. Okay, I'll just talk about it briefly. Admiral smiled and said, the head office has issued an order to let you go to the Pori Pori Island branch. The colonel from somewhere has been transferred back to the headquarters, so the power on the island is somewhat empty. But if I want a sergeant to go, it seems a bit unreasonable. Ryan vomited. I have the rank of sergeant, why do I have to work as a colonel? Isn't this showing bullying? He gets 50 yuan in salary, but the head office wants him to do 500 yuan of work. Ha ha ha, you really don't want to be made a little bit cheaper. Admiral smiled, this time the head office specially promoted you to ensign, and the purpose is to let you guard Pori Pori Island. You are the soldier I have seen the fastest ascent. Maybe you will pass me soon. Speaking of this, Admiral couldn't help but sigh. After Ryan went to Pori Pori, he had to go back to the hands-on life he used to do. It was so uncomfortable to think about it. I think this should be my ability, and it should be recognized by the headquarter, Colonel. Ryan murmured, although he did rise very quickly, it was mainly because he had this strength, otherwise, even if there was a vacancy in the headquarters, he would not be allowed to take the post. That's true. Admiral smiled, well, it's time to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Everyone is going to see you off when they heard that you are leaving to take office on Pori Pori Island. So? Actually, they don't have to see me off, it's enough to give me some gifts. Ryan laughed loudly when he heard the words. Sir, Ryan, we don't have a Pele in our pockets. Don't even think about us giving you gifts. Yes, Chief Ryan, why do you have such a dangerous idea? The soldiers joked. Look at you scumbags. Ryan shook his head. The soldiers laughed joyfully in the branch. A few days later, Ryan stood on the dock and waved at the soldiers. Then left in a warship. After staying on Puya Island for a year, I didn't expect to return to the headquarters now, but changed a place instead. However, this is also good. There are too few pirates near Puya Island, and he needs more islands with more pirates as errands. Hope, Pori Pori Island will not let him down. 2 days later, Pripri Island gradually appeared in front of Ryan. The distance from Puya Island here is not very far, but the environment is quite different. Compared to the black muddy land on Puya Island, here are yellow rocks. Hello. Is it Ryan Ensign from Puya Island? On the dock, the soldiers stood neatly. The lead sergeant asked aloud. Yes, I am Ryan. Ryan smiled. Is this all the soldiers on Prapuri? Yes. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words. The colonel took away most of the soldiers before he left, and these are the only ones left. Okay, everyone, go back to the base, don't stand stupidly here, and tell me about the situation in the nearby waters by the way. Ryan said. He now wants to know what pirates around here are worth his hands on. The environment on Pori Pori Island is really bad, with rocks and cliffs everywhere. There seems to be no residents on the island, only branches. It looks a bit lonely, and even more desolate. He must be promoted to the position of colonel early and leave here. Chapter 43. Now there are no pirates entrenched in the waters near Pori Pori Island. All the pirates who were entrenched have been solved by the colonel who left. The sergeant said as he walked. There is no pirate. Ryan frowned when he heard this. If there is no pirate, then why is he here in this corner? Mixing time here? He doesn't have so much time wasted here, what he needs is the more pirates, the better the pirates. Yes. The sergeant nodded and continued, but because Prapuri Island is one of the ways to get to the Grand Line, pirates will also appear here. That means we haven't lived around for a long time, but there are people passing by, right? Ryan's eyes lit up. The same can be said. The sergeant nodded. Then there is no problem. Please help me mark the places where the pirates will pass. From now on, arrange manpower to squat guard. I don't want to see any pirate leave in front of me. Ryan said excitedly. The sergeant couldn't help but was stunned when he heard the words. He should have read it right. The new officer seemed a bit overexcited. What's the matter? Have an opinion? Or is there any problem? Seeing the sergeant froze, Ryan asked. Sir, that sea area is a bit big. If you want to stare at it, I'm afraid it won't be easy. The sergeant reminded. This is easy to handle, so you can hit which guy you can see. Ryan laughed. Let us take a look at the situation in the branch first, and then arrange manpower operations later. Yes, sir. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words, and led Ryan and his party to the branch. The branch of Pori Pori Island is similar to that of Puya Island, but the environment here is far inferior to Puya Island. There are still prisoners in the prison. Ryan asked while looking at the situation of the entire branch. Yes, there are, but they are just a few little pirates, so there are only a few inside. Sergeant Kide. Just a few. Ryan said indifferently, soon our prison will be lively. You go and put things away first, and then you are ready to get acquainted with the island and set off. Yes, sir. The soldiers who had been with Ryan for a year knew what the patriarch was going to do. They must be catching pirates again, as if catching pirates is fun, but they didn't feel that this kind of drifting on the tip of a knife was fun at all. On the contrary, it's a bit boring. Sir, are you not going to stay in the branch? The sergeant said when he heard the words. Sit in the branch and wait for the pirates to come? This is not my style. Taking the initiative is the best choice. Ryan laughed and said, there is nothing on the island worth protecting, or to clean up the past pirates. Better. If you don't want to be a sergeant all your life, you'd better follow me. Capturing a pirate is the fastest way to advance your rank, there is no one. But it would be dangerous to do so. The sergeant hesitated after hearing the words. They are pirates who are going to the sea. They are not going to play at sea. Pirates are really going to die. Doing things is not dangerous. You will choke to death when you eat. Can you not eat? It is impossible to live a stable life for a lifetime. Since you have chosen to become a Marine, you must have a desperate consciousness. Ryan finally did. Knowing why the previous Colonel Marine took away most of the soldiers, but only one was left here, this guy was really embarrassed. In other words, he didn't want to take this kind of guy out of South Blue. A subordinate like this would be fatal at a critical time. It's hard to imagine that when you are entrusted with important tasks, the other party will run away under pressure. When the sergeant heard Ryan's words, his face turned red involuntarily. Ryan didn't bother to pay attention to it, but said, "Don't worry, I won't want you to go with me to catch pirates at sea. You can stay in the branch and help me with normal official duties. If nothing happens, I won't stay here for long. I will leave here for the headquarters for at most 3 years. So in the past 3 years, everyone should be able to get along very well." "Yes, sir." The blushing sergeant nodded. "Well, if you usually stay in the branch, if you get help from an island or a merchant ship, you can notify me directly. I don't have any other hobbies. I just catch pirates other than practicing, so don't think it will bother me after receiving the call." Ryan reminded, lest the sergeant thinks it will disturb him after receiving the call for help. "Then, he will not be notified." "Yes, I understand." The sergeant nodded when he heard the words. "Well, take me to the office to have a look." "Okay, please, sir." After getting a little familiar with this headquarters, Ryan let the soldiers rest. "I will go to sea later to take a look at the waters where they are responsible for Prapuri Island. Tenton is very angry today, hoping to have a good start and hit a few pirates. The sea is sunny and sunny." Standing on the bow of the ship, Ryan could faintly see several fishing boats fishing in the distance. "Sir, it's not the same as Puya Island. We can feel that the sun here is bigger and the temperature is higher," the soldiers said, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. "Well, I feel it too." Ryan nodded and said, "I'm going to start practicing. Please pay attention to the conditions on the sea, especially the fishing boats, and see if there are any pirates hitting them." "Idea." "Sir, how long has this passed? Why did you start practicing again?" The soldiers couldn't help muttering when they heard what Ryan said. Why is the self-employed official not cultivating or cultivating all day? Nonsense, who will protect you if I don't practice? You can practice for me when you have time. Don't always play here. There will definitely be enemies that I can't deal with in the future. If you become stronger, it will be a good thing for you. But we have already trained this morning." The soldiers murmured. They haven't played in this period of time. Don't Tenton train with Ryan Ensign? There is always nothing wrong with training more. Ryan exhorted, "You will come back to naval headquarters with me in the future. If this strength is in danger on the Grand Line, you will lose your life, so try to give it to me. Be stronger. You don't want to stay in a place like South Blue for the rest of your life, do you? Although it is comfortable here, if you continue to stay here with the original idea, your whole life will be abolished." "Yes, we understand." The soldiers listened and straightened their waists. Chapter 44 Application. The sea was calm, no sea beasts appeared, no pirate boats appeared, only fishing boats were fishing on the sea. The sun reflected on the sparkling sea, and the soldiers looked at the calm sea. I could not help but let out a long sigh. It was great that no pirates appeared. The first day of attending work in the waters near Puri Puri Island ended so boringly. Could it be that there is no pirate ship? Don't you see us come out? Ryan, who was waving an iron barbell as large as 4 large grinding discs, looked at the calm sea, with an uncomfortable expression on his face. "You just watched it back, don't hit us anymore." "Yes, sir." The soldiers looked at the barbell that could easily smash them with horror, and said in terror, "Don't be so scared, it's just a barbell, it won't kill anyone. Besides, I'll watch it." Ryan said indifferently. "That's for you, sir." "Yes, sir, trouble you to change the direction of the barbell," the soldiers shouted. "Don't worry, you are safe, don't be so nervous." Ryan continued to wave the barbell. The soldiers shrank their heads when they heard the words, and walked aside quickly. As the night darkened, the warship gradually left here and returned to the branch. "What's the sergeant's gain?" the sergeant asked, seeing Ryan returning with the soldiers. No gain at all, time wasted there." Speaking of this, Ryan shrugged and said, "You have been here for so long, you should know where there are pirates, right, even if you leave here. It doesn't matter if the site is farther away, as long as it is a pirate." This. The sergeant couldn't help but pause. Ryan saw him look like this and asked, "Do you know where there are pirates?" "I know, it's just that the sea is not under our jurisdiction." The sergeant hesitated. "As long as it is a pirate, wherever he is. What does this have to do with whether it is under our jurisdiction? Can we leave them alone if it doesn't belong to our jurisdiction?" Ryan said with righteousness. "But that is the marine branch near Gudong Island." The sergeant whispered. "I don't care where he is responsible. I will ask the above for instructions to eradicate the pirates on Gudong Island in a while. Since the marine branch on Gudong Island can't handle it, let me take care of it," Ryan said. From what the sergeant meant, something should have happened for a long time. Otherwise, it won't reach Pori Island. He doesn't care which branch the pirates are on. He only knows that these pirates have not been cleaned up yet, so he is obligated to deal with them. But if the chief on Gudong Island finds out, I'm afraid you will be hated by them, Chief," the sergeant reminded. They went from Pori Island to catch the pirates on Gudong Island, which is simply hitting the face over there. Isn't this telling the head of their incompetence? If you bear hatred, you will bear hatred. If they have the ability, they will come to our site to arrest people. A group of guys who have not succeeded or failed, if they can't get things done, they should ask for support. They have been dragging like this, intending to drag the pirates to death. The residents there can't wait for so long. You go and get everyone ready to assemble. I will report to the top and apply to go to Gudong Island to deal with the group. Pirate." Ryan finished speaking and went to the office to apply to the department. His position is still very low, and he still needs to apply if he wants to enter the seas of other branches. "Wait a moment for Ryan Ensign about this matter, I want to report to Sakazuki Admiral." The terminal in the headquarters called Kide after receiving Ryan's call. "Okay, that's troublesome." Ryan nodded. "You are welcome." The operator smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, I will get back to you soon." "Okay." Ryan nodded when he heard the words and heard the phone worm hanging up. Sakazuki Admiral, Ryan Ensign on Pori Island in South Blue wants to apply to go to Gudong Island to capture the beast pirates. The operator dialed the phone worm. "We report. Where is the beast pirate group on Gudong Island? Hasn't been cleaned up?" Sakazuki, who was working in the office, asked. "Not yet." Operator Kide. "How many days is this already?" Sakazuki frowned. "It's already the 10th day, the operator said. 10 days. Sakazuki's face turned dark when he heard the words. Then why don't they ask for help from the headquarters? They haven't caught a small pirate group for 10 days, what are they doing? A small group of beasts and pirates was able to stay on Guru Island for 10 days, and the marine in charge there has not yet been resolved. This is simply negligent." "This?" the operator whispered, "I don't know too much." Sakazuki's face grew darker upon hearing this. "You tell the Marines of Guru Island that if they can't solve the beast pirates, they should stop being a Marine as soon as possible. I will arrange for others to deal with this matter, they don't need to be there to support it. Tell Ensign on Puri Island that I approved his action. But I hope to hear the news of his success." "Yes, Admiral." The operator nodded when he heard the words, and then told Ryan the news. After Ryan found out, he walked out of the happy office. Now that the permission of this department has been passed, the next thing is much easier to do. In the branch hall, the soldiers were waiting for Ryan to come down. With the sound of footsteps in the stairs, everyone's heart couldn't help but lift up. They are all curious what is going on. After Ryan came down, he saw the soldiers who were there and nodded. Very well, everyone is here. After a while, we will have a good night's sleep. We will leave tomorrow morning. The above has approved me to go to Gudong Island to arrest the beast pirate group. This action can only succeed, not fail. Yes, sir. The soldiers cried loudly. Major Jamie is okay. The operator in the headquarters called and said that Sakazuki Admiral was very upset that we hadn't caught the beast. The pirates were very upset. Now Ensign of Prapuri has been asked to take over. What? Jamie gritted his teeth when he heard the words. The beast pirates has 3 powerful beasts. Even if we are not their opponents, what does the headquarters think? Why did you send an ensign to take over? Do you look down on me? Am I also a major anyway? All were sent to the colonel to take over. He has no objection, because he really can't clean up the beast pirates, but the question is, what is the matter of sending an ensign in the headquarters now? Colonel Jamie, I just asked the operator and he said that this Lie ensign is not an ordinary ensign. He is not only demon fruit power, but also has a record of defeating the 42 million Bailey Sweetheart pirates. So this is the case. Jamie frowned when he heard the words, but even if it was like this, the headquarters really looked down on me too much, and let an ensign come. Go ahead and tell everyone to prepare for action tonight. We must catch the beast pirates. I can't let an ensign watch our jokes. Yes, Major Jamie. The corporal nodded. Chapter 45. In the early morning the sun had just poured into the sea, and on Prapuri, the soldiers ran to the harbour with their shells and muskets on their backs. A little bit faster, don't dawdle. Try to get out early and come back early for a beast pirate group, and they will be dealt with soon. Ryan stood at the branch dock and urged, carrying 2 large boxes of shells in both arms. The sir really doesn't need us to go together, the sergeant asked. No, you just stay here and watch the branch. If you have anything to do, call me. I will be back soon after finishing the beast pirates. Lane said, after seeing the last soldier leave. Carrying the cannonball and left. Sergeant Sika, are we abandoned? The soldiers who stayed in the branch asked. Obviously they were also part of the branch. Why did Ensign leave with those soldiers and leave them here? This. Sika sighed after hearing the words. It may be that our first impression is not good for the chief or because he is not familiar with us. Maybe it will be better in the future. Let's all return to their posts. Yes. The soldiers nodded, their expressions a bit low. Sir Ryan, what is our battle plan this time? Or do we just rush to the island? The soldiers asked while filling the cannon with shells. Of course, just go up and do it, just a group of pirates. If you are afraid of anything, take your courage and don't be scared by those little animals. Ryan laughed. Of course, as long as Chief Ryan rushes. We won't retreat either. That's right, whatever the pirate group. FK him. The soldiers laughed. Where did you get the information from the sergeant? There are 3 powerful beasts in the beast pirates. It is said that these 3 beasts were tamed by the captain of the beast pirates. And the captain of this beast pirate group is also a demon fruit power, but his ability is to be able to talk to animals. This is a somewhat strange but useless ability. So for this trip, they didn't have much worry. In their opinion, Chief Ryan would be able to solve this beast pirate group easily. At night, the warship was still sailing. The distance between Gudong Island and Pori Pori Island is almost as far as the distance between Puya Island and Pori Pori Island, and Ryan didn't think he could be there anytime soon. After all, the speed of warships is already very fast. He wasn't very anxious, anyway. The beast pirate group would definitely not be able to escape. It's not good. At this moment, the peace on the warship was broken, and the soldiers ran over in a panic and reported, "It's not good, Officer Ryan. What's wrong? What happened? Don't tell me that the branch was attacked by the pirates. We must go back to the branch right now." They finally left the sea area where Prapuri Island was responsible, and if they had to go back again, his brain would hurt. "It's not this." The soldier gasped and said, "It was an accident on Gudong Gudong Island." "Did the pirates on Gudong Gudong Island run away?" Ryan's expression changed. If the pirates ran away, wouldn't he waste time and energy? "It's not that the pirates ran off." The soldier calmed down and said, "It was the branch of Gudong Gudong Island where Major Jamie led the soldiers to catch the beast pirate group and failed. It turned out to be like this." Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when the pirates didn't run away. Fail and fail, what's so strange? If they can really clean up the beast pirates, it won't be so long, but their brains are sick. If they can't beat them, they will go to the beast, the pirates' trouble. If it is because the beast pirate group endangers the safety of civilians, the Marine of Gudong Gudong Island can understand it to stop it. But if it's not like this, and they just want to arrest them, then it would be no different from looking for death. The sergeant said it seems to be because the head office told Gudong Gudong Island that the beast pirates will be handed over to us. The Marine on Gudong Gudong Island had an opinion after learning about it, so they set off last night. But after a day and night of fighting, I still failed. I didn't succeed in capturing the beast pirate group and lost a lot of soldiers." The soldier repeated the sergeant's words one by one. "This idiot," Ryan said with a sullen face, incapable and wanting to show off, "this will not only harm himself, but also the soldiers. I want to see how he ends up next. If you don't have the ability, you should stay honestly, and no one will say anything about him. It just wants to cause such a thing." "That's right, Chief Ryan, you are right." The soldier agreed, "This kind of guy is really stupid. Fortunately, we didn't make money under him, otherwise he would have to die by him. I heard that the soldiers who went on this trip were dead, and even Major Jamie lost a leg before escaping from Gudong Gudong Island. Obviously they are all chiefs, why are they so much worse? Fortunately, he did not follow such a brainless officer, otherwise, it is very likely that he would be one of the hapless soldiers." Everyone cheered me up. "The Marines in the Gudong Gudong Island branch have failed. We absolutely cannot use your courage like them to let the other branches of South Blue take a good look at how our branch in Puri Puri Island does things." Ryan shouted, holding an axe. The guys are usually self-righteous, and when they need them, even the pirates can't deal with it. It's really disappointing. What happened on Gudong Gudong Island will definitely spread to South Blue soon. Do you want to be scolded by the residents of South Blue as rubbish? I don't want to." The soldiers shook their heads and shouted. "Then clean up the beast pirates with me and tell the residents of South Blue with the record. It's safe to stay in the Marine in South Blue." Ryan shouted. "Kill the beast pirates! Kill the beast pirates! Kill the beast pirates! Kill the beast pirates!" The soldiers exclaimed emotionally, and the shouts resounded all around the warship. The frightened seabirds fled in a panic. "Major Jamie, are you okay?" In the marine branch of Gudong Gudong Island, the corporal's head was wrapped with thick gauze. "I'm fine." Jamie cried, his bloodless face filled with despair. After his defeat after fighting with the beast pirate group was spread to the headquarters, the Marshal was infuriated. Not only has he been removed from the position of major, he is likely to go to a military court. The 2 counts of defying orders and causing the soldiers to sacrifice were enough for him to eat a pot, and his life ended here. If he can catch the beast pirate group, maybe all of this will not be mentioned, but he hasn't caught it now, and instead has suffered heavy losses and will take full responsibility. Chapter 46. Ha ha ha, what Major Marine? It's just a joke. Now our master captain's name can definitely spread all over the sea. Yes, let me see. Our master captain can definitely become the new One Piece. Under the dark night, an island is now brightly lit. The pirates drank and ate meat, and made a toast to their master captain from time to time. Joy surfaced in each of them. Not long ago, their master captain successfully led them to defeat Marine. Roar! The giant bear twisted and roared at the giant python entwined with it. After seeing it, the giant python quickly pulled away and slipped down from the giant bear. He looked to the side and fell asleep. Rhino Yuri's, with firelight on his face, saw him and said, "Just, you eat a lot of marine? Why are you still staring at Kurika? Be careful to wake up Zayuli again later, it will use its horns against you too." As for the contradiction between Kurika and Yuster, Eurus can only try to avoid them from fighting. After all, as one of his three major forces, if the three of them had an internal fight, it would definitely be a disaster for him. It's that Yuster always doesn't eat enough, and it makes him feel a little headache to provoke Kurika and Xizili. Obviously it has just been eaten by Marines. Hiss! When Yuster heard this, he hovered around Eurus with his tongue out. When Eurus saw it, he cursed, "What's the matter? You guy, are you hitting me on the head now? You are really a hungry ghost crawling out of hell, like a hole that can't be filled no matter how you fill it." His Yuster continued to stick out his tongue and circle Eurus for a few times before leaving reluctantly. The pirates have become accustomed to seeing this scene. This seems to be a way for their captain to communicate with Yuster. If you change it to them, then they probably have goosebumps all over their bodies now. Master Captain deserves to be Master Captain, who can control such a ferocious beast. Snapped! The nasal bubble on the tip of the lying giant rhino suddenly burst, and then the pirates felt a gust of wind. Suddenly, the giant rhinoceros started to bump into the forest on the island, and soon there was a cracking sound of a large area of trees in the forest. When Eurus heard it, his face went dark immediately. Shouted, "You guy in the slug, stop me quickly! I don't want you to knock down the tree when you sleep at night and crush my lovely men to death." Click! Click! In the forest, the sound of trees breaking still continued. Yuri's couldn't help but feel a headache. As these three guys grew older, he could no longer control them. He now sleeps on guard against the stupid fellow Yuster who would swallow him. This stupid had previously taken advantage of his careless deeds. Fortunately, he flicked the group of idiots under his hand, otherwise, who would dare to stay under his hands? Although Xizili and Kurika are not as bad as Yuster's behavior, but I don't know if these two guys are now in the growth period, and their tempers are particularly irritable. He couldn't hear his persuasion anymore. In today's battle, some of his subordinates were at the feet of both of them. Originally, this battle was an easy victory for them, without casualties. But under the disobedience of Yusite and Kurika, he abruptly damaged 5 of his men. The subordinates only think that he is very beautiful now, and they don't even know that he is also having a headache now. Since the 3 wild beasts have stood, his pirate group has become stronger and stronger, and his reputation has also grown. But as these 3 guys grew up, he controlled them far less than before. Maybe after a while, if he can no longer suppress these 3 guys, his pirate group will have a problem. Why can't these 3 guys be as obedient as before? The next day, on the warship, Ryan was waving the barbell while looking at the sea. Although the soldiers were waving the barbell as exaggerated as Ryan's hands, they were still doing squats while holding the cannonballs. Be careful of smashing your feet. Ryan looked at the flushed soldiers and reminded. So that they don't pay attention to smashing their feet later, he is very experienced in things like this. When he used to train with cannonballs, his hands were too slippery because of sweating too much. It hurt him for a while on his feet. Don't worry, Chief Ryan. We have this by Kabuto. The soldier lights up the small black net with shells, Kabuto said. When Ryan saw him, he couldn't help but was stunned. Well, these guys are really smart enough. Chief Ryan's situation has changed. In the cabin, a soldier rushed out and said, "Marine from another branch has also come to Gudong Island, and they are also here to capture the beast pirate group." Hey? Why did other branches also intervene in? What's the matter? Ryan paused and asked gradually. He is almost here, telling him that someone is coming to snatch his prey? Who is this guy with no eyesight? I heard that it was the order from the marshal to make all the branches near the Gudong Island branch come to encircle and suppress the beast pirate group. Soldier cried. What? Ryan frowned when he heard this. Is Sengoku crazy? Or is it because the impact of this incident is too great, and Sengoku feels that the impact of this incident needs to be suppressed immediately to preserve Marine's majesty? Then we have to go on. The soldier asked when seeing Ryan frowning. Of course you have to go. Those guys should not be there as soon as we are. They can only get rid of the beast pirates group as soon as possible. Ryan sneered and said, I don't care what the martial lord thinks, beast pirates. Tuan, I'm ready for Ryan, and God won't be able to keep him. Everyone is going to work hard. We need to get rid of them as soon as possible on the island where the beast pirates are entrenched. Yes, Chief Ryan. The soldiers nodded. On Gudong Island, the corporal put down the phone bug in his hand, with a relaxed expression on his face. Colonel Jamie, I just received the notice from the headquarters that 6 warships have come to us from all directions. This time the beast pirate group will definitely not escape. Your injuries will not be in vain, and the soldiers will not die in vain. Really? Jamie heard the words, and a trace of blood gradually appeared on his pale face. If this is the case, the beast pirates really can't escape, but they are not only here to clean up the beast pirates, right? Yes. The corporal was silent for a while after hearing the words. Someone else is here to take your place in the Gudong Island branch. I knew it. Jamie smiled bitterly. I deserved it all. When the new general arrives, you have to protect yourself. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you in the future. Yet. The corporal nodded when he heard the words. And the scene continued to quiet down. Chapter 47. Sir, the beast pirate group is on the island ahead, and we have already seen their pirate ship. Soldiers on the watchtower held up a telescope to report. I see, ready to act. Ryan waved his hand. Don't go to the island yet, give me a cannonball to clean the island. Never let a pirate go away. Yes. Kide, the soldiers, immediately entered the cabin and adjusted their guns at the island. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The cannonball tilted down towards the island where the beast pirate group was located, and the entire island was blown up with mud. As the nearest pirate ship, it was directly destroyed. Damn it, someone attacked and no one reported me back. What's the situation? Where did the night watch guy die? That's how you watch the night? Eurus looked at the explosions around him and said angrily. Is this how these idiots watched him at night? The people who actually hit the island on the island don't know. Report to Master Captain that the brothers who watched the night did not see them. The panicked pirates immediately looked around when they heard the words, and saw that all the brothers who had watched the night were gone. What? Eurus was stunned when he heard the words, and then looked at Yester, and saw Yester's belly arched high, lying on the ground asleep. Even the sound of shells did not wake it up. This idiot! Now, where is Yuri's still unclear what happened. The stupid snake started to eat people secretly while he was asleep, and he still ate the night watchman. Master Captain, what do you do now? The pirates asked in a panic. After hearing this, Eurus came to his senses, and then ordered. Don't be afraid, find a cover for me to hide. Marine doesn't have much ammunition. They will definitely be out of shells after a while. When the time comes, wait for them to come up and clean them up. Yes, Master Captain. Upon hearing this, the pirates searched for shelters and hid. You fool, give me sleep, be careful to be killed directly. Eurus looked at Yester, who was still asleep in the gunfire, and kicked it directly. But what he didn't expect was that he hadn't reminded him yet. So I can only use a few kicks. Finally, after he kicked a few vigorously, Yester finally woke up. When Yester woke up, he was very dissatisfied that he was disturbed, and snarled at Eurus with his mouth open. What do you idiot yelling at? Lie down again, and be careful to be killed. Eurus scolded angrily. If this idiot snake wasn't for its usefulness, he would have liked this idiot to be killed. He died, lest his men were missing one or two when they were always waking up. This guy is getting lazier and lazier. He would hunt on his own when he was hungry, but now he is directly dealing with his men. The Sir Cannonball is almost finished. You need to get close to the island, the soldier asked when he ran out of the cabin. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, touched his axe, and said, "We are all ready with weapons, we are ready to land on the island. Don't panic when you see the wild beasts. Stand together and fight back. I will take the lead in getting rid of those wild beasts. You only have to deal with the pirates." Yes. The soldiers filled their muskets with ammunition back, staring at the island nervously. The distance between this warship and the island is getting closer and closer, and finally when the ship is finally unable to move forward, Ryan jumped off the warship with the soldiers. Click! Click! There was the sound of trees breaking in the ampicillin forest, and then a large rhinoceros over 5 meters high rushed towards this side with an unstoppable momentum. Sir Ryan! When the soldiers saw this scene, their faces were suddenly pale, and they kept shooting at the rhino while holding a musket, but the bullet hit the rhino hide as if it hit a tough rubber. They didn't play a half-stop role at all, and they now finally understand why the Marine of the Gudong Island branch would be defeated. Just this sturdy rhino can't be resisted by ordinary people. You all get out of the way, I'll clean it up. Ryan's body became pitch black, and his upper body had 2 more arms. The steps are separated, the body is slightly bent, and the 4 arms are preparing to grab something. Upon hearing this, the soldier ran away and gave this place to Ryan. "Come on, little rhino, let me see how strong you are," Ryan shouted at the rhino. The huge shout made the giant rhinoceros body, and then according to the giant rhinoceros rushed towards here at a faster speed. Snapped! Wipe! Ryan saw the rhino rush in front of him, his 4 arms immediately grasped the rhino horn firmly, and the huge thrust pushed him back toward the sea. It's a lot of strength. Ryan was slightly surprised. As expected, he was a rhino. His strength was really big, and his feet were pushed up by 2 slopes. Roar! The 2 hind legs of the giant rhinoceros were digging the dirt continuously, and his eyes were full of anger. His collision was actually blocked by a strange human, and this guy actually prevented it from making further progress. This is simply right for it. What an insult! Get up for me, you big guy! Ryan shouted, feeling the strength coming from his hands. With 4 arms on his waist, he lifted the giant rhinoceros by grasping the rhino horn. Roar! Seeing that he left the ground, the giant rhino finally began to panic. It's amazing, Chief Ryan is so amazing. The soldiers couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that their chief would actually be able to lift such a big rhino. This guy. In the forest, the pirates of the Beast Pirates group couldn't help but stare round when they saw this scene, and their mouths could be filled with a coconut. They reported that Master Zhang's giant rhinoceros West Slug was actually lifted by Marine. At this moment, all the pirates began to panic. They looked at the only 2 beasts left by their captain. Then he looked at the way the opposite Marine lifted up the slug. I couldn't help but have the idea of running away. It is impossible to win, and it is absolutely impossible to win. The opposite is a monster. With this kind of thought, the idea of escaping will linger in the minds of the pirates. Just. Koraka. You 2 f'd me, tear up that Marine. Eurus shouted. Although he is a little panicked now, he has not yet thought of turning around and running away. He still has two beasts in his hand, and he won't necessarily lose. Yes, he will not necessarily lose. Kurika and Yester rushed towards Ryan immediately after hearing Eurus's order. "Sir, be careful, there are two wild beasts running over." The soldiers immediately reminded them loudly when they saw a snake and a male. From their position, you can clearly see the two big beasts that are running. But the position of the big rhinoceros is lifted by the official, but you can't see the back. "I see, don't worry." Ryan didn't care, grabbed the slug and threw it hard. Boom! Xizile's big body fell heavily on the ground, and the shocked soldiers felt the ground move. Chapter 48. What do you two big guys want to do? Ryan jumped up to avoid Kurika's flying pounce, landed on Yasite and stepped on its back. Yasite opened his blood bowl towards Ryan in pain. Ryan's forearms immediately grabbed its mouth and broke its mouth bigger. "You want to eat me? You big fat bug is just dreaming." Ryan cursed badly, and once again avoided Kurika's pounce on his toes. He took Yester's big mouth and came over his shoulders. Fall. Boom. The mud was splashed with thick smoke and dust, and the entire beach that was shaken. At this moment, Kurika jumped up again. "Are you annoying, big guy? I'm playing with this big bug, why are you coming to bother me?" Ryan dodged Kurika's blood basin, and his forearms immediately grabbed its vacant front. "Claws, pull your body hard under your feet." Kurika turned a big circle in the air and flew towards the pirates of the Beast Pirate group. Ho-ho! At this moment, the slug who fell to the ground got up. With white air in his nostrils, the four hoofs rubbed against the ground and rushed towards Lean again. "You big guy didn't throw you awake." Ryan grabbed the rhinoceros horn in the west slug and raised it again, kicking it on the jaw of Eurus's rush, and kicking it directly away. "Since you like hitting things so much, give me a good fight with the ground." Ryan threw the west slug, and west slug immediately slammed his limbs in the air. He wanted to come down from the sky and turn around. But then Ryan jumped up, grabbed the rhinoceros horns in the slug, and slammed the slug against the ground. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire head of Xi slug plunged into the ground. Only strong limbs are left struggling constantly in the air. The sudden noise shook the surrounding soldiers and marines' ears. Hiss! Twisting his body and seeing this scene, Yester couldn't help but froze, turning his head and trying to escape. But it was horribly discovered that its tail could not move, a powerful force was pulling its tail to prevent it from leaving. "Where do you want to go? The little rhino has already passed the law, and then it's your turn," Ryan said with a big mouth full of white fang. Eelts was so scared that all his scales stood up, and the whole piece looked a lot bigger all at once. "Don't think about running away, I won't let you go. Accept justice sanctions honestly," Ryan said with his fist clenched. "Papa! Papa!" At this moment, all the pirates of the Beast Pirate group pressed the trigger, and the bullet hit Ryan with a crisp sound, and the dazzling sparks were so conspicuous in the dark night. "Kill him! Kill him! Don't let him knock Yester down!" Eurus shouted. Xizile was already planted in the opponent's hands. If Arthur also failed, then they would definitely not be opponents of the opponent, and they had to stop the opponent. "Are you tickling me?" Ryan opened his palm and grabbed the flying bullet with disdain. He wanted to break through the defense of his exoskeleton with this old-fashioned musket bullet. "Monster! Monster!" Seeing this scene, the pirates were so scared that they lost their guns and ran away quickly. Those who can't win, this is definitely not a winner. These marines are not the kind of marines they beat. This time they are real monsters. "You come back to me, whoever dares to escape, kill him." When Eurus saw it, he immediately pulled the trigger. The pirate who ran at the end immediately fell down. Ah! The pirates were even more scared when they saw it, and continued to run regardless. "To stay here is to die," To escape is to die, so it is better to try to escape. Master Captain is just a gun, it is impossible to kill them all at once. It seems that your subordinates don't believe you anymore. Ryan let go and threw away the twisted yaster. Stepping towards Eurus and Kurika. Roar! Kurika yelled at the frizzy throat, but he kept moving backwards next to Eurus. Go, Kurika! Kill this marine, don't be afraid, you are the strongest. Eurus shouted. But Kurika didn't have any intention to go up. As Ryan got closer, it suddenly turned and appeared behind Eurus, pushing Eurus in front. What are you doing? UBD, I usually raise you, so you pushed me out at this moment. Eurus, who found himself facing Ryan, couldn't help cursing, and wanted to run behind Kurika. But it was discovered that Kurika had two bear claws holding his arm to prevent him from turning. Ahole, let me go, what are you doing? Eurus panicked and said that even though Kurika would hide behind him like this when he was scared when he was a child. But now Kurika is not small anymore, it is not known how many times bigger than before. It seems that you two are very self-aware. It seems that I don't need to adjust your positions. Ryan clenched his fist and smiled. When Eurus heard it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Wow! Scarlet blood spurted from his mouth, and Eurus and Kurika flew out directly. This punch was for those marines who were killed by you. Ryan retracted his four fists and walked towards Eurus and Kurika, taking Eurus's turn and punching again. You just made this punch. The price of my subordinates attacking me. But you are obviously the sixth punch. Eurus's bruised nose and face were swollen, but he retorted. I said the first punch is the first one, what kind of excitement are you giving me? Ryan's face darkened, and he punched again with his backhand, and the hit Eurus completely fainted. So weak? Why are you so unbeatable? Ryan shook Eurus in his hands for a while and said speechlessly. How did this guy defeat the marine of Gudong Island? It also caused them such a heavy loss, this strength is too bad. Except that the big rhino has a little strength, this is a bunch of waste. Sir, all the pirates who fled have been captured, now we need to retake the team. The soldiers asked Lean with the tied-up pirates like rice dumplings. This group of pirates is really stupid, and they ran to the edge of the cliff in a panic, which completely prevented their escape route without any effort. Well, put them on a warship, and then see if there are any missing pirates and leave. Ryan stopped and said with Eurus's big mouth. Then these three beasts are also taken away? Sir, the soldier asked, looking at Kurika, who was trembling, and Yester, who was tied up and moved like a big braid and wanted to leave, and who was still there, pushing the air and trying to pull his head out of the slug. Of course, I'll do my best to eliminate evil. These guys have been taught badly, and letting them go on the sea is definitely a disaster. Ryan said without hesitation. As a result, the three wild beasts of the West Slug, Yust Kurika, were also escorted to the warship. Chapter 49. The Sir has searched the entire island, and no pirates have missed anything. After patrolling the island for a while, the soldiers returned to the warship to report. Very well, we can leave now. Ryan nodded when he heard the words, took out the phone worm and dialed the headquarters phone. Hello, this is Ryan Ensign from Puri Puri Island, South Blue. I have just captured all the pirates of the Beast Pirate Group, please report to the above. I will send the photo back to the department by fax immediately. Really? The operator on the other side of the phone worm was surprised. Yes, I can never make a joke with you about this kind of thing. You can now let the Marines from other branches come back to Gudong Island. Ryan reminded. I understand, I will report the news immediately. The operator listened to Kide, the sound of the fax machine working. On the side of the fax machine, there are already photos passed over, on which are the three beasts of the Beast Pirates Group and the pirate captain Eurus of the Beast Pirates Group. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Ryan nodded, then hung up the phone worm. Naval Headquarters Marineford, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku is correcting documents. At this time, the messenger trot back with a photo. Master Field Marshal, the beast pirates of South Blue have just been dealt with by Ryan Ensign of the Pori Pori Island branch. This is from Ryan Ensign. Photo. Hey! Sengoku couldn't help but raised his head when he heard it, looked at the photo on the table and nodded. Very good, he did a good job. In just over a year, he successively caught the pirate regiments that other generals could not catch in South Blue. Ensign's rank is a bit low for him, and Ryan will be promoted to major from now on. Go and tell the people in the archives department to get his new officer ID out overnight, and send his officer ID to South Blue tomorrow. Yes, Master Marshal. Rumor Lingbing nodded when he heard the words, and immediately did it. Zephyr, seems that your vision is not wrong, this little guy is indeed very capable. It looks like we have to prepare a place for him in the headquarters. Sengoku cleaned up the photos on the table and smiled, although the marine of the branch of Gudong Island was not doing well. But fortunately, Ryan has already solved the beast pirates, and this matter will soon be forgotten by people. At the same time, Ryan also proved his ability to the entire South Blue. He doesn't have to worry about promoting Ryan too quickly, causing other Marines in other South Blue divisions to have opinions. What? The beast pirates have been resolved? When did this happen? We are almost reaching the place. Not long ago, Ryan Ensign of Pripri Island. No, it should be Major Ryan. He has already captured the beast pirates. It's true? You didn't lie to me, did you? The lieutenant colonel asked unwillingly. Of course it's true. How could I use this kind of news to deceive you? The operator smiled. The picture sent by Major Ryan has been sent to Master Marshal for viewing. And the promotion of Major Ryan is what the Marshal-sama just said. Okay. The lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth and said to the soldiers, turn the rudder. Let's go back. The beast pirate group has been resolved, we don't need to go there anymore. Yes. Sir. The soldiers heard kite. Then I will hang up the phone first. And I have to notify other generals of this news. Well, hang up. The lieutenant colonel nodded, then hung up the phone worm. He was really annoyed. He drove a day and night, and now he told him that the beast pirates had been cleaned up, but others were faster than him. He is not good at complaining, otherwise he will be called jealous by others. I had known that he would not come. Fortunately, this time he was not the only one who came here for nothing, otherwise he would be really angry. At the same time, after hearing this news, the other generals who had arrived, their faces were similar to those of the lieutenant colonel. But without saying anything, they returned to their respective divisions. Good news, Chief Guy, you have been promoted again. You are now a major. In the morning, the sky was dark. Ryan was still sleeping, and the soldiers trot over to report the news they had just received. I see, you guys go to sleep, it's just a major, what's so surprising? It's not too late to be surprised when I become Admiral. Ryan was wrapped in a quilt and said neither salty nor indifferent. The colonels of South Blue are all such dishes, he is much better than them, but he feels a bit embarrassed just to become a major. According to his current strength, he should also be given a Commodore position in South Blue. Yes, sir. Seeing Ryan's nonchalant appearance, the soldiers put away their excitement, and cautiously walked to the door and left. 2 days later, on Pori Pori Island. The soldiers escorted the 3 beasts of the beast pirates into the prison, but the soldiers guarding the prison were shocked. I said that we are a prison here, not a zoo, why should these beasts be brought back and imprisoned? Yeah, the snake just now is really big, I doubt it can swallow me in one bite. We don't know about this. We did it according to the orders of Chief Ryan. The soldiers who escorted the beast pirate group said, actually, you don't need to be afraid. These 3 guys look fierce, but in fact, that's the case. Chief Ryan will come to inspect from time to time, so you don't need to worry about them making trouble. That's good. Upon hearing this, the soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They were really worried that their small arms and legs could not hold down these three beasts. Nothing happened on the island in the past few days when I left, right? Ryan asked. No, sir. During the time you left, the branch has been calm. Sergeant Kide. That's okay. Ryan nodded and said, I should rest for half a morning. You can continue to help me with official duties. If there is nothing important, don't bother me. Of course, if there are pirates, remember to call me. I see, sir. The sergeant nodded when he heard the words, even if Major Lane didn't say it. If a pirate appears, he will tell the other party. After all, he knows his own strength very well. He doesn't want to be like the Marines on Pori Pori Island and kill himself because of their self-effort. After explaining the sergeant, Ryan returned to the room to rest. Staying on the boat during this period of time caused his nerves to be tense, worrying that the three beasts would run out, and he didn't even dare to sleep deeply. Now that the three guys are in jail, he can finally relax and rest. Chapter 50 Coconut Island. Sleeping time always passed quickly, and Ryan felt like he had just closed his eyes, but would wake up in the next second. 8 hours have passed since he looked at the alarm clock on the side, but he still wanted to keep sleeping. Sir, are you awake? Outside the room, the sergeant tapped them tentatively. Well, I woke up, what's the matter? Ryan stood up and asked. It's such a sir, now it's time for the tropical storm to be active every year. The surrounding villages that we are responsible for have some security risks. The sergeant explained, 2 of the villages are relatively low-lying. At this time of the year, seawater will be poured in. Other villages also have problems of varying degrees, so at this time, we all need to go to nearby villages to check. So. Ryan scratched his head and said, then you tell everyone that you are ready to go. Since the people around us are in danger, we, Marine, can't just sit idly by. Okay, sir. The sergeant said happily. He was really worried that the sir would refuse. Unexpectedly, the officer agreed. After all, many officers thought that Marine was just a pirate, and didn't care about other things. But what they didn't know was that in addition to being a pirate in the usual way, Marine had to protect civilians from various disasters most of the time. Yet. Ryan nodded, then got up from the bed and walked towards the hall. Sir, everyone is ready, just wait for your order. In the hall, soldiers carrying shovel and hoe were waiting for Ryan's arrival. What are you guys? Ryan asked in a daze when he saw it. The report, sir, there may be water accumulation on the island, so I asked everyone to prepare the tools in advance and start digging a trench when they are ready to go to the island. The sergeant explained. Every year after tropical storms pass, water will accumulate on nearby islands. Therefore, it is necessary to dig ditches to pass water. Is it this way? Ryan nodded his chin and said, then let's go. Yes, sir. The soldiers nodded. Afterwards, the soldiers boarded the front of the warship to the islands near Pori Pori Island. It's a bit interesting here. I can't tell. There are quite a lot of fruits here. Ryan walked a few steps and found that there were tall coconut trees growing here, which were shaking on the branches. It seemed as if it would fall down at any time. After passing through this coconut forest, many fruit trees appeared in front of them. It is hard to imagine that this island is so close to their marines, and the environment of the 2 islands is so different. Coconut Island is indeed rich in fruits. The fruits on the branch are usually picked from here, and there are more than 60 residents living on the island. As the sergeant said, he introduced the island to Ryan. Ryan nodded as he listened, and he said, where can fruit grow in such a barren environment in the branch? Even if the mayor comes out, it is estimated to be small and flat. No wonder the sergeant is so concerned about the nearby islands. It turns out that the branch does not benefit from the nearby islands. Sergeant Cannon, you are here, this must be Major Ryan. After a group of people walked through the orchard, they ran into the waiting residents head-on. Yes, I am Ryan. Ryan nodded and said, is there anything on the island that we can help? Just speak up. Really? That's great. The residents happily said. Master Marine is like this. We are also digging ditches during this time, but some big rocks are blocking the way we dug the ditches. We don't know what to do now. But if you come, Lord Ryan, these will definitely not be a problem. We have all heard of your record. Yes, Lord Ryan. Could you please do it? Stones? A little problem. Ryan laughed, it's not too early. Let us take a look and solve it as soon as possible. The ditches can be dug as soon as possible. I think the weather and storm will come soon. If it's just a few stones, he can easily solve it by digging it out without much effort. Yeah, Chief Ryan, please come with us. The residents were grateful, and brought Ryan and others to the tunnel. This is a very long ditch extending from the residential houses to the coast. It seems that this ditch has been dug for some time. It's just that because of the few big rocks in the middle, the entire ditch doesn't look like water can flow through it now. Go over and dig out this big rock. Lane said to the soldiers. He just observed, the residents on the island found that the residents on the island are all too old, and the youngest are only teenagers. Although I don't know why I haven't seen young people in their 20s, this does not affect them to help the residents solve their difficulties. The young people on Coconut Island have all gone to other islands. Although Coconut Island has no worries about food and clothing, those who want to make a fortune can only go to other islands to develop. After all, this place is too small. The sergeant seemed to see Ryan's doubts and explained. Like countless pirates searching for the treasures on the sea, ordinary residents also want to live a better life. But it was obviously impossible to realize this kind of thinking in Coconut Island, so they left here and went to live on the more prosperous island. This reminded Ryan that the villagers in the mountain village would go to the city to work and want to live a better life, but the people in Pirate World would be the same. Sure enough, in which world, people are pursuing a better life. Sir, this stone is a bit big. If we dig it alone, it will probably take a long time. The soldiers picked up their shovel and hose to surround the stone, but after digging for a while, they found that the stone was very large, not as big as it was exposed. They looked at the current sky and knew that when it was completely dug out, it would be dark, then they would not be able to go to other islands. You all get out of the way and leave it to me. Ryan laughed and took 2 axes from behind. Caw caw caw. The axe rubbed against it and sent out orange sparks. Sir, what is going to do? The residents on Coconut Island saw their doubts. Is this the officer going to chop off this stone with an axe? How could it be that this is stone and not bread? Where is it so easy to chop? Everyone step back a bit, don't get hurt by the splashing stone, otherwise it will make me very guilty. After rubbing the axe, Ryan felt that he was almost ready to do it, and shouted to the residents. Upon hearing this, the residents of Coconut Island trod a lot.